1 month ago, a series of nightmarish and strange events suddenly erupted worldwide without any warning. It was as if, overnight, the world plunged into endless darkness and chaos. Some areas seemed to be sentenced to death by the Grim Reaper, turning into lifeless forbidden zones, filled with a terrifying aura, the vitality of the past completely gone. Countries, shocked and shaken, quickly began conducting in-depth research. After relentless exploration and analysis, it was finally discovered that these strange beings were mainly divided into two categories: bizarre beasts and humanoid abnormalities. The bizarre beasts were mostly mutated animals from before the disaster, and they could barely be hunted down with gunfire. However, the humanoid abnormalities possessed all sorts of mysterious and unfathomable powers, making them extremely difficult to handle. The guns, explosives, and ammunition that humans once prided themselves on were like children's toys in front of their rule-bound powers, unable to cause any real harm. Just as humanity struggled to survive, a faint glimmer of hope also emerged. Certain special locations seemed to naturally resist the invasion of these abnormalities. This news spread like wildfire, igniting the last hope of countless survivors. People began to drag their families and cross unknown dangers, frantically migrating towards those areas marked as safe zones. At this moment, Tianhai City remained relatively calm, with many still choosing to stay at home, close their windows and doors, and struggle to survive in the silence. At this moment, in a tightly shut room in the Gaoyang district of Tianhai City, Zhang Chen was crouching on the ground, his eyes shining as he counted the small pile of supplies in front of him. Compressed biscuits, bottled water, a few cans, and a few packs of cigarettes, these were all brought back by his clone. The brief joy brought by the supplies somewhat alleviated the eerie silence outside, but Zhang Chen knew in his heart that these things were far from enough. With the clone, at least I won't starve to death, he muttered to himself, a trace of relieved smile appearing on his face. His thoughts stirred again, and he controlled his clone, continuing to gather supplies in the perilous city. This clone had awakened unexpectedly for Zhang Chen 10 days ago. As for how it awakened, Zhang Chen only had some guesses. And the moment he awakened, a cold piece of information was branded into his mind. Sequence, Yin and Yang. Level 1. Skills, 1. Clone. A clone entity is generated every day at dawn, capable of independent action. The consciousness of the main body can be transferred to control the clone's movements. 2. Absorb. The clone kills the abnormalities and gains characteristics. Upon dispersing, it will feed back to the main body. Characteristics, Void, can nullify ordinary attacks damage, except for abnormalities of the sequence. But after these days of exploration, Zhang Chen had mostly figured out the clone's abilities. As for the characteristics, Zhang Chen had only seen it as a passive skill so far. Zhang Chen began to reorganize the supplies, focusing on separating those packs of cigarettes. Looking at the packs of cigarettes, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction suddenly surged in Zhang Chen's heart. He couldn't wait to open a pack, light it, and take a deep drag. The rich tobacco flavor temporarily numbed his tense nerves, but the deathly silence outside the window silently reminded him of his current situation. If only I could get a few packs of cigarettes. After finishing his cigarette, he sat down on the sofa, picked up his phone, and started browsing the community chat. The chat was filled with desperate pleas and futile exchanges, offering a huge amount for anti-inflammatory medicine. $300 for a pack of instant noodles. Zhang Chen's mouth curled into a cold arc. Money? It's too hard to even use for wiping. Forget it, I'll go check on the clone and see how it's doing. He glanced at these useless messages, shook his head, casually tossed the phone aside, and closed his eyes, immersing all his consciousness into the clone's senses. Through the clone's vision, he saw a food street that was once filled with bustling activity, but now it was dead and lifeless. The shops on both sides had broken windows and doors, and the signs were crooked. The tattered advertisement cloth let out a wailing sound in the wind. The avatar moved cautiously, its sharp eyes scanning every corner where supplies might be hidden. Suddenly, the avatar's keen eyes caught sight of a pharmacy. Zhang Chen instantly felt a surge of joy. In these times of extreme scarcity, medicine was in extremely short supply. He immediately controlled the avatar to walk into the store. But when he entered the pharmacy, the sight before his eyes instantly chilled his heart. The pharmacy was in chaos, the shelves tipped over, glass shards scattered on the ground, as if declaring that it had been completely looted. Just as Zhang Chen felt immense disappointment, thinking he would return empty-handed again, the avatar inadvertently noticed a row of inconspicuous old wooden drawers inside the counter. The avatar slowly approached the counter and pulled open the top drawer. The moment the drawer opened, Zhang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Inside were bandages, iodine, and amoxicillin. These were incredibly precious medical supplies in these times. Zhang Chen was so excited he almost cried out loud. He eagerly tossed the discovered supplies into his backpack and then controlled the avatar to continue searching. Sure enough, in the drawers below, more medical supplies were found: gauze, alcohol pads, pain relief ointment, and cold medicine. The avatar quickly and carefully stuffed all these items into the backpack, moving swiftly and cautiously, afraid of missing anything. However, just as Zhang Chen was about to head upstairs to continue searching for more medicine, a sense of danger, so intense it nearly suffocated him, suddenly surged toward him like a tidal wave. The hairs on the back of the Avatar's neck stood on end, and an instinctual fear surged within. This was Eerie, and the presence was far stronger than any he had encountered before. The Avatar suddenly turned around, only to see a white human-shaped figure emerge out of thin air at the top of the stairs. It was not a solid entity, but rather a mass of pale mist, forcibly constrained within a vague human shape, constantly shifting. The distance wasn't far, but Zhang Chen's avatar's vision felt like it was through foggy glass, and no matter how hard he tried to focus, he couldn't see the figure's exact details. Zhang Chen could feel its fingers hanging down, but could not grasp any clear lines. It was a distortion both in vision and perception. A strange human shape. Zhang Chen gasped, goosebumps instantly crawling all over his body. When did it appear? Zhang Chen had no time to think. Fear hit him like ice-cold water, but his survival instincts overpowered everything. Looking at the strange human figure blocking the stairway, Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and immediately decided to face it in battle. Damn it! I'll fight it. But clearly, Zhang Chen was overestimating himself. Just as he was about to control the avatar to attack, he suddenly felt an indescribable, bone-chilling coldness erupt from the avatar's feet. This coldness even made Zhang Chen forget to breathe. It wasn't a physical coldness, but a more terrifying sensation of being stripped away on the existence level. The avatar's feet seemed to have stepped into an abyss of nothingness in an instant, not even causing the slightest ripple. The ground beneath seemed solid, but the feet were silently erased. Zhang Chen instinctively tried to step back, but the lower half of the avatar's body had already lost all sensation and response. He looked down in horror and saw that the avatar's pants and lower legs were gradually becoming transparent in a silent, yet terrifying way. Skin, muscles, bones, as if erased by an invisible eraser, quickly turning into fine, glowing dust, scattering in the air. He felt no pain, only a soul-freezing sense of disappearance, as though the vanished body had never existed. Rules. Zhang Chen's mind exploded like thunder. This is completely different from the strange beasts he had fought before, which relied on physical attacks. This directly affects the supreme rules of existence itself. Zhang Chen didn't want his clone to just vanish mysteriously like this. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed a twisted iron shelf wreckage nearby, and with all his strength, he smashed it toward the blurry white figure. Whoosh! The iron rod cut through the air with a sound of wind, passing through the chest of the white figure without any hindrance, like piercing through a real mist, with no sensation, no resistance, not even the slightest ripple. The white figure seemed to be pleased by this futile struggle. A sharp, distorted laugh, like nails scratching glass, suddenly echoed in the dead silence of the pharmacy, piercing Zhang Chen's eardrums and making his scalp tingle. The transparent boundary ruthlessly spread toward the clone's body. His thighs, waist, and abdomen, the fabric and flesh turned into scattering fluorescent dust. Losing the support of his lower body, Zhang Chen's upper body suddenly toppled forward, crashing heavily onto the scattered empty medicine boxes and glass shards. Damn it! This thing is beyond my current ability to deal with. His vision blurred as it tilted. The last thing Zhang Chen saw was his clone's shoulders and arms starting to turn transparent and dissipate. The sharp laughter was the final background sound before his consciousness faded away. Chapter 2: The Strange Incident Below the Apartment. In his apartment, Zhang Chen suddenly woke up from the sofa, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat dripping, his forehead hair wet and sticking to his skin. Thank goodness it was just a clone, he murmured to himself, his voice carrying an uncontrollable sense of fear. But the silent white figure in the pharmacy had already pierced into his mind like an ice pick, bringing an unsettling tremor that couldn't be shaken off. A few minutes later, he finally came to his senses, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. I wasted my time for nothing, he squeezed out between his teeth. Damn thing, you just wait. He shook his head, forcing himself not to think too much, stood up, grabbed a can of ice-cold cola from the fridge, and gulped it down. The cold liquid slid down his throat, but it couldn't suppress the fear churning in his chest. What had happened earlier was like a bucket of cold water splashed on him, waking him up. Until he had enough power, the only choice was to survive. Close the windows and doors, let the clone go on dangerous missions to grow stronger. Throwing the empty can into the trash, he slumped back onto the sofa and instinctively turned on the TV. Normally, the screen would just play endless advertisements, but now it displayed news footage. The host looked frantic, speaking rapidly. Attention all residents of Tianhai City. Attention all residents of Tianhai City. Emergency broadcast. According to the latest observations, the strange phenomena are arriving at Tianhai at an unimaginable speed. It is expected that in no more than 10 days, the entire Tianhai city will be completely covered. Please, all survivors, immediately, right now, head to the officially designated shelters. Evacuate immediately. The news broadcast hit Zhang Chen's already relaxed nerves like a heavy hammer. Damn it! How could this happen, he thought, feeling a surge of intense frustration. He had just been thinking about how to use his clone to survive and grow stronger, and maybe, in the future, he could clear away the strange phenomena and return the world to peace, but now, it all seemed to have turned into a bubble. Not leaving? If he waited for the strange phenomena to fully arrive, it would be certain death. Leaving? With his current strength, if he encountered a slightly stronger strange phenomenon along the way, he'd probably be doomed. No. I must get stronger quickly, to leave myself some time to evacuate. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the surging emotions. However, it was only a little past 4 p.m., and it would still be 8 hours before his clone could reassemble. These 8 hours felt like an incredibly long rubber band, stretching out painfully. Zhang Chen, frustrated, stood up and paced back and forth in the cramped living room, finally stopping at the window. Outside the window, the sky was ominously dark. The dark clouds were like lead, heavily hanging in the sky. They almost touched the distant outline of the tall buildings, accompanied by occasional thunder, making the world outside the window feel even more lifeless. Is it going to rain again? Zhang Chen mumbled, his heart tightening. Since the strange event had arrived, he had only seen one rain. And that rain, perhaps, was the cause of his awakening of the Yin-Yang sequence. Recalling the feeling of being drenched by that rain, Zhang Chen involuntarily shuddered, and without hesitation, locked the window tightly. He certainly didn't want to experience that pain again. Almost the moment he shut the window. Patter. Patter. Huge raindrops suddenly poured down, slamming onto the glass window, making a dense and dull thudding sound. Along with an indescribable smell that squeezed through the window cracks, choking Zhang Chen's stomach, making it churn. He pinched his nose and was about to pull the curtains, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught something in the pile of soil below, soaked by the red rain. A hand, with skin resembling rotten, decayed flesh, was slowly and greedily pushing upwards. It had not fully broken through the earth, only half of the arm was exposed to the torrential blood rain, its 5 fingers trembling violently, scratching the air. Each spasm revealed a sickly ecstasy, like it was sucking the dew of life. Under the blood rain, the rotting skin seemed to faintly emit a strange oily sheen, as if something beneath the skin was being nourished, expanding. Damn, another bizarre human form. Zhang Chen's heart contracted, instinctively taking half a step back. Fear instantly gripped him, but was quickly suppressed by a sliver of luck. He looked through the window at that strange hand, nourished by the blood rain, like a lotus bud just showing its pointed tip. A newborn should not be too strong, right? If it's not strong, then let my clone harvest this nourishment. That would only be possible once the clone recondenses. With this thought, he quickly pulled the curtains shut, completely isolating that unsettling scene, and turned back to the bedroom. He had no intention of warning the other residents. Let those neighbors, who were still in the dark, act as scouts to test the depth of this strange new form in the rain. For him, that was the best choice. However, as Zhang Chen lay in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The strange hand downstairs, would it become more dangerous tomorrow? And the fog-like humanoid anomaly in the pharmacy. He forced himself to stop imagining, but these terrifying images repeatedly flashed in his mind uncontrollably. Time seemed to stretch painfully, each second feeling exceptionally long. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Zhang Chen finally fell into a drowsy sleep. At the exact moment of midnight, his phone rang with a sharp, rhythmic sound. Zhang Chen suddenly sat up in bed. Without hesitation, he immediately recondensed his clone from earlier that day. Huff. Looking at his clone silently and reliably standing by the bed, Zhang Chen felt a sense of reassurance in his heart. He immediately gave the clone a clear command to leave the community quietly through the back door. He didn't want his clone to face the unknown newborn anomaly right now. If the clone wasn't a match, it would just waste this precious opportunity to grow stronger. The clone now slipped into the still pouring blood-red rain outside the door. It moved like a ghost, staying close to the wall, quickly slinking toward the old alley from memory. That was where he had successfully hunted the anomaly last time, and he expected it would offer good results again. The silent city, under the cleansing of the blood rain, felt even more desolate. The clone soon reached the narrow, cluttered old alley, filled with abandoned junk. The thick darkness and the noisy sound of rain provided perfect cover, yet also concealed hidden dangers. Creak! Creak! A sharp, urgent scream erupted from behind a pile of garbage bins ahead. The sound was filled with unsettling malice. The clone instantly stopped in its tracks, its body suddenly tensing. In the next moment, several dark shadows, like poisoned crossbow bolts, fiercely tore through the rain, shooting out from different shadowy corners. They were fast, and in the dim light, only their blurry outlines could be vaguely captured. Their bodies were larger than regular rats, their wet fur sticking close to their skin, presenting a sickly gray-black hue. What was most disturbing were their eyes, which gleamed with an ominous, blood-red light the size of needle tips in the dark. It was the bizarre mutated rats, the evil rats. They had discovered the intruder and were rushing toward him with pure bloodthirsty madness. There were 4 or 5 of them, but they were incredibly fast, like several gray lightning bolts skimming the ground. Whoosh! One evil rat used the garbage bin at the corner as a springboard, pouncing at the clone's calf from a tricky angle. The clone reacted swiftly, striking like lightning, precisely grabbing the evil rat trying to gnaw at his leg, and his fingers tightened forcefully. Put! With a muffled sound, the evil rat was crushed in his palm. As the clone squeezed the rat, dark liquid in fragments splattered everywhere, the stench filling the air. But this did not scare off the remaining evil rats, instead, it fueled their savagery. The other three came from different directions, aiming straight for the clone's throat, calf, and back. The clone quickly stepped back, dodging the frontal attack, and swung his arm swiftly, accurately grabbing one of them by the neck in midair, smashing it against the wall. Bang! With a muffled sound, he stomped his foot hard, precisely stepping on another, the sound of bones cracking drowned out by the rain. However, the last one had already climbed onto his back, its sharp teeth sinking into the back of his neck. The clone reacted incredibly fast, pulling it off with one hand, twisting it with both hands. Crack! The final squeal abruptly stopped. The clone did not give himself any time to catch his breath, diving deep into the old alley, determined to hunt the strange creatures and grow stronger with the limited time he had to survive. Chapter 3, Mutation. Zhang Chen opened his eyes, the glaring sunlight had already filtered through the cracks in the curtains. Glancing at his phone, it was already 10 a.m. I overslept. He rubbed his swollen temples as he sat up. Deep in his consciousness, the clone that perished together with the strange cat last night seemed to have been wiped away like dust, leaving only memories of the battle and the results. He instinctively moved his body, and an unprecedented feeling of lightness instantly enveloped him. It felt as though he had broken free from invisible restraints. Curiously, he lightly jumped. Bang! A solid impact sounded above his head, and Zhang Chen gritted his teeth, holding his head as he fell back to the ground. Looking up at the nearly 3-meter-high ceiling, a flash of shock and wild joy passed through his eyes. This was something no ordinary person could achieve. He immediately sank into his consciousness. Sequence Yin-Yang. Level 1. Skills 1, Clone 2. Absorb. Traits, Void, Swift LL. As expected, the overview of his traits now displayed an additional skill, Swift, and it was a level 2. Seeing the newly added Swift trait, the excitement in Zhang Chen's eyes was impossible to hide. After all, in the apocalypse, running fast felt like holding onto the guarantee of life. With this in mind, Zhang Chen couldn't contain his excitement, picking up a cigarette from the desk and taking a hard drag. Now, he had a trump card for survival. The next step was to focus on strength. Zhang Chen fell into deep thought, but where could he search for the strange beings with power traits? The Swift trait, it was likely gained after killing the evil rats and dying with that strange cat. After pondering with no result, he opened his phone, only to be shocked when he saw the group chat messages had already reached 99+. This piqued his curiosity. Zhang Chen quickly slid the screen and eagerly clicked on the message. The content of the message made his heart race. The expression also became more serious. He saw that resident 702 had sent a message, "There is danger at the entrance of the neighborhood." Below, there was also a video attached. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and then clicked to play the video. The screen shook, and a family of 3, dragging luggage, was walking towards the neighborhood gate, clearly heading for the shelter. Just as they stepped out of the gate, terror struck. The 3 people's hair was as if being violently torn by an invisible hand, and blood began seeping from their scalps. Their hair instantly fell out, their eyes popped out of their sockets, their teeth shattered, and their nails peeled off, leaving their fingertips a bloody mess. They didn't even have time to scream before they turned into 3 monsters with bloody scalps, gaping toothless mouths, and bare fingertips. This horrifying scene completely stunned Zhang Chen. His eyes were fixed on the screen, unable to look away. However, the video did not stop because of his shock. It continued to play, showing an even more eerie scene. The 3 people seemed to have lost their minds, like headless flies, frantically spinning near the Eerie hand. Their movements were extremely frantic, as if they had no idea what they were doing. What was even more surprising was that a middle-aged man tried to approach them. Zhang Chen recognized this man, he was the neighborhood security guard. The security guard tried to help them escape the situation, but the 3 people suddenly turned and pounced on the security guard, like hungry tigers attacking their prey. Their faces twisted with extreme pain and rage, contorted into hideous and terrifying expressions. However, despite how frightening their expressions were, due to the lack of teeth and nails, they couldn't cause substantial harm to the security guard. Nevertheless, the 3 didn't give up. They used all their strength to drag the security guard toward the Eerie hand. The hand, faintly visible in the darkness, emitted a chilling aura. The security guard struggled in terror, his cries echoing in the silent environment, but no one could save him. As the distance between the security guard and the Eerie hand grew smaller, his body began to undergo strange changes. His skin gradually turned pale, losing its original color. His eyes became hollow and lifeless, and his hair instantly fell out, revealing a bald scalp. Finally, when the security guard was dragged next to the Eerie hand, his entire figure transformed, looking exactly like the three terrifying figures. The security guard's cries stopped abruptly, replaced by a deep, hoarse growl. His voice was no longer human, but filled with desperate wails. "Oh no, is this a zombie?" Zhang Chen felt his scalp tingling. He truly did not want to encounter these ghostly things. With their rule-based powers, he feared he wouldn't even know how he died when the time came. After Zhang Chen finished watching the video, his mood grew even heavier. So far, more than 20 people had gathered near the Eerie hand. The property management had warned early, or else the number would have likely been even higher. The group chat was already in an uproar. "Safe as fortune, it's over. That ghost thing is banging on my door. Help! Arrogant, bang your mom. It's me. Open the door. Know the warmth and cold by yourself, can we go through the back door? Urgent. Pineapple doesn't blow snow at know the warmth and cold by yourself, goddess. Wait for me to charge for love. If I don't return, please remember Sue. Know the warmth and cold by yourself, woo woo, so touching. Sanshan holds snow, we are trapped here." More than an hour passed, and Pineapple doesn't blow snow. Sue had no news. Everyone thought he had sacrificed. Little did they know, Sue was hiding in a small supermarket, surrounded by torn packaging bags, eating greedily, his mouth full of oil, completely forgetting about the goddess. Zhang Chen was also getting anxious while waiting. He slightly furrowed his brows. Was the back door safe? He didn't know. Last night, the clone did indeed enter and exit the back door unharmed. But what if the clone was special? He didn't dare to gamble. There was no other way, so Zhang Chen had to come up with a bad idea. He switched the Earth account to a rarely used alternate one, repeatedly tapping the words "backdoor security" in the message list. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and finally sent the message. After sending the message, Zhang Chen severely condemned his own conscience. He couldn't be blamed for being too cruel. After all, in this world, dead friends are better than poor Taoist companions. He had to confirm if the backdoor was secure. In case his avatar wasn't strong enough, he needed to plan ahead. Not long after the message was sent, Zhang Chen felt the noise outside growing louder, with sounds of fighting and shouting alternating. Most likely, some people, lacking resources, were fighting violently. At first, these people believed they would be safe staying at home. However, yesterday's news and today's strange events forced them to consider the idea of fleeing. After a long while, the noise gradually faded, and Zhang Chen confirmed from the Earth account that the back door was indeed secure. Unable to resist his curiosity any longer, he opened his door. What he saw was chaos in the hallway, with items overturned. At the corner of the stairs, a male corpse had its neck twisted, while a female corpse had scissors stabbed into her chest, with blood trailing in a winding path. Zhang Chen glanced indifferently, then turned around and went back into his room, seemingly just out of momentary curiosity. After all, in this world, life was as cheap as grass, and a few dead people were nothing special. Chapter 4, Start to solve the strange events. The news that the back door was temporarily secure was like a heavy stone pressing down on the anxiety in Zhang Chen's heart. Should he run away ahead of time? The thought just appeared, but Zhang Chen immediately suppressed it. Outside, there was unknown danger, and the strange hand at the door was just a newly born oddity. Rushing out, who knew what he might encounter? That could result in not just his avatar disappearing but his own life being lost too. He needed time, he needed his avatar tool, to carve a way out in the land of death, or at least to preserve his own life. Lost in thought, Zhang Chen unknowingly walked towards the windowsill. Like a wary gecko, he pressed himself against the window, carefully pinching the corner of the curtain to quietly observe the changes in the strange hand. This action didn't really serve any purpose, but it made him feel a bit more at ease. Outside the window, in the open area at the entrance of the community, neighbors who had been transformed by the strange hand wandered stiffly like puppets controlled by invisible strings, their movements unnaturally coordinated, twitching unnervingly. They were isolated by an invisible barrier near the entrance. Zhang Chen had a rough idea: these people had no offensive power, and could only linger around the strange hand. His gaze fell again on the strange hand half buried in the dirt. It lay quietly like decaying flesh, its surface glistening with a disgusting oily sheen, exuding an even stronger aura of death and ominousness than the wandering figures. This is not easy to deal with. Zhang Chen frowned and withdrew his gaze. There were still 6 hours before his avatar could be formed. I wonder if there are other people in this building, maybe I can use them later. Thinking this, Zhang Chen walked towards the door, his footsteps echoing loudly in the empty hallway. He didn't stop when passing by the 2 corpses. Starting from the 2nd floor, he knocked on each door. The metallic banging sound echoed harshly but was swallowed by a deeper silence. 3rd floor, 4th floor, repeating futile knocks and waiting. Just when he was losing hope, he mechanically knocked on the last door on the 7th floor. After a brief silence, a faint voice, like a dying candle, came from inside. Who is it? The door opened a crack, revealing a girl of about 15 or 16 leaning against the doorframe. Her face was as pale as paper, showing signs of long exposure to no sunlight and illness, but her eyes shone brightly, like polished obsidian. She looked at Zhang Chen, her eyes filled with wariness, confusion, and a hint of disbelief at seeing another survivor. "Hello," her voice was light and airy. "What's the matter?" Zhang Chen didn't respond, his gaze instead falling on the girl's thin wrist. The blue veins were clearly visible, but what was more striking were the several faded yet grotesque needle scar marks. The girl lowered her head following his gaze, and when she looked up again, a faint smile appeared on her face, fleeting and quickly gone. "Leukemia," the doctor said. "There aren't many days left." Her tone was calm, as if it had nothing to do with her, only a sense of resigned finality. Zhang Chen nodded silently, scanning the dim, empty room with its bare walls. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and the despair of the girl. "Where are your parents?" he asked softly. The light in the girl's eyes dimmed in an instant, her voice dropped to a whisper. "They left at noon. They're healthy. I didn't want to drag them down." Beneath the calmness lay a bottomless loneliness, nearly swallowing her fragile figure whole. Zhang Chen's sympathy was stirred, a sourness rising in his chest. "Is there any food left?" The girl paused, nervously twisting the edge of her clothes. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. There are 3 bags of instant noodles." Zhang Chen pulled the corner of his mouth into a helpless smile, clearly thinking that the girl assumed he had come to ask for supplies. He quickly explained. "I didn't come for things. I live on the 2nd floor." He pointed downstairs. "Looks like we're the only 2 left in this building." The girl trembled slightly, suddenly looking up with confusion in her eyes. "Then, why don't you leave?" Zhang Chen maintained his gentle demeanor, vaguely answering, "Now is not the right time." A flicker of disappointment passed through the girl's eyes, and the small spark of hope that she was not alone was quickly extinguished. Zhang Chen looked at her fragile neck and was moved. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. What if this girl was actually chosen by heaven? Wait for the rain, go out and stand in it for a while. He paused. Maybe something unexpected will happen. Although the girl was confused, she politely responded. She softly murmured clearly not taking it seriously. After a brief exchange, they added each other on EarthChat, and Zhang Chen learned that the girl's name was Li Kurson. Zhang Chen returned to his room. Looking at his own stockpile of supplies, he hesitated for a moment, then chose a few packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of water, and a small box of common medicine before heading back to the 7th floor to give them to Li Kurson. "Take it." His voice was short and harsh. After speaking, he turned and left, as if staying even one more second would make him hesitate. Closing the door, he leaned against the wall and mocked himself. "Damn, I'm really out of my mind." In the apocalypse, this trivial act of kindness, what could it bring, besides consuming some of his own resources? He shook his head with a bitter smile, unsure whether he was laughing at his own foolishness or at the changes in the world. Time passed, second by second. The time for the avatar to refresh was getting closer. Zhang Chen's mood grew tense. Should he let the avatar encounter that thing? But how to kill it? Zhang Chen furrowed his brow, regretting that the neighbors had fled. They could have served as bait to test the waters, but now, with only Li Kurson left in the building, relying on her was no better than hoping the trickster would just rot away. Take a gamble. Zhang Chen's eyes were sharp as a blade. Worst case, I'll just waste a day. The plan formed in his mind. The avatar would be under his control, fearless of death, and more importantly, with the virtual property, it would be easy to clear out those controlled people, but the difficulty was whether the avatar could be controlled again after completing the transformation. He repeated the plan in his mind, until the avatar could reassemble. Looking out at the pitch-black night, he suppressed the urge to act tonight. It's not too late to act in the daytime, I'll conserve energy for now. When Zhang Chen opened his eyes again, the daylight had already pierced through the clouds. He did not hesitate and directly formed the avatar for the day. If it doesn't work, there's still time. At this moment, he had already prepared for the worst, and the worst would just be wasting a day. As Zhang Chen controlled the avatar, it slowly approached the trickster. The wandering ones seemed to have detected a potential prey, all halting their movements at once, their hollow eyes fixed intently on Zhang Chen's direction. They did not scream. Only the chilling silence of death remained on the empty ground. As Zhang Chen took another step forward. In the next moment, they erupted. The rigid bodies exploded into twisted speed, like a horde of corpses sensing the smell of blood, rushing from all directions towards the clone. Some opened their giant mouths dripping with slime, some waved hands with exposed bones, and others stretched their arms wide, intending to lock the clone in and drag it toward the Eerie hand. Facing the tidal wave of attacks, the clone remained motionless under Zhang Chen's control. He wanted to witness what exactly was special about Void. Boom! A fist strong enough to shatter bones slammed into the clone's chest, but it was like smashing into nothingness, the kinetic energy dissipating instantly, leaving no ripples. SSS. Sharp bone fingers slashed towards the clone's neck, as if cutting through air, effortlessly penetrating, leaving no trace. Whoosh! A drifter lunged at the clone, wrapping around it tightly, trying to drag it toward the Eerie hand, but the clone stood firm. The attacks, completely ineffective. Zhang Chen's mind trembled violently. The clone didn't feel any pain, nor did it receive any touch signals. All contact was like throwing a stone into the deep sea, causing no ripples at all. It was as if the clone and these beings existed in never-intersecting parallel dimensions. Their attacks were futile, stirring only the air in a silent and eerie pantomime. The clone, like an observer from a higher dimension, stood at the heart of the storm of madness and despair, untouched, standing alone in the world. The power of Void showcased its proud results at this moment. Chapter 5: Disregard for Rules. After gaining a clear and thorough understanding of the characteristics of Void, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate for a second, immediately and decisively controlling the clone to begin its action. His clone, like a ghost, swiftly moved between those bound by the strange force, every action precise and clean, not a single delay, swiftly freeing them from their painful constraints. And as Zhang Chen controlled the clone to slowly approach the Eerie hand, strange changes began to appear. Zhang Chen clearly felt that the condition of the clone's body was rapidly deteriorating. First, its teeth began to slightly tremble, then one by one, they loosened. Meanwhile, hair started to fall out in handfuls, quickly piling up on the ground. What was even more terrifying was that the clone's eyes seemed to lose their support, swaying as if they were about to fall out at any moment. When the clone staggered to about 5 meters from the Eerie hand, Zhang Chen was astonished to find that the clone had become almost identical to the previous drifters. However, the good news was that his consciousness was still firmly controlling the clone, making it continue to follow his commands. And the Eerie hand, seeing the clone still advancing step by step toward it, felt a sense of confusion. Why was this human not under its control? Gradually, the Eerie hand was filled with fear, for Zhang Chen was getting closer and closer to it. It had only just been born, and aside from the power of the rules, it had no means of self-defense. Thinking of this, its whole body shook violently. It had just descended into the world, never imagining that it would encounter someone like Zhang Chen. The power of the rules it prided itself on was completely ineffective before Zhang Chen, leaving it feeling incredibly desperate and helpless. But at this moment, the clone had lost its eyes and could no longer accurately perceive the surroundings. Helpless, Zhang Chen had no choice but to withdraw his consciousness from the clone temporarily, swiftly walking to the window and opening it to observe the position of the Eerie hand. After confirming the position of the Eerie hand, he refocused his mind and controlled the clone to slowly approach it again. The clone, now blind, seemed to be pulled forward by an invisible string from Zhang Chen. Step by step, he moved towards the goal. Finally, Zhang Chen stood half a meter away from the strange hand, his heart tightening. His clone suddenly exerted force, and 5 fingers gripped the strange hand like iron claws. As soon as it was lifted, a chill crawled up the clone's arm. Beneath the strange hand, a section of arm appeared out of thin air, twisted like a tangle, with skin gray as death, as if pulled from an abyssal crack, trying to coil around the clone's wrist. Still trying to struggle? Zhang Chen snorted coldly, and the force inside the clone suddenly surged. The trapped strange hand let out a sharp screech, like nails scraping against glass, twisting in terror, but it couldn't break free from the iron-like restraints. As the clone's hand continued to tighten, the sound of cracking mixed with a piercing scream. The strange hand slowly broke apart in the palm, black goo dripping from the fingers, finally turning into a foul-smelling stain, completely dissipating into the air. At this point, the battle was over. Zhang Chen stood at the window, the stagnant air in his chest slowly exhaled with a long sigh. Finally solved it. Zhang Chen looked down from his elevated position, but his brows furrowed again. The current clone had not yet dissipated, it was wandering aimlessly on the open ground, like a kite with its string cut, looking pitifully frail. Do I have to finish off the clone myself? The thought barely emerged, but was immediately suppressed. Over the past few days, the clone had blocked so many troubles. At this moment, to strike it down, a feeling of resistance surged in his mind. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment on the windowsill, and a plan gradually formed. He closed his eyes, re-established the mental connection with the clone, and guided the dazed clone step by step to the rooftop of the 6th floor of the opposite building. The wind brushed past his ears as he gritted his teeth and severed the last thread of hesitation. The clone fell in an instant, and Zhang Chen's thoughts suddenly returned to his body. He turned sharply and sat on the sofa, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He raised his hand to press on his temple, and a message box appeared in his mind. Sequence, Yin-Yang. Level 1. Skills, 1, Clone 2. Absorption. Traits, Virtual Swift 2 Rule Ignore I. Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the traits section, and when the words Rule Ignore I hit his eyes, it felt like a fire suddenly exploded in his chest, causing his breath to quicken. Rule Ignore, he muttered softly, his fingertip almost touching that line of text. From the literal meaning alone, this clearly indicated that the strange rules had no effect on him, right? This seemed to have some commonality with the virtual trait, but the Rule Ignore label followed by the level I immediately made him think of something else. Could it be that the strange forces also had levels? Zhang Chen's heartbeat skipped a beat. If level I represents a rank, does that mean only level I strange rules are ineffective against him? He suddenly recalled those weird abilities that seemed to naturally follow some twisted rules. As he thought, the joy in his heart began to fade. If the strange forces really had levels like the awakened ones, and rule ignoric could make him immune to the effects of level I strange rules, then this rule immunity wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. Zhang Chen lit a cigarette and silently took a puff. The strange figure from the pharmacy appeared in his mind, but as soon as he thought of that white figure, Zhang Chen deeply exhaled a puff of smoke, dismissing the thought. That white figure was clearly not something this newly formed strange hand could compare to. It was likely already at the level of a level 2 strange force. Forget it, I'll just let you live a little longer. Now, time was tight, and Zhang Chen didn't want to let the clone take too many risks. After all, this was completely down to luck, and the goddess of luck wouldn't keep favoring him forever. It's possible to let the quickly dispersing clone try the depth of that white figure. Zhang Chen didn't think any longer, lowered his head, and looked at the masterpiece of the clone downstairs, then remembered that there were still 2 corpses piled up in the hallway. It's hot weather now, and it might not take long before those 2 corpses begin to rot and breed maggots. Thinking about this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He couldn't control himself anymore and stood up to throw the corpse from the stairs out the window. After doing this, Zhang Chen finally felt satisfied and returned to the room. He washed up briefly, took a can of beef from the fridge, and began eating. In fact, there were also quite a few vegetables and raw meat that the clone had brought back earlier, lying quietly in the freezer, but unfortunately, before the apocalypse, Zhang Chen had never learned how to cook, so even now, they hadn't been put to any use. Chapter 6, Preparing to Evacuate. There are only a few days left. I must hurry up and let the clone hunt the strange beings. Zhang Chen frowned tightly, repeatedly calculating in his mind. The skills granted by the sequence were all about survival, and when it came time to act, he found that he couldn't even come up with a decent way to attack. Virtual and rule ignorance could save his life, but they couldn't actively eliminate enemies. This weakness must be addressed quickly. While he was worrying, the night outside had already deepened. Zhang Chen was too lazy to bother anymore. He lit a cigarette and smoked it slowly, only putting it out when the butt was burned, feeling a little tired as he lay back on the bed, pulled the blanket over, and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the daylight outside had already become glaring. Zhang Chen reached for the old phone on the pillow and saw that it was already 10 a.m. There was no entertainment in the apocalypse, and sleeping had become his main way to pass the time. If it were before, he could still chat in the Earth group to pass the time, but ever since the neighbors left, he hadn't sent any messages in the group. He stretched out a big lazy stretch, his joints cracking as he sat up from the bed. With a thought, today's clone began to reform itself. Zhang Chen looked at the clone and no longer had many concerns. It had only been a little more than a month since the catastrophe, and strange beings with rules were already rare, let alone second-level ones, which were even harder to find. Now, he also had the characteristic of being immune to level 1 strange rules, so he believed the clone would be relatively safe from most strange beings. As long as it avoided those that were obviously troublesome or suspected second-level ones. This time, he didn't set any restrictions for the clone and let it act on its own. He, on the other hand, began packing the evacuation supplies, instant noodles, bread, compressed biscuits stacked in half a box, and various drinks and mineral water crammed into a full bag. Finally, he stuffed it all into a big backpack, which became so heavy it made his wrists ache. Cigarettes were not forgotten either, several packs were neatly packed into the bag. This might be Zhang Chen's rare comfort in the apocalypse. These supplies had all been slowly accumulated by the clone over the past period, but there was still a lot more that he didn't have enough space to take with him. Zhang Chen looked at these supplies and nodded in satisfaction. Just these items alone would probably last him more than a month, not to mention the bag of 50 kilograms of rice. Then he added toothbrush, toothpaste, and clothes and shoes, all fully prepared, 2 sets for each season, neatly folded. He filled up the remaining space in the backpack. Looking at the pile of supplies, which was nearly 2 meters high, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. 1 month's worth of supplies is more than enough. By the time he finished packing, the sun outside had already reached its zenith, and before he knew it, it was noon. At this moment, he suddenly frowned in realization, having forgotten one massive problem: he didn't have a car, and what's worse, he didn't even have a driver's license. This problem hit him like a heavy stone in his heart, and Zhang Chen instantly lost the lightness he had while packing the supplies. I can't possibly rely on the broken electric bike downstairs, can I? He couldn't bear to even think about it. 2 meters tall, not to mention the dangers that might arise during evacuation, just the weight alone could crush the car. He paced around the room twice, his eyes anxiously scanning the empty streets outside the window. Car. I must get a car. I should have gotten my driver's license back then. Zhang Chen grumbled, scratching his head in frustration. He used to think that commuting in the city was enough with the subway and buses, that buying a car and getting a license were unnecessary hassles. Now, he was finally feeling the consequences of his neglect. Doesn't matter, I'll get a car, whether I know how to drive or not. Otherwise, there's no way to carry all this stuff. A thought crossed Zhang Chen's mind, and he suddenly remembered the forest store in the city center. At times like this, maybe there would still be a few cars left that hadn't been driven away. Driving shouldn't be too hard, right? He smiled bitterly at himself, looking out at the silent streets, quietly contemplating. His clone was already out hunting the abnormalities, but he should go out himself. If he couldn't find a car, he could make plans in advance. The ignore rules gives me some confidence, but I can't take risks. Worst case, I can get the clone to drive the car back. With that thought, he took a deep breath, grabbed a kitchen knife, and headed out the door. The streets were empty. Zhang Chen dared not walk down the middle of the main road. Though he was no longer afraid of the basic abnormalities rules, what if he encountered something terrifying? He wasn't confident he could deal with it. After walking about half a street, a sudden faint click-clack sound came from a diagonal direction, like someone scratching metal with their nails. Zhang Chen immediately froze, his hand tightening on the kitchen knife, his knuckles turning white. The sound came from under a flipped-over bus, the bus lying sideways in the middle of the road with its windows shattered, exposing a dark, empty interior. He crouched low, skillfully hiding behind a dead tree, peeking out to look. Through the gap between the bus's undercarriage and the ground, he could vaguely see a gray shadow moving, and the click-clack sound was coming from there. The gray shadow was not big, about half a person tall, but it kept writhing, as though countless small limbs were rapidly scraping the ground. The movement had an unnatural, uncomfortable rhythm. Another abnormality. Zhang Chen frowned, his heart sinking. There were definitely more abnormalities now. Earlier, even though his clone had encountered abnormalities, it was never like this, running into them casually on the street. He didn't dare approach recklessly, holding his breath as he quietly retreated 2 steps, changing his angle to bypass the bus, willing to take a longer route. The wooden handle of the kitchen knife was slick with sweat, so he tightened his grip, wiping his hand on his pants leg to dry it, his vigilance growing. Finally bypassing the abnormality, the forest store's sign came into view. Zhang Chen's heart lifted, and his pace quickened, but he still remained alert to his surroundings. He quickly reached the forest store's door, which was tightly locked with heavy glass, clearly a sign of the post-apocalyptic world. Without hesitation, he pulled out the kitchen knife from his back, adjusted his grip, and struck the door lock with a forceful swing. Clang crash. A sharp sound rang out as the glass shattered instantly, cascading like a waterfall, the jagged shards falling to the ground, glinting with cold, dangerous light in the dim surroundings. Zhang Chen stepped over the sharp glass fragments, and as soon as he entered the store, a musty mix of dust and leather hit him in the face. But Zhang Chen's gaze was immediately fixed on the few cars in the center of the showroom, 5 in total, covered with a thin layer of dust, yet still exuding an undeniable grandeur. In the empty, silent showroom, they loomed like silent steel beasts. Among them, one black SUV stood out, and Zhang Chen's eyes were magnetically drawn to it. The signature grille and tough lines clearly marked it as a Land Rover. Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked over, his finger brushing across the dusty hood, leaving clear fingerprints. This was a luxury car he had never dared to think about before the apocalypse. At that time, don't even talk about owning it, just stepping into a forest store and looking at it felt like a lack of confidence. But now, it is quietly parked here, as if waiting for a new owner. Zhang Chen circled the Land Rover twice, his rough palm rubbing the car door, sweeping away the accumulated dust, revealing the shiny black paint underneath. This is it. He pulled the door handle, but it didn't move, it was locked. As expected. He didn't waste any more time by the car, quickly turning and walking deeper into the store. The glass countertop at the front desk was covered in thick dust, and the inside was empty. The drawers had been violently yanked and were crooked, containing only scrap paper and useless receipts. The finance room was the same, papers scattered on the floor, the safe wide open, already looted. What a waste of effort. Zhang Chen clicked his tongue in disappointment, his shoulders slumping as he turned to walk back, his steps heavy. Just as he was about to step over some glass shards on the floor, his eyes suddenly caught something in the corner of the finance room, a half-collapsed filing cabinet half covering an iron box embedded in the wall. It was covered in dust, but it was clearly a safe. Zhang Chen stopped suddenly, his pupils contracting, his eyes instantly lighting up. A safe? Could the key be inside? Chapter 7, Meeting the Sisters. But when it was time to open the safe, Zhang Chen was completely stumped. He tried using brute force to pry it open, even picked up a kitchen knife and hacked at it, the dull thud echoing in the empty finance room. But the safe remained unmoved, not even a tiny crack appeared. Zhang Chen collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, his mind blank, filled with indescribable disappointment. Was he really going to give up like this? Thinking that, he couldn't help but place all his hope on his clone, silently praying that today the clone could handle a strength-type anomaly. As long as it can deal with Then opening this safe surely won't be a problem. Meanwhile, after the clone dealt with a few anomalies, it was preparing to gather the loot and meet with the main body when it unexpectedly ran into several groups of people. One of the groups had just witnessed the clone cleanly and efficiently deal with the anomalies. Two girls exchanged a look and took the initiative to walk up and greet the clone, while the others just left. Zhang Chen sensed the movement and quickly transferred his consciousness to the clone. Zhang Chen, clone, looked at the two girls. One was wearing denim shorts, her legs long and straight, with a white t-shirt, a small heart pattern printed on her right chest. She wore grayish-white shoes, with half of her clean socks visible at the pant cuffs, radiating an unexpected vitality. The other girl wore black-framed glasses, a teardrop-shaped beauty mark under her eye added an extra sense of quiet elegance. She wore loose casual clothes that hid her figure completely. The two girls' gazes fell on Zhang Chen, their eyes bright like they were soaking in light. Zhang Chen also looked at the two, but his alarm bells went off in his mind. There was no other reason. These two girls were dressed too clean, standing out like they came from another world in this environment. He tightened his grip on the long knife that the clone had found somewhere, his knuckles turning white, his posture cold and defensive. It was as if he would strike without hesitation at the slightest movement from them, even if the other party were two seemingly harmless girls. "Did you awaken a sequence ability?" The girl in denim shorts spoke first, her voice crisp but with a hint of probing. Zhang Chen's gaze sharpened, looking warily at the two girls. Since they knew about the sequence, they were likely sequence users themselves. Seeing Zhang Chen remain silent, his expression growing colder, the girl in denim shorts quickly waved her hands to explain. "Don't misunderstand. We mean no harm." She paused for a moment, her tone softening. "We just happened to pass by. I came over because you seem a bit special." Zhang Chen's tense nerves relaxed a little, but he still remained on guard. "What are you doing here?" The girl's eyes dimmed for a moment, and she sighed lightly. "We were planning to stay here temporarily and gather supplies, but not long ago, Tianhai City was also designated as a high-risk area, and the authorities issued an evacuation warning." Hearing the girl's answer, Zhang Chen's heart stirred. This might be his opportunity to leave. But he still nodded and glanced casually at the girl wearing glasses. The way she stood quietly there made his heart skip a beat. The two girls leaned in and whispered to each other. The one in casual clothes gently poked the girl in shorts in the side. The latter then raised her head. With an expectant tone she said, "We came here to invite you to join our team." Zhang Chen smiled inside at the girl's words. It was like a pillow arriving when he was sleepy. But when the girl saw Zhang Chen didn't respond, she thought he was unwilling and quickly added, "Our team has 7 sequence members. Sequence members get priority in resource distribution, and the regular people in the team who haven't awakened their abilities." Her voice trailed off, and her cheeks flushed slightly. The meaning left unsaid was already clear. Zhang Chen understood the implication in her words but still cautiously asked, "How long do you plan to stay here?" "We're leaving this afternoon," the girl said, her gaze fixed on him, waiting for a response. Zhang Chen thought for a moment, realizing it was time to leave, and finally nodded. "All right, I agree." The two girls immediately exchanged smiles, their eyes full of joy. "Welcome to join us." The girl in short smiled brightly and introduced herself. "I'm Xiao Xiao, and this is my sister Nuonyuo." "I'm Zhang Chen." After a brief conversation, they decided to head to Zhang Chen's place together. Xiao Xiao took out a phone from her small bag, and her fingers quickly swiped across the screen, clearly communicating with the group that had just left. Zhang Chen walked to their vehicle and was stunned. They were driving a Lamborghini with sleek lines, and it only had 2 seats. He mumbled to himself, "How do I sit?" The two girls heard Zhang Chen's mumble. Xiao Xiao shrugged and pointed to the roof of the car. "You'll have to make do with the roof." Then, a rather funny scene unfolded. A Lamborghini sped through the wind, with Zhang Chen awkwardly lying on the roof. Since they hadn't gone far before the split, the three of them arrived at the building downstairs in just over half an hour. The car stopped, and Zhang Chen nimbly jumped off the roof. Xiao Xiao and Nuonyuo also got out of the car. With a glance, they immediately saw over 20 human corpses downstairs, their postures twisted and clearly dead for a while. Their faces changed slightly. Although the situation was odd, the fatal wounds were clearly caused by humans. The two exchanged glances, and their eyes on Zhang Chen instantly grew more cautious. They subconsciously took a step back. Seeing their reaction, Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh dryly. Fearing a misunderstanding, he quickly explained. "Don't worry, a strange creature with rules appeared downstairs a few days ago, and it controlled these people. I just helped them get released." Zhang Chen helplessly spread his palms, indicating the corpses. "You managed to deal with a strange creature with rules." Nuonyuo examined the corpses and looked at Zhang Chen, her face filled with disbelief. Xiao Xiao also stared at him with wide eyes, full of curiosity. "It was just a newly born strange creature," Zhang Chen explained casually. Nuonyuo didn't respond. Her sequence ability was combat-based, and she knew exactly how difficult strange creatures were to deal with, especially those with rules. They were like a nightmare. The three of them exchanged pleasantries, didn't linger downstairs, and headed straight to Zhang Chen's place. Zhang Chen stopped the two girls from entering the house. "You shouldn't go in, it's too messy in there. I'll be out soon." After saying that, he quickly walked into the room and began moving out the neatly organized supplies, one by one. The two women saw the piles of supplies stacked like small mountains, especially a few conspicuous boxes of drinks and food, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. "Zhang Chen, you actually have so many supplies." Xiao Xiao stared at a can of soda that rolled out, her throat instinctively moving. Nuo looked at her younger sister, who seemed so inexperienced, and her cheeks flushed slightly. It's not that they genuinely hadn't seen the world. Before the apocalypse, their family was quite prominent. However, the experiences of this time had made them aware of how rare supplies had become. Chapter 8, Getting the Key. What's wrong? Is your team lacking supplies? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Xiao Xiao still holding the can of soda. Then he turned around, opened the fridge door, and saw a few bottles of soda inside. He casually took out 2 bottles and handed them over. The two women took the soda. Xiao Xiao couldn't bother with any manners, eagerly twisting off the bottle cap and gulping it down. She looked like she had been thirsty for 3 days, finishing the entire bottle in one go. She let out a long, contented sigh, gently rubbing her belly that was slightly bulging from the soda, and without caring, let out a loud burp. In contrast, Nuo, as the older sister, was more reserved. She only took small sips of soda and softly explained. "We are indeed very short on supplies. Our team has more than 100 people, searching is not easy. This is the first time we've been able to replenish decent supplies." She sighed slightly as she spoke. Zhang Chen nodded lightly, not asking more. "I have some food that I can't take with me, you can take whatever you need." He gestured towards the kitchen. After all, it would just be wasteful to leave it behind. "Really? Zhang Chen, you're so nice." Xiao Xiao's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights, almost bouncing with excitement. As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed into the kitchen like a gust of wind, quickly rummaging through the cabinets as if she were a mouse in a grain bin. She seemed ready to empty the entire cupboard. Nuo also quickly cast a grateful smile at Zhang Chen and hurried in after her. In the kitchen, sounds of rummaging and low exclamations filled the air as the two women stuffed every can and dry goods they could find into their bags. Zhang Chen watched their busy figures and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, he remembered Li Curson upstairs. I should go ask her, he thought, greeting the two women and heading upstairs. He and Li Curson had added each other on the Earth number, but she hadn't been in touch for a while. Standing in front of Li Curson's door, he raised his hand and gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed in the empty hallway, but no one answered. He knocked harder a few more times, but it remained silent. Helpless, Zhang Chen had to go back downstairs. Could it be that she's run out of supplies and gone out to look for food? He glanced at his pile of supplies, mumbling to himself. He casually picked up a few bags of instant noodles and a bag of rice that the two women hadn't finished packing, then headed upstairs again, gently placing them in front of Li Curson's closed door. After doing this, he felt a bit lighter in his heart. That girl was all alone, every little bit helped. When he returned to his place, the two women were already packed up. The three of them worked together to move the supplies downstairs. Downstairs, they spent considerable time tying the mountain of supplies securely to the narrow roof of the Lamborghini with ropes. They checked repeatedly to ensure nothing would fall apart along the way. Zhang Chen dusted off his hands and turned to the two women. I'm planning to go to the 4S shop to see if I can get a practical car. As soon as Xiao Xiao heard this, her eyes sparkled. I want to go too. I've wanted to get rid of this flashy but useless thing for a long time. Nuo nodded in agreement from the side. This car makes too much noise, it really should be replaced. Zhang Chen wholeheartedly agreed. This sports car made such a racket when starting up. It was simply an invitation to the bazaar. No one knew how these two sisters had managed to survive for so long. He set the navigation on Xiao Xiao's phone and then, resigned and somewhat clumsily, climbed up to lie on the roof of the car. The two women waited for Zhang Chen to secure himself before they ignited the engine. The engine roared to life with a deep and furious rumble, and the Lamborghini shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. On the rooftop, Li Curson watched as Zhang Chen and the others left, her eyes full of complexity. The scenery outside blurred rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, the car came to a sudden stop, steady at the entrance of the 4S shop. Xiao Xiao and Nuo cautiously surveyed their surroundings, surprisingly finding no unusual traces. Their tense nerves relaxed a bit. Meanwhile, in the finance room, Zhang Chen's real body slowly opened his eyes, fully returning to consciousness. He adjusted the hem of his clothes and walked out of the finance room in a calm manner, heading straight towards the direction of Xiao Xiao, Nuo, and his clone. The two sides met directly in the center of the showroom. The two women saw two identical Zhang Chens walking towards them, both stunned, exchanging surprised glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Then they both looked at the Zhang Chen who had just come down from the roof, as if trying to find a flaw in his face. You are twins? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but speak first, her gaze darting quickly between the two Zhang Chens, her tone full of uncertainty and wonder. Nuo also stared intently at Zhang Chen, the real one, although she didn't speak, her slightly parted lips and probing gaze clearly revealed her shock. Zhang Chen, the real one, smiled calmly, meeting their inquisitive eyes and said, "Don't be nervous. The one next to you is actually my clone." He raised his hand to point at the clone, then pointed at himself. "The one standing in front of you is the real body." His tone was relaxed and natural. "A clone? Your sequence ability is actually cloning. How amazing." Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as she quickly reached out her finger and poked the clone's arm. The warmth and firmness she felt under her fingertips were indistinguishable from a real person, and she couldn't help but let out a low gasp. Her gaze flitted back and forth between the real body and the clone, as if looking at some rare treasure. Nuo, although not as forward as Xiao Xiao, had her eyes slightly widened and her lips pressed tightly, clearly expressing her inner astonishment. Not long ago, she had personally watched this clone expertly deal with an eerie being. Such skills were far from illusory. "Alright, we'll talk more about this later." Zhang Chen, the real one, looked around the empty showroom, his tone turning serious. "This place is not suitable for a long stay." Saying this, he turned first, leading Xiao Xiao, Nuo, and the clone quickly towards the stubborn safe in the finance room. "We searched almost everywhere in the shop, the key is nowhere to be found, leaving only this iron lump." Zhang Chen pointed at the safe, looking at the two women with a furrowed brow. "Do you have a way to open it?" Xiao Xiao said nothing, just tilted her chin toward Nuo. Nuo understood and stepped forward, her fair, slender hand gently rested on the cold safe door, her red lips slightly parted as she uttered a clear syllable, "Break." Click. With a soft sound, the heavy metal door was pushed open as if by an invisible force, sliding aside without obstruction to reveal several car keys lying quietly inside. Zhang Chen stared wide-eyed, taking a long moment to regain his voice. "How did you open this? This ability is simply incredible." Chapter 9, Reunite with the main force. Zhang Chen snapped back to reality from his shock, his gaze falling on the safe. Inside, a pile of keys lay strewn about, and Zhang Chen pulled them out. When he saw the familiar key for the Land Rover, a look of relief finally spread across his face. Xiao Xiao and Nuo huddled together, their heads leaning close, whispering together. Their eyes flickered back and forth between several cars in the garage, finally settling on an SUV Audi. As the group walked towards the chosen car, Nuo casually noticed Zhang Chen's slightly awkward state. Nuo looked at Zhang Chen with her big eyes, full of confusion. "Zhang Chen, do you have something else to do?" Zhang Chen smiled awkwardly. "Actually, I can't drive." After saying this, he shyly touched his forehead, trying to hide his embarrassment. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xiao Xiao was first stunned, then burst out laughing. "Ah, Zhang Chen, you actually can't drive." Zhang Chen looked at Xiao Xiao, and a few dark lines instantly appeared on his forehead. "I just turned 18, I haven't had the chance to get a license yet." Zhang Chen initially thought about trying it himself. After all, he had never eaten pork, but had he never seen a pig run? But now thinking about it, if these two girls could drive, it would be much easier for him. Xiao Xiao glanced at him, her tone filled with suspicion. "Just you? 28 would be more like it." Alright. Nuo quickly interrupted her sister's teasing. The two girls discussed for a long time, finally deciding Xiao Xiao would take Zhang Chen's doppelganger, and Nuo would take the real Zhang Chen. Finally, the group nimbly stuffed supplies into their respective vehicles, then quickly started the engines, driving away in the newly acquired off-roader. The wheels rolled over shattered glass, leaving only the roar of the engine. The sun was rapidly sinking towards the western horizon, painting the abandoned city with a layer of yellowish hue. Perhaps the tension eased a bit, or perhaps to break the usual silence of traveling in the apocalypse, Nuo turned her head, looking at Zhang Chen in the passenger seat. "Zhang Chen," her voice sounded very light in the car, "what can your sequence do?" She asked directly, with a hint of subtle probing. Zhang Chen's gaze drifted past the desolate street scene outside the window, his tone flat. "Just like what you saw, I usually use it to hunt the strange." He clearly held something back, not revealing everything. After a pause, Zhang Chen countered, "What about you?" Nuo smiled slightly, clearly amused by Zhang Chen's answer. "The sequence Dawn. You saw it too, it possesses some special destructive power." Zhang Chen nodded. The two briefly locked eyes before quickly looking away. The vehicle sped down the empty streets. Thanks to the post-disaster silence, there were almost no obstacles in the way. Just over an hour later, the distorted skyline of the city was completely left behind, replaced by the haunting wilderness of the suburbs. When the headlights illuminated the outlines of familiar vehicles forming a temporary camp, the sky was completely dark. The beam of the headlights immediately drew the alertness of the group. Several figures quickly melted into the darkness. Until the car came to a stop, Xiao Xiao and Nua Nua opened the car doors and got out. "It's Sister Xiao Xiao and Sister Nua Nua," a young voice called out with surprise. The tense atmosphere instantly broke. By the campfire, a tough-looking middle-aged man suddenly stood up, his face full of a relieved smile as he stepped forward, his voice loud and filled with genuine concern. "Good. Good. It's great that you're back. Nua Nua, Xiao Xiao, did you encounter any trouble?" Behind him, 2 men and 2 women also gathered around, their faces showing familiar concern for their companions, nodding and greeting one another. Finally, the man called Old Mo looked at Zhang Chen, his gaze sharp yet not aggressive, revealing a hearty smile as he extended his hand. "This must be the new member of the sequence, right? I'm the captain of this team, you can call me Old Mo." Zhang Chen could clearly feel several gazes gathering on him, some curious, some probing. He even noticed a young man, about his age, giving him a sense of hostility. Zhang Chen extended his hand and shook hands with Old Mo, his tone was neither humble nor arrogant. "Zhang Chen. Brother Zhang Chen, welcome." Old Mo's voice was loud. This time, Xiao Xiao and Nuonuo have made great contributions. With one more sequencer, we have one more chance of hope. The team members behind him also smiled, and the atmosphere relaxed a bit more than before. A capable-looking woman with a short ponytail spoke up, "Old Mo is right, welcome to join us. I am Lin Wei, in charge of logistics." She pointed at a slightly chubby man nearby who was rubbing his hands. "That is Old Zhao, the mechanic in our team." Old Zhao smiled foolishly. "And me. My name is Xiaofeng." The boy who had just gasped in surprise pushed forward, his face full of excitement. "Brother Chen, what type of sequencer are you? A combat type? Are you as strong as Sister Nuonuo?" The boy's straightforwardness made the atmosphere a bit livelier. Xiao Xiao stood to the side, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth, not speaking, seemingly waiting to see how Zhang Chen would respond. Nuonuo gently patted Xiaofeng's head. "You talk too much. The person just arrived, and you already want to probe their sequencer ability." The man behind Xiaofeng squinted at this scene. "I am Qin Fan." Zhang Chen found it strange that Qin Fan, who had just introduced himself, left quickly. The hostility from earlier had come from this man. Thinking back, he hadn't offended him upon arriving. He turned to look at Nuonuo. Could it be that Nuonuo was jealous because they shared the same vehicle? Old Mo ignored the departing Qin Fan and said to the others, "Today's harvest is good. We took down a second-level weird creature at the pharmacy and got a lot of medical supplies. Xiao Xiao, Nuonuo, you two should go find Lin Wei to collect them." As for Brother Zhang Chen, Old Mo paused, then continued, "Brother Zhang Chen joined us later this time and does not have distribution rights, but if your supplies are insufficient, you can come to find me." Zhang Chen nodded. He did not care about being able to distribute supplies. After all, his vehicle had enough supplies to last over a month. However, he caught wind of some news. They had taken down a second-level weird creature at the pharmacy. Could it possibly be the one he encountered earlier? Zhang Chen didn't ask more questions. Eventually, everyone left, and Zhang Chen did not set up a tent, intending to rest in the vehicle tonight. Fortunately, the Land Rover had enough space. He could recline the seats to rest comfortably. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen's doppelganger was also busy. After coming out of Xiao Xiao's vehicle, he sent it out to hunt down weird creatures. After all, the doppelganger was about to reach the time for reconsolidation. Zhang Chen was unwilling to waste a chance to become stronger. Chapter 10, Terrifying Weird Beasts. Zhang Chen lay in the driver's seat of the Land Rover, his gaze sweeping over the spacious back seats. An uncontrollable thought emerged. "Next time I get the chance, I must remove the rear seats and put in a small bed. This space is enough to make a mobile little nest." In a post-apocalyptic world, a place to lie down and sleep was definitely a luxury. This thought slightly relaxed his tense nerves. Lost in thought, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with skill. The spicy smoke surged into his lungs, bringing a moment of illusory peace. He leaned back in his seat, squinting his eyes, letting the nicotine soothe his tired nerves. At that moment, knock knock knock, a few clear knocking sounds abruptly echoed, tapping against the window next to the driver's seat. Zhang Chen instantly opened his eyes, his body tensed instinctively, his hand holding the cigarette froze in midair. He turned his head cautiously, using the dim light from the dashboard to see the face close to the window. It was Xiao Xiao. He pressed the window button, and the glass slowly lowered. The cool night breeze rushed in immediately, carrying the unique dust scent of the wilderness. Xiao Xiao stood outside the car door with her hands on her hips, slightly tilting her head. Those bright big eyes, which still seemed luminous in the night, were full of undisguised curiosity, carefully observing Zhang Chen from top to bottom, as if trying to find something on his face. "Zhang Chen," her voice was not loud, but clearly entered the car. "Where's your clone? Where did it run off to?" Zhang Chen's heart jumped. He didn't expect her to ask that question. He maintained a calm expression, took a deep breath of smoke, and slowly exhaled, letting the smoke blur the vision between them. "It's on alert. This place is remote, having an extra layer of protection can't be wrong. Is something up?" Xiao Xiao nodded, seemingly accepting his explanation, or perhaps not intending to probe deeper for now. Well, old Mo asked me to tell you. Her tone became serious, all our phone signals just completely cut off. Hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately took out his phone from his pocket. The screen lit up, and only a glaring, tiny cross remained in the signal bar. He tried to refresh it, the loading icon on the web page spun uselessly, ultimately returning to silence. Sure enough. Zhang Chen silently thought, this day has finally come, much faster than he expected. The complete severance of communication meant that this group of survivors would truly become an island floating in the sea of doom. He flicked the burnt-out cigarette butt out of the window, and a small red light traced a brief arc in the darkness before extinguishing. He turned to Xiao Xiao outside the car window and nodded, okay, I understand. Xiao Xiao looked at his slightly serious profile, then glanced at the empty back seat of the car, wrinkling her delicate nose in confusion. So tonight, you're planning to just stay in this metal shell? Zhang Chen's answer was very straightforward as his gaze swept around the dim campsite. Sleeping in the car feels safer. Just in case something stirs, it's easier to escape. His tone carried an almost instinctive vigilance. Xiao Xiao was amused by his overly serious demeanor, her laughter sounding particularly crisp in the silent night. Hey, Zhang Chen, why do you have to live so steadily? She pronounced steadily with a bit of weight, clearly teasing him. Zhang Chen turned his head, looking directly into Xiao Xiao's still bright eyes in the night. The faint light inside and outside the car outlined his distinctly defined jawline. His voice was low, but there was an undeniable seriousness in it. After all, life is only one. These words fell like a stone, gently thrown into the night, creating ripples in Xiao Xiao's heart, causing her smile to fade slightly. All right, then you should rest early. Xiao Xiao chatted with Zhang Chen for a bit before leaving. After Xiao Xiao left, Zhang Chen transferred his consciousness to his clone. Vision switched. The clone's senses flooded into his mind. It was no longer the cramped space inside the car or the embers of the campfire, but instead a dead silent forest shrouded in the darkest moments before dawn. Tall trees were left with twisted branches, like dead claws reaching for the sky, casting grotesque shadows under the dim starlight. The ground was covered with thick, decaying leaves that crunched softly underfoot, creating a haunting sound that felt particularly piercing in this excessive silence. The air was thick with the smell of humus and a kind of indescribable emptiness, as if the very air itself had solidified. The clone became a gray shadow blending into the night, moving through the forest at a speed far exceeding human limits. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Zhang Chen's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Something's wrong. Way too wrong. This forest was horrifyingly quiet. The key was that not even a single anomalous creature had been discovered. Could it be that this area was cleared by a powerful being? An ominous thought sprang into Zhang Chen's mind. Only a high-level anomaly's territory awareness or some overwhelming power. Only the strongest power can disperse or devour all low-level anomalies, forming this unusual vacuum zone. Just when Zhang Chen was filled with doubts, even considering whether to order his clone to retreat. Buzz. A faint yet sudden wave of intense tremors surged through the clone, like a stone thrown into still water, suddenly emanating from deeper within the mountains and forests. That wave was not the usual eerie coldness and evil. Instead, it carried a heavy, viscous presence that seemed to devour all light, pure darkness. Zhang Chen dared not linger, controlling the clone to run wildly towards the direction away from the wave. However, that dense, viscous wave of darkness, as if a maggot in the bones, firmly locked onto the clone. No matter how the clone changed direction, weaving through the forest at an unimaginable speed, that locked feeling of heart-pounding didn't weaken. Instead, it seemed to follow like a shadow, even, getting closer and closer. It was not a physical chase but rather an anchoring on a spiritual and spatial level, making Zhang Chen feel as if he were trapped in an invisible, sticky spider web, struggling only to tighten the bindings in vain. Can't shake it off? Zhang Chen's main body tensed up instantly in the Land Rover, cold sweat soaking his back. The strangeness and strength of this force far exceeded his estimates. Passive escape would only exhaust the clone's precious energy and time, ultimately leading to being devoured. In despair, a ruthless determination surged from his heart. Damn it! Zhang Chen roared silently in his mind, I'm not running. I want to see what the hell this thing is. He suddenly commanded the clone to stop, no longer fleeing, but instead raised his perception to the limit, energizing his clone's core for a desperate fight. That heart-pounding wave suddenly intensified, like a dark tide crashing in. Ahead in the depths of the thick forest, the space seemed to twist slightly. Heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by the merciless crunch of withered branches and fallen leaves. A massive silhouette slowly stepped out from the dense, impenetrable shadow. What came into the clone's view was indeed the outline of an enormous feline creature, measuring over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulders. It had a robust body like a tiger, strong limbs, and a long tail like a steel whip. However, this was only the foundation of its form. Its fur was not the usual orange-black stripes, but a strange substance that seemed to be made of solidified, flowing shadows. Deep black, like the purest ink, flowed and undulated across its surface, as if alive. In the gaps of that shadowy fur, what occasionally emerged below was not flesh and blood but something even deeper, a void that seemed to devour perception itself. This colossal beast's body appeared to be made of pure dark energy and some sort of void substance. Most chilling were its eyes, no pupils, no whites, only two burning orbs, dark red flames that seemed to lead to the depths of hell. Chapter 11, Escape. Zhang Chen saw the terrifying giant beast exuding an aura of annihilation through the clone's vision, and his heart shocked violently. Intense fear and regret instantly seized him. He had been too impulsive, this was simply beyond his ability to deal with. And the beast's dark red abyssal eyes locked onto the clone as if it had discovered an extremely rare treasure. Its massive head slightly leaned forward, and its abyssal mouth suddenly opened wide. Buzz! An irresistible, space-warping terror suck suddenly erupted. Zhang Chen's clone was like a leaf thrown into a whirlpool, with no chance to struggle, instantly swallowed by that pure dark giant mouth. The connection between the clone and the main body was brutally and completely severed the instant it came into contact with that mouth of annihilation. Far away, several kilometers away, Zhang Chen's face turned pale as paper. That thing was terrifyingly powerful, and before he could catch his breath, a chilling, soul-freezing sense of death poured over him like a bucket of icy water. That thing is actually chasing me. Zhang Chen's cold sweat instantly burst out, his hair standing on end. Zhang Chen distinctly sensed that terrifying existence, which carried an aura of annihilation, did not feel satisfied after devouring his clone. Instead, it tracked back to Zhang Chen's true self. With a speed beyond imagination, it tore through the barriers of space, racing towards the camp, specifically, towards Zhang Chen's true location. Run! We must escape immediately. The instinct to survive forced Zhang Chen to calm down. He abruptly pushed open the car door and stumbled at full speed towards Lao Mo's tent. This incident started because of him. He could not flee alone. This was also the last shred of conscience he had in this apocalyptic world. Lao Mo was the captain, and he must inform him to organize everyone to evacuate immediately. Just as Zhang Chen was only a few steps away from the tent. Deep in Zhang Chen's heart, Lao Mo's voice echoed, or perhaps it was not just Zhang Chen who heard it. Lao Mo's voice, filled with horror and resolve, roared in everyone's minds like a broadcast. A strange attack is coming. Everyone abandon the camp. Immediately. Right now. Before the voice faded, Lao Mo's figure burst out of the tent like a cannonball. He didn't even glance at Zhang Chen, who was so close, his face showing unprecedented seriousness and urgency as he sprinted towards his modified off-road vehicle. The engine instantly let out a wild roar, the tires screeched against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and the car shot out like an arrow. He couldn't bother to pack anything up. Lao Mo's response was the clearest signal. The camp was instantly thrown into chaos. Hurry up and get in the car. Go, go, go. Don't grab anything. Shouts, the sound of engines starting, and car doors slamming merged into a chaotic chorus. Lin Wei, Lao Zhao, Xiaofeng, Qin Fan, and others reacted quickly, rushing to their vehicles without a moment's hesitation, desperately following in Lao Mo's tire tracks. Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned by Lao Mo's reckless escape, a flood of wild thoughts racing through his mind. That old fox. At that moment, a piercing screech sounded beside him. That familiar Audi Q7 made a sharp turn and parked steadily in front of him. The front passenger window was rolled down violently, revealing Xiao Zhao's anxious and pale face. She nearly screamed, Zhang Chen. Get in the car. What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting to die? The back door opened with a click, and Nua's urgent voice came through. Hurry. Zhang Chen looked at the open car door, then turned back to glance at his Land Rover. That thing was clearly coming for him, and he feared he would put these two sisters in danger. You all go first. Zhang Chen nearly shouted, his eyes filled with a reckless determination. Without any hesitation, he turned and burst forth with a speed beyond the ordinary, like a nimble cheetah, ignoring everything as he dashed towards his Land Rover. Zhang Chen's desperate leap towards the Land Rover made Xiao Xiao let out an incredulous scream, the sound piercing through the roaring engine of the Audi. Nua watched his retreating figure, her heart tightening. She knew Zhang Chen couldn't drive, and staying behind meant certain death. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed open the car door to let Xiao Xiao go first while she darted after Zhang Chen like a swift shadow. No matter how long they had been together, she could not let a companion face danger alone. Xiao Xiao saw her sister vanish into the chaos, her mind going blank, fear and worry crashing over her. But moments later, the instinct to survive kicked in, and she slammed the accelerator, the Audi's engine roaring as it surged into the unknown ahead. Zhang Chen slammed the car door open and lunged into the driver's seat, his heart racing, instinctively twisting the key in the ignition. The weak sound of the engine starting seemed both crucial and small amid the surrounding noise. At this moment, his mind was filled only with the thought of starting the car. Bang! The passenger door was violently pulled open. Nona was panting, her chest rising and falling violently, almost collapsing into the passenger seat while shouting, "Get in the passenger seat! Hurry! I'll drive!" Zhang Chen looked up and saw it was Nono, instantly understanding her intentions. In the face of life and death, there was no time for nonsense or sentiment. He almost rolled and crawled, swiftly flipping from the driver's seat to the passenger seat. Nono didn't even wait for Zhang Chen to completely settle in. Her hands had already grasped the steering wheel, her left foot forcefully pressing down on the clutch, while her right hand almost instinctively slammed it into first gear. Vroom boom. The Land Rover's engine let out a mighty roar. At the same time, a tangible and thick horror pressure surged like a tsunami from the forest. The ground began to tremble slightly. The tents at the edge of the camp were torn apart like dust by an invisible giant hand, turning instantly to powder. That terrifying giant beast, composed entirely of pure darkness and void, descended with an aura that seemed to annihilate all. Its dark red abyssal eyes instantly locked onto the Land Rover, which had just started and had yet to break free from the camp. Under Nono's control, the Land Rover was like a steel beast, the engine erupting with a deafening roar, the powerful thrust pressing both of them hard into their seats. The tires gripped the ground madly, kicking up clouds of dust and gravel. The car suddenly shot out like an arrow. Almost at the same moment, a destructive shockwave accurately smashed into the position where the Land Rover had just stopped half a second ago. The earth trembled violently, leaving a blackened pit several meters in diameter. The massive body didn't even come to a complete stop, its dark red abyssal eyes fiercely locking onto Zhang Chen, who was speeding ahead. "It's chasing us." Zhang Chen's heartbeat was almost bursting from his chest. He stared intently at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, its immense body crashed through dead trees as thick as a bull, shattering them like straw, the distance between them rapidly closing under its terrifying power that ignored the terrain. Both of their nerves were stretched to the limit. Nono didn't dare to slow down even for a moment. The Land Rover groaned painfully amidst violent jolts. The body scraped past sharp rocks countless times. They drove the Land Rover, constantly overtaking other teammate vehicles that were also running for their lives. Every overtaking came with the terrifying sight in the rearview mirror: that gigantic beast recklessly crashed through or directly stomped on the vehicles blocking its chase. Those overtaken cars, along with the despairing figures inside, were instantly devoured by that pure force of annihilation, becoming nothing, the beast's nourishment. Chapter 12, Safety. Zhang Chen had no time to ponder why the beast was relentlessly pursuing him. His only thought was to shake off the shadow of destruction behind. In the distance, an Audi Q7 was bumpily speeding across the wilderness. Xiao was in the car ahead. But the performance gap was evident. The distance between the two cars was shrinking bit by bit. In at most a minute, they would overtake her. And with the beast's speed and its direct path of destruction, once they overtook her, Xiao would be utterly doomed. Zhang Chen glanced at the dashboard. 12:07. A lightning-like thought flashed in Zhang Chen's mind: the clone could be solidified. Use today's clone as bait? This thought spread through his mind like wildfire. Perhaps it was the only way to divert the beast. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, a glimmer suddenly appeared in the back seat, and a figure identical to him materialized out of thin air. Nono caught a glimpse of someone in the back seat from the rearview mirror, and her hands on the steering wheel tightened suddenly, the knuckles turning white with a strength that hid the torment known only to her. Overtake the Audi ahead. The younger sister would be exposed in the eyes of the giant beast. If not, both she and Zhang Chen would eventually be caught. But at this moment, the car was speeding terrifyingly, and any distraction could lead to a crash. She could only grit her teeth and swallow the torment in her heart, firmly staring at the road ahead. Zhang Chen's gaze was sharp. He had already noticed that Nuanua was struggling through a painful battle within herself. Zhang Chen did not explain. With a thought, his duplicate jumped off the car. The wild wind instantly surged into the cabin, using the speed of the car to leap out, rolling in the gravel by the roadside, and then diving headfirst into the dense forest nearby, desperately running deeper. Its purpose of existence was to serve as a conspicuous target, buying time for the main body. Almost simultaneously, the gigantic beast behind came to a sudden halt. In its fiery giant eye, greed and confusion flickered. The target signal it locked onto had changed from 1 to 2. But the newly appeared signal source had pure energy, the very kind it had devoured not long ago, a lethal temptation to it. And just not far away in the forest, it was much easier than chasing the target in the steel shell. The beast let out a low growl, abruptly turning its head towards the forest, its forelegs pushing through trees and rocks, abandoning the Land Rover to plunge into the dense woods. In the car, the moment the duplicate rushed into the forest, Zhang Chen suddenly felt the oppressive sensation at the back of his neck vanish completely. His whole body felt light. He slumped back in his seat, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat, gasping for air, each breath filled with the relief of having survived. We temporarily shook it off," he said, looking at Nuanua beside him, her face pale, hands still gripping the steering wheel tightly, his voice hoarse like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Nuanua's tense shoulders suddenly slumped. She quickly glanced at the rearview mirror to see the departing beast, then looked at Zhang Chen, her Adam's apple moving slightly. "You used your duplicate to draw that thing away?" "Yeah," Zhang Chen sighed deeply, still haunted by fear. "I don't know if it will still chase us." "What on earth was that thing?" Nuanua's voice trembled, beads of sweat glittering on her forehead sliding down her cheek. I am not sure. I really owe you one this time. Zhang Chen gazed at Nua, who was focused on driving. A wave of indescribable gratitude surged in his heart. If it were not for Nua braving the danger to take over the steering wheel, he would have probably already fallen into the mouth of that beast. Nua took a deep breath. Her fingers, now pale, skillfully turned the steering wheel halfway, and the car still sped steadily along the road. I should be the one to say thank you. If just now. Her words trailed off, but both understood the unspoken meaning. As the elder sister, Nua had resolutely chosen to forego overtaking the Audi ahead for the sake of her sister's safety. Fortunately, Zhang Chen timely used his duplicate to draw away the beast, otherwise, it would have been hard for any of the three of them to escape unscathed. Zhang Chen shook his head, not saying anything more. In the forest, Zhang Chen's duplicate was stumbling and running wildly among the trees. The presence of a living being not only attracted the giant beast but also startled several lurking strange beasts. They roared and lunged, but moments later, they abruptly stopped. Booming! A terrifying pressure swept in like a tsunami. Towering ancient trees were pushed down effortlessly. The strange beasts were instantly submerged in fear, screaming and scattering, not even bothering about the duplicate anymore. The giant beast's enormous eye did not even glance at those fleeing little creatures. Its only target was the duplicate radiating pure energy. Its mouth opened wide, distorting space. The annihilation pull erupted, and the duplicate vanished like dust swallowed by a black hole. After devouring the duplicate, the giant beast let out a satisfied low rumble, but its gaze quickly turned to the direction Zhang Chen was fleeing, clearly still hungry. However, after staring in that direction for a few seconds, it let out a hesitant low growl from its throat. Something faintly transmitted from ahead caused a low-frequency vibration that instinctively made it wary. Like a more powerful existence declaring its territory. Eventually, it shook its head and turned to charge deep into the forest. The crowd waiting temporarily by the roadside was enveloped in anxious silence. They haven't come back yet? Lin Wei's voice rang out, slightly trembling. She unconsciously bit her lip, her gaze repeatedly darting toward the unsettling darkness, feeling her mouth dry, even forgetting to drink the unopened bottle of mineral water in her hand. Damn it! It's all Zhang Chen's fault. Xin Fan suddenly erupted, kicking hard at a small pile of dirt nearby, the rising dust seeming to manifest his anger. Why, the moment he arrives, we're targeted by this damn thing. He cursed at the empty roadside, his face filled with resentment. Enough! Old Mo's voice was not loud, but it was like a piece of cold iron, carrying undeniable weight and hardness. He continued to look into the distance, as if he could sense something through the great distance. Xin Fan was choked by these words, his facial muscles twitched a few times, and ultimately all his discontent turned into a cold snort. He angrily opened the car door and jumped inside, slamming the door hard to express his protest. Everyone present knew that this was not Zhang Chen's fault at all. In the wilderness, being targeted by incomprehensible strange entities was a common occurrence, but this time, the opponent far exceeded their capabilities, and this sense of powerlessness only fueled their fear and resentment. Old Mo retracted his distant gaze, sweeping across the faces of everyone filled with worry and fatigue, and added in a deep voice, as if stating a confirmed fact, "They're fine, they'll be here soon." These words were like a slightly hot reassurance, barely suppressing everyone's rising unease. Not to mention Zhang Chen, the two sisters were the beloved members of their team. No one wanted anything to happen to them. After a long wait, at the end of the road, two swaying beams of light suddenly pierced through the darkness. Following that, the roar of the engine grew louder, coming closer. A car burst out from the darkness first, followed closely by another one. Chapter 13, Conflict. The three of them got out of the car, and as soon as their feet touched the ground, Old Mo hurriedly welcomed them. Nua, Xiao, brother Zhang Chen. His voice was steady but carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. Old Mo's gaze quickly swept over the three of them, and seeing that although they looked disheveled, they were unharmed, the taut line of his jaw relaxed slightly, and he solemnly asked, "You're back, are you injured?" The three shook their heads in unison. Old Mo nodded, his face showing signs of deep fatigue. "I can sense that the strange presence is moving away in the opposite direction. We are temporarily safe." Long-term use of the sequence ability had added a hint of weariness to Old Mo's expression. Everyone else sighed in relief upon hearing his words. On the way back, Zhang Chen also learned from Nua about Old Mo's ability, Sequence Connector. It not only allowed direct communication with people's minds but also enabled him to keenly sense the strange presence around them. Because of this, the entire team dared to camp and rest in such a wilderness. But all of this came with limitations. For instance, mind-to-mind communication was much easier with ordinary people, but if it were with sequence users, having Old Mo use it with 8 sequence users at once was still somewhat demanding, not to mention there were over 100 survivors. And sensing strangeness, this range could only perceive strange presences within about 20 kilometers nearby. Oh no, my strange materials, and my supplies. The plump old Zhao suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing then the most important things he had. I had just put the remaining stuff in the tent when that damn thing showed up. Lin Wei tiredly rubbed her forehead, glancing at old Zhao, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. What time is it, and you're still thinking about those things? Surviving is better than anything. Yes, Uncle Zhao, our casualties today are too great. Xiao Feng's voice was low and hoarse, like a stone thrown into still water, stirring heavy and oppressive ripples in everyone's hearts. The crowd fell silent, an invisible weight pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Originally, this team, along with Zhang Chen, comprised 8 people and over 100 compatriots, but now, half of the living had been directly lost. Zhang Chen listened to the lamentations around him, yet his heart was oddly calm, not stirring at all. For him, strange death was merely a cold number. Even if the deaths of these people were somewhat related to him, if it weren't for his good luck today, using his clone to divert the giant beast, both he and Nua would have faced disaster. Silence lingered in the crowd for a moment before it was finally broken by Old Mo's hoarse voice. Everyone, pull yourselves together. He scanned the crowd with his gaze. What we fought for in Tianhai City is still here. We haven't lost anything to eat or use. This is our capital to keep surviving. He paused, his voice heavy. As for the sacrificed brothers, that creature was incredibly strange and powerful, its speed far beyond expectations. Just escaping from something like this is already luck. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Wei, old Zhao, Xiaofeng, and others might not know how strong the encountered anomaly was, but seeing the usually calm captain react so strongly clearly indicated it was something they couldn't handle. Now, don't think too much, rest as much as you can. We'll talk about everything tomorrow. After hearing Old Mo's words, everyone dispersed with various expressions, returning to their own vehicles. After this ordeal, no one dared to set up tents to camp, so they could only awkwardly lie in their cars. At this moment, Zhang Chen was lying on the car seat, holding a slowly burning cigarette. Outside the car, the night was silent, with only the stifled sobs leaking from the vehicles nearby, slicing through the heavy air like a dull knife, but fortunately, the sounds weren't too many. He took a deep breath, extinguished the cigarette butt, and rolled up the window, isolating those annoying noises outside. Just as he adjusted his position to prepare to close his eyes. Bang! 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 The heavy sound of pounding on the window suddenly exploded, without warning, the force strong enough to nearly shatter the glass. This was not an ordinary knock, each strike was filled with raw anger that seemed to shake the car slightly. Zhang Chen's brow instantly tightened. Such anger, is it Xiao Xiao? Because she felt that not getting into her car had put her and Nua in danger, so now she's coming to find him for trouble? He quickly suppressed the flicker of impatience rising in his heart, took a deep breath, and his inner calm quickly returned. He asked himself if he had ever wronged her. If she really came to make a scene without reason, he certainly wouldn't be polite. Zhang Chen pressed the window button, and the glass slowly lowered, revealing not the expected Xiao Xiao, but Qin Fan, whom he had only met once. Qin Fan stared at him intently, the hostility in his eyes almost unmasked, as if looking at some enemy. His fists were tightly clenched, his tone as hard as a stone, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. Get out of the car. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback by his outright hostility, and his slight irritation turned into anger in an instant. He leaned back in his seat, not even changing his posture, just lifting his eyelids to coldly glance at the other party, his tone filled with unmasked sarcasm and rudeness. Who do you think you are? You think you can talk to me like this? Zhang Chen asked himself if he had ever offended him. Instead, this person had always looked down on him, thinking he was easy to bully. Qin Fan clearly didn't expect such a reaction from him. He was momentarily taken aback by those words, his anger freezing on his face. He hadn't thought that Zhang Chen would be so disrespectful to him. Very good. Qin Fan's eyes sharpened, and his whole being suddenly radiated a dangerous aura, clearly preparing to strike. Zhang Chen merely snorted, glancing at him sideways, his posture even more relaxed as he leaned back against the chair. Although he lacked powerful attack methods, he had killed several formidable creatures, so he was not someone a mere rancor could easily handle. Are you sure you want to make a move here? Zhang Chen's voice grew cold, intending to give Qin Fan another chance. After all, he had just joined this team and was concerned about making things difficult for the two sisters. Seeing Zhang Chen lie back down, Qin Fan thought he was afraid, and his arrogance swelled even more. He stepped forward, lowering his voice and said, Afraid? If you want me not to make a move, you have two choices. First, roll out of this team yourself, and don't let me see you again. Second, stay away from Xiao Xiao and Nua, they are mine. Zhang Chen was first taken aback by Qin Fan's self-righteous words, then like he heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This laughter was unrestrained, sounding particularly harsh in the silent night, filled with merciless mockery and disdain. Qin Fan was stunned at first by his laughter, and then his entire face quickly turned red. That laughter was like a bucket of oil, extinguishing his last shred of reason and igniting a blazing fury. You're seeking death. He could no longer contain himself, shouting violently, and suddenly leaned into the car window, wanting to drag Zhang Chen out of the car. Chapter 14 Rank, Son of the Night. Zhang Chen didn't give him the chance and abruptly sat up, violently pushing the car door open. Due to the inertia, Qin Fan was caught off guard and was directly thrown out of the car, landing on the ground. This instantly turned his face crimson. He immediately stood up, unhesitatingly activating his powers. Rank, Son of the Night, Night Affinity doubled his speed in the darkness. Night Soul could summon a night spirit to fight alongside him. I will make you pay for your actions, Qin Fan said fiercely. However, this sudden increase in speed was still inadequate in Zhang Chen's eyes. His ability, swiftness, was like an innate instinct, a passive skill that didn't need to be activated and was always in effect, far purer and more efficient than Qin Fan's actively initiated rank. Moreover, with countless battle experiences, a trace of disdain curled at the corner of Zhang Chen's lips. Facing the roaring night spirit and the speedily approaching Qin Fan, he didn't even bother to dodge. Just as the night spirit's claws were about to touch the corner of his clothes. Too slow. Before the voice faded, Zhang Chen's figure seemed no more than a slightly swaying shadow. His real body had effortlessly slid half a step aside at a speed beyond visual capture. That half step precisely allowed the roaring spirit to miss, its claws only tearing through the illusion he left behind. In the next second, Zhang Chen didn't directly attack Qin Fan, but instead leisurely appeared at Qin Fan's side. He even calmly raised a hand. At the moment when Qin Fan's pupils had no time to contract, a heavy slap landed fiercely on his face. Smack! A dull sound exploded. Zhang Chen's movements were so fast that the shadow of his slap hadn't even faded, yet it contained an overwhelming force. Qin Fan felt half of his face go numb instantly, followed by a burning pain. The power he had gathered was shattered by that slap, halting his momentum, and he nearly stumbled and fell. That feeling was like crashing headlong into a cold steel wall while sprinting at full speed, making his bones feel as if they were about to crack, leaving only a sense of suffocation and shock in his heart. Zhang Chen stood in place, as if he had never moved. At this moment, Qin Fan could no longer deny he was no match for Zhang Chen. He forced himself to stand up, fiercely shouting, "Zhang Chen, don't be too arrogant. Look clearly, this is the camp." Qin Fan was right, the commotion had already attracted a group of survivors. But when they realized it was two sequence fighters quarreling, not a single person dared to speak up to stop it. They just held their breath and watched from a distance. Not far away, inside Lao Mo's car. "Lao Mo, aren't you going to do something about them?" Lin Wei rolled down the window, looking at the two men who were ready to fight, her tone full of worry. Lao Mo shook his head, his gaze deep. It's time for that kid Qin Fan to learn a lesson, otherwise, he won't last long in this apocalypse with his personality. Hearing Qin Fan's words, Zhang Chen sneered, a clear disdain on his lips. A coward who bullies the weak. You sure know how to find an easy way out. This comment struck like a needle, making Qin Fan's face turn red as if it could bleed, hot and burning. But when he caught sight of Nua walking over, his heart tightened violently, and indescribable embarrassment and anger suddenly overwhelmed him. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the almost uncontrollable emotions, stiffening his back to try to salvage the last bit of his face in front of Nua. Zhang Chen. He raised his voice sharply, with a fake bravado, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Before he finished speaking, the aura around him once again gathered as he prepared to leap forward. Enough, Qin Fan. Nua's cold voice suddenly rang out, like a decree of mercy, instantly piercing through Qin Fan's nerves that were nearly drowned in embarrassment and anger. Qin Fan's heart jumped with joy. He heard the answer he desired, nearly moved to tears. Yes. Just like that. Quickly stop us. Nua, as long as you can hold him back, I swear. I will never dare to provoke Zhang Chen again. All his bluster turned into the truest regret at this moment, wishing for this conflict that had dragged his dignity to the ground to cease. But he suddenly froze, as if he had only just noticed Nua's presence. The next second, Qin Fan caught sight of Zhang Chen's gaze directed at him. That look held a trace of interest and mild surprise, causing his face to shift between pale and red, feeling utterly lost in embarrassment. He reluctantly took a deep breath, as if he had exhausted all his strength to suppress that humiliation, and stiffly dropped a line, "Humph, I'll let you off this time." With that, he hardly dared to linger, fearing that the other might immediately turn around, his back revealing an air of forced awkwardness. Zhang Chen, you're arguing with him, he's still a sequence fighter, no matter what. Nua urged, while reaching into her pocket to pull out a can of beef and hand it over. Zhang Chen nodded at her words. After all, he was just a new member and couldn't go too far. He curiously accepted the can of beef from Nua, his eyes filled with confusion. Nua's cheeks slightly flushed, her fingers subconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt, quietly explaining, I know you don't lack supplies, but this is a special gift from me and Xiao for you, to thank you for today. In the distance, inside the car, Qin Fan looked at the scene through the dust-covered window, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists tightly. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, the image of Nua handing the can to Zhang Chen, along with her awkward demeanor, felt like a thorn stabbing in his eye. Damn Zhang Chen. Qin Fan growled in his throat, if it weren't for you, all those things should have been mine. Rage shattered Qin Fan's reason. He raised his hand and slammed it on the steering wheel. A dull bang bang echoed in the car. After just a few strikes, the plastic shell cracked like spider webs, and with the final crisp sound, the steering wheel was smashed apart, fragments scattering on the ground. Damn it, even you give me a cold shoulder. Xin Fan glanced at the shattered steering wheel but ultimately didn't strike again. After all, finding old Zhao, this mechanic, to repair things will cost a great deal. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, his tone calm. I'll take the items, there's no need for thanks. Nua smiled and nodded, then you should rest early, I'll head back first. Zhang Chen nodded, and the two parted ways. Nua opened the car door and sat back in the passenger seat. Before she could shut the door tightly, Xiao Xiao's eager voice rang out. How did it go? Did he accept it? She leaned in, her eyes sparkling. Nua nodded, casually reclining the passenger seat back, her body lazily sinking in. Her stunning figure, usually hidden beneath casual clothes, now outlined a smooth and breathtaking curve against the soft seat. Yes, he accepted it, she replied softly, her tone a mix of relief. That's great. Xiao Xiao immediately beamed with joy, leaning heavily against the seat back as if she had just relieved a huge burden. Chapter 15, Distribution of Supplies. Time flew, and soon it was the next day. Zhang Chen opened his eyes, took out a cigarette from beside him, and slowly finished it. Then he took a bag of instant noodles from the trunk and quietly cooked it. At this time, many people had already begun to get out of their cars. Seeing Zhang Chen, they did not dare to greet him casually, as Zhang Chen was a sequence holder, and ordinary folks didn't know his temperament, fearing to offend him. But the looks they cast at Zhang Chen were filled with respect. After all, when facing the strange occurrences, they needed a sequence holder's protection. After Zhang Chen simply finished his breakfast and looked up, he happened to see Nua and Xiao Xiao walking over together. Xiao Xiao's outfit today was truly eye-catching, a grey jumpsuit highlighted her tall figure, and the short boots on her feet added a touch of sharpness and flair. Nua, on the other hand, continued with her relaxed style, appearing carefree and like a traveler ready to set off at any moment. Zhang Chen, Uncle Mo has notified us to attend a meeting, Xiao Xiao said. Zhang Chen looked at Nua and Xiao Xiao, nodded, and replied, got it. The three walked side by side toward Uncle Mo's vehicle. Uncle Mo and several others had already been waiting there. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, they all greeted him voluntarily, except for Xin Fan. He still felt a bit awkward, fully aware that the events of yesterday were visible to everyone around him. As soon as Zhang Chen and the others stood firm, Uncle Mo cleared his throat and got straight to the point. I called everyone here to discuss the upcoming hunt for the strange creatures. He scanned the crowd, lingering for a moment on Zhang Chen's face, his voice deepening. Within a 20-kilometer radius, we have confirmed that 3 strange creatures are active. We need to set up camp here for the next few days. Compared to the currently dangerous wilderness, the already fallen city was the real deadly trap. Strange creatures often arise in densely populated areas, while the wilderness mostly harbors simpler strange beasts. Generally speaking, strange beasts are much easier to deal with. Of course, that giant beast is the exception. For a moment, no one spoke, only the morning wind passed through the gaps between abandoned vehicles, making a faint wailing sound. Xin Fan kept his head down, as if he could feel Zhang Chen's gaze fleeting past him, which made his neck stiffen. In fact, he was overthinking. Zhang Chen hadn't looked at him again since he arrived, and the others skillfully avoided mentioning last night's events. I can sense that those 3 strange creatures are not too strong. Depending on the situation, we might be able to deal with them one by one. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up at these words, immediately asking, Uncle Mo, can you tell whether they are strange creatures or strange beasts? Uncle Mo shook his head. I can only vaguely sense the strength of their aura. I can't determine the specific types. Zhang Chen fell silent, his gaze downward, but his thoughts had already focused on those 3 strange creatures, hoping for a stroke of luck. The clone could solve them. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to become much stronger. So when do we set off? Lin Wei turned to look at old Mo, her tone filled with a hint of urgency. Old Mo shook his head, his expression calm. There's no need to rush. Those strange creatures have been quiet for a while, they won't pose a threat for now. Once old Zhao finishes that thing, we can act. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze towards old Zhao, asking with his eyes. Old Zhao grinned, almost done, don't rush me. By tomorrow at the latest, I'll definitely have it ready. He rubbed his sore shoulders and added with a smile, making this thing has really worn me out. I feel like I've lost a few pounds in just these 2 days. Everyone burst into laughter, with Xiao Xiao and Xiao Feng laughing the loudest. Zhang Chen was quite surprised. He didn't know what old Mo was talking about, but it seemed like the other members were aware. However, he had no intention of asking. Old Mo also shook his head, smiling. You. He paused briefly, then nodded seriously. How about this? Let's first distribute the supplies we brought from Tianhai City. Hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. After all, the supplies they had were almost gone. Only Xiao Xiao and Nua were exceptions. They had already received quite a bit from Zhang Chen earlier, so they weren't lacking, but no one would complain about more supplies. As the last few people began distributing the supplies, Zhang Chen cleverly turned to leave. After all, these supplies had nothing to do with him, and he wasn't short on resources. Just as he returned to his car and closed the door, the sky quickly darkened. Lead gray clouds descended low, and soon, dense raindrops began to pelt the roof and windows of the car. Once again, it was that unsettling blood-red rain, carrying a strong scent of rust and decay, quickly dyeing the car windows a murky dark red, making the outside world seem hazy and strange. Zhang Chen disliked this rain. He always felt it carried some sort of ominous feeling. The sticky sound it made on the roof and the pervasive scent of rust stirred discomfort deep inside him. He rolled up the windows tightly, sealing that sensation outside. But outside, old Mo and the others were clearly unbothered by it. The blood-red rain drenched their hair and shoulders, trickling down their faces. They simply wiped their faces hastily, their attention completely focused on the few boxes they had just moved out. Xiao Xiao and Nua Nua were the same. Their freshly changed clothes had already been soaked in blood red. Through the blurry car window, Zhang Chen quietly observed. In fact, the items they received were not many. Each person only got a package that didn't look very full. Weighing it in hand, it likely barely contained enough food and essentials for 7 days. This was the rich reward returned by the seekers who risked their lives in the city, highlighting the scarcity of resources in the apocalypse. Zhang Chen glanced back at the supplies piled in his trunk. These were the resources that his clones had painstakingly gathered, a measure of security in this harsh world. Compared to the seekers, the common people who depended on the convoy for survival faced an even harder situation. They were required to hand over half of their hard-earned supplies to old Mo and the others as payment for protection. This was almost a default rule among all survivor convoys. Their received supplies were pitifully small. Even if they calculated to eat just 1 meal a day, tightening their belts, they absolutely couldn't last 3 days. In the blood rain, some people's expressions began to change. Some looked at the few elderly, weak, women, and children. Though they were few, enough provisions were there to sustain a few days. When they glanced at their equally gaunt companions, their eyes no longer held shared sympathy. But there was a touch of greed and dangerous calculation added. A few dark-skinned men with evasive eyes huddled behind a broken van, speaking in hushed tones, occasionally glancing towards the direction of ordinary people. Bad thoughts spread silently like mold thriving in rain, in the soil of despair. A split and conflict originating from survival instincts seemed ready to erupt at any moment under this bloody curtain of rain. Chapter 16 Conscience. Brother Tao, the old lady's son, is gone, and he left her quite a few things. How about we? The short man hadn't finished his sentence when he timidly looked up at the tall, sturdy man in front of him, who stood at nearly 6 feet tall. Before he could finish, the man called Brother Tao suddenly raised his hand, and with a sharp smack, a crisp slap sent the man tumbling to the ground. Have you fed your conscience to the dogs? How dare you think about a lonely old lady? Brother Tao shouted, his long hair tightening with his muscles, making him look even more ferocious. If I hear such talk again, do you believe I won't kill you? The short man sat on the ground, not daring to speak, only secretly clenching his fists, lowering his head to hide the flicker of malice in his eyes. Brother Tao, let it go. Xiao Yang was just confused for a moment. Don't really hit him. A few brothers nearby quickly surrounded to mediate the situation, seeing it was going south. Xiao Yang got up from the ground, not caring about his disheveled appearance, and rushed to Brother Tao, repeatedly apologizing. Brother Tao, I was wrong. I was just thinking, I wouldn't really do something immoral. Brother Tao glanced at him, waved his hand impatiently. All right, let's put this behind us. But let me say this, his voice deepened as he swept his gaze over everyone present. If anyone really has bad thoughts about the old lady, not only will I not spare you, but the sequencers won't let you off either. Upon hearing the word sequencers, everyone immediately fell silent, glancing at each other, quickly responding, understood, Brother Tao, don't worry. It was not until Brother Tao's figure disappeared completely into the curtain of rain that the unwillingness in Xiao Yang's eyes reignited. He turned his head, staring intently at the direction of the old lady's car. He had seen the trunk full of supplies with his own eyes. We're barely surviving, so what's the point of conscience? He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and lowered his voice to the 3 brothers beside him. What do you say? The 3 men didn't respond, but their eyes all secretly drifted toward the old lady's direction, their gazes hidden with weighing and hesitation. Seeing an opportunity, Xiao Yang stepped forward, lowering his voice even more. With the rain so heavy and no one paying attention, let's go scope it out first, and strike at midnight. Keep it clean, who the hell will find us? As he spoke, he became more excited, his eyes shining almost piercingly through the curtain of rain. The skinny guy nearby couldn't hold back first, gulping hard but still hesitating. Brother Tao. Brother Tao? Xiao Yang sneered, his tone filled with undisguised sarcasm. He talks about righteousness and conscience, can that fill our stomachs? The supplies distributed today are enough to fill someone's gaps. He glanced again at the 2 men next to him. If you won't do it, I will. When the time comes, if we pull out some canned food and medicine, don't come looking for a share. The 3 men struggled for a moment longer, and the skinny guy gritted his teeth, stomping his foot. Damn it, let's do it. The other 2 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Good. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with greedy light, licking his wet lips. Thin monkey, you're quick on your feet. Go find a place to dig a hole first. He paused, his voice dripping with a cruel excitement. After we deal with the old woman tonight, we can just bury her without anyone knowing. The terrifying scene outlined in just a few words made these starved men inexplicably excited, and someone's stomach let out an inappropriate gurgle. They exchanged smiles, their breaths becoming heavier. The rain hadn't stopped, continuously pounding against the roof and windows of the car with a crisp pitter-patter. The ground outside the car window had long been soaked, with puddles reflecting a dull red, flowing along the roadside cracks and looking particularly glaring. The calculations of the outside world were blocked beyond the car window. Zhang Chen was completely unaware of all this, as he nestled in the passenger seat of his Land Rover, smoking a cigarette. The smell of nicotine temporarily suppressed the lingering anxiety within him. Until the burning cigarette but made his fingertips numb, he suddenly snapped back to reality and extinguished the last spark. Zhang Chen rolled over into the back seat and began to check his supplies: a 50-pound bag of rice, 3 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of bottled water, plus chocolate, some snacks. Enough for him to live a tasty life. Finally, his gaze landed on the last pack of cigarettes in the corner, and he counted, there were only 7 left. Tisk. He clicked his tongue impatiently. He could manage his food, but the cravings for cigarettes were truly unbearable. He needed to find a chance to get more. When he climbed back into the passenger seat and finally caught his breath, a knocking sound came from outside the car window. Zhang Chen frowned slightly, lowering the window just a crack to prevent the rain from pouring in. Outside stood 2 familiar figures, Nua and Xiao Xiao. They were drenched, dark red rainwater dripped from their hair and cheeks, looking somewhat alarming. Nua, Xiao Xiao? Zhang Chen's voice was filled with clear confusion. Why did you come over in such heavy rain? Here. Xiao Xiao spoke little, quickly lifting a plastic bag, also soaked by the rain, and passing it through the narrow gap in the window, with red rain still dripping from the opening. I know you smoke. This is what old Mo gave during today's distribution of supplies. Nua said, lifting a hand to wipe the rain from her face. Thanks. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly reached out to pull the plastic bag inside. There were 3 entire packs of cigarettes inside, not soaked at all. He didn't even bother wiping the water off the bag. The timing couldn't be better. He lowered the window a bit further, his gaze sweeping over the 2 drenched figures. He paused for a moment and couldn't help but ask. This rain, doesn't it feel bad getting wet? He clearly remembered the inexplicable irritation he felt the first time he got hit by this red rain, as if something was burrowing into his brain, making him want to scream and smash things. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. No, not at all. Xiao Xiao shook her head, and countless dark red droplets splattered around with her movements, pata, hitting the car window, with some splashing onto Zhang Chen's arm. I remember that it seemed a bit, only the first time I got wet was somewhat. Her words trailed off suddenly, as if recalling something unpleasant, and she frowned, not continuing. Okay, do you want to come sit in the car for a bit? Zhang Chen adjusted the front passenger seat to make room in the back. There are dry towels inside. Sure. Xiao Xiao's words hadn't finished before Nua pulled her back. Next time. Nua glanced at their muddy bodies and then at Xiao Xiao, who was eagerly looking at the car door, and cut off the conversation directly. We still need to go back and sort out the supplies. Zhang Chen smiled and didn't push further. Alright, then take your time. The 3 didn't exchange more pleasantries as they watched Nua pull Xiao Xiao's hand and disappear into the rain curtain. Zhang Chen slowly closed the car window. He looked down at the 3 packs of cigarettes by his side. 1 pack a day, enough for a month. He couldn't help but smile. The tense feeling from lacking cigarettes instantly eased by more than half. Zhang Chen wasn't very picky about food. When hungry, a biscuit could fill him, but without cigarettes, the feeling of restlessness gnawing at his heart was surely harder to bear than an empty stomach. The pack of cigarettes that Nua and Xiao Xiao brought truly relieved him a lot. Chapter 17 Sequence, The Executioner. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. Zhang Chen sat up from the car and directly materialized a clone. He did not immediately send his clone to hunt the strange beings, but decided to wait until daytime, to act together with old Mo and the others. The 3 strange beings had unknown powers. The more people they had, the greater their chances of success. Eventually, he could have them hand over the heads to him. At this moment, the blood rain had stopped, but the ground around them was still damp. Zhang Chen stretched lazily, intending to get out of the car and move his muscles. The strong smell of rust still hung in the air, a natural result of the blood rain's masterpiece. Many vehicles around were already dark and silent, but occasionally a few would vibrate or make faint sounds at inappropriate times. If Zhang Chen were a pervert, he might not be able to resist sneaking a look, but he was not. He merely glanced once and then withdrew his gaze. After taking a few steps, he caught sight of several figures huddled in the gaps between 2 cars, whispering furtively about something. His curiosity piqued, he moved quietly like a cat blending into the night, creeping closer. Xiao Yong, can we still act? The damn rain has stopped, and it's too quiet outside. The skinny monkey looked nervously around, feeling that this was not a good time to strike. Damn. This is really creepy. Xiao Yong spoke with reluctance, but I can't care about that anymore. Mozi, Xiaohei, just keep an eye on the movements of the sequence holder. I'll sneak over with the skinny monkey to see if that old man is asleep. Zhang Chen listened intently, so these people were planning to rob and kill, quite bold of them. He curled his lip, having no intention to intervene. This kind of drama played out daily in the apocalypse. He was no righteous hero. Just as they were about to act, an angry voice suddenly came from the shadow behind them. Xiao Yong, do you think what I said was just hot air? The group jolted in shock, turning around suddenly. They saw Brother Tao stepping out from the darkness like an iron tower, his face devoid of expression, but his eyes bore a hint of disappointment and a chilling killing intent. Tao. Brother Tao, the skinny monkey, and the others felt their knees go weak, their tongues stumbled, unable to say a complete sentence. Xiao Yong's face instantly went pale, but immediately surged with a fierce determination of desperation. He knew that begging for mercy was useless. Brother Tao's appearance meant there was no turning back. Blood surged in his eyes, adrenaline soared, overpowering his fear. Screw it. It's just one person. What are we afraid of? Xiao Yong pulled out a sharpened screwdriver from his waist and shouted at his stunned companions, if we don't kill him, we're all done for. With Xiao Yong's shout, the skinny monkey and Xiao Hei hurriedly took out their weapons, but the one called Mozi had a pale face, still hesitating in place. Brother Tao looked at the three rushing toward him, the last hint of hesitation turning into cold disappointment. Alright, you've all gained some guts. Since it's like this, I will give you a quick end. Brother Tao looked at the oncoming trio, gritting his teeth. As he made a grasping motion with his right hand, it seemed as if invisible ink gathered in the air, instantly solidifying into a dark black token. On the token, a fierce, blood-red character slay shone with a chilling light that made one's heart race. Brother Tao casually threw the token to the ground, and it vanished. As Xiao Yong, the skinny monkey, and Xiao Hei rushed forward, their movements suddenly froze. It was as if three invisible giant hands reached out from the void, pinning them in place, making them unable to move. Even more horrifying, above their heads, the air twisted violently, accompanied by a teeth-gritting sound of metal scraping, as three massive, rust-covered guillotines materialized out of thin air. These guillotines, though of ancient design, radiated a chilling killing intent that made one's soul shiver. What is this? Xiao Yong stared wide-eyed in terror, wanting to struggle but unable to move a single finger. The skinny monkey and Xiao Hei were even more frightened, their pants instantly soaked. Brother Tao looked at the three guillotines representing judgment with a complex expression. A bitter self-mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. The executioner. Ha, to think that I, a gang leader, ended up as the executioner? What a colossal joke. His whispers went unheard. In the next moment, three guillotines sliced through the air with a piercing scream, crashing down. Crack. It was swift and clean, without the slightest hesitation. Three heads rolled to the ground, their faces frozen in extreme fear and disbelief. The headless bodies were released by an invisible force, collapsing softly onto the ground. The young man called Mozi had already collapsed to the ground the moment the guillotines appeared. Now, he sat in a puddle mixed with blood and his own filth, his face as pale as a dead man, his body shaking like leaves in an autumn wind. He looked at Brother Tao, his lips trembled, and his throat could only produce broken gasps. Tao. Brother Tao, spare me. His mind had clearly shattered, unable to utter a complete plea, only instinctively repeating these two words. Brother Tao's gaze swept over the three headless corpses that were still spurting blood, eventually landing on the muddy Mozi. He stayed silent for a few seconds, and that terrifying execution token had quietly vanished without anyone noticing. In the end, he merely sighed deeply. Hope you survive. Mozi felt as if he had been granted a reprieve when he heard Brother Tao would not kill him, and he almost crawled out of the blood-soaked mud using all fours. He knelt on the ground, knocked his head several times, and then stumbled into the night like a stray dog, instantly swallowed by darkness, leaving only a series of hurried footsteps. Brother Tao stood still, looking at the mess on the ground, having just let out a soft sigh, preparing to turn away from this place of chaos. At that moment, a clear round of applause suddenly echoed from a nearby shadow. Clap, clap, clap. Brother Tao. Can I call you that? Brother Tao turned sharply towards the source of the voice. He saw Zhang Chen leisurely stepping out of the shadows of a car, wearing a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Brother Tao had seen Zhang Chen before but only knew him as a seer, he didn't know his name. No problem, you can call me that from now on. Zhang Chen's expression paused, eagerly observing this complex man before him. This guy was indeed not polite. Zhang Chen. But he still introduced himself as a form of response. He then seemed to casually glance at the three headless bodies on the ground before returning his gaze to Wang Tao, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Xiao Tao, is your ability newly awakened? Wang Tao's brow flickered slightly, but he still nodded. He was also using this chance to observe Zhang Chen. This young man had just joined the team, he had seen the other seers in action, but Zhang Chen's ability remained unclear. A very powerful ability, congratulations. Zhang Chen smiled kindly, noting that this man's ability was quite strong, and he would surely contribute a lot in hunting aberrations. Wang Tao waved his hand, seemingly indifferent to this good news. I handled a few troublemakers, sorry to make you laugh, Xiao Chun. Wang Tao pointed to the 3 corpses on the ground, explaining in a calm tone. Zhang Chen nodded his back teeth, feeling uncomfortable at being called Xiao Chen. It was clear that the other party was intentionally using this name to belittle him. However, considering Wang Tao was a seer and they would fight side by side in the future, he pushed down his displeasure and forced a smile. Just killed a few people, it's getting late, you should rest early, Xiao Tao. Before his words faded, Zhang Chen didn't give Wang Tao a chance to reply, his figure swayed and, like melting into the night, vanished without a trace. Wang Tao's pupils slightly contracted, feeling alarmed. So fast. Zhang Chen? What an interesting kid. Actually, in terms of age, he was indeed quite a bit older than Zhang Chen. Calling out Xiao Chen is not unreasonable. But Zhang Chen is a person who does not like being taken advantage of. At this moment, inside the Land Rover, Zhang Chen leaned against the driver's seat, replaying in his mind the scene of Wang Tao making a move, unable to help but click his tongue lightly. With that level of ability, it must have some limitations in use, right? Otherwise, it's too abnormal. Although his own ability is by no means inferior, thinking of that nearly crushing attack method still made Zhang Chen's heart itch. Zhang Chen shook his head, shaking off the distractions. It's not the time to envy others, improving his own strength is fundamental. His gaze fell on the clone in the back seat. After a period of constant use of the sequence ability, Zhang Chen's mastery of the clone had become increasingly proficient. With a slight thought, he didn't even need to verbally command it, the clone could already accurately sense his intent and respond in sync. This is becoming more convenient. A smile lifted the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. This sense of mutual understanding really saved a lot of trouble. As the day brightened, Zhang Chen was awakened by the cold. He took out his phone and glanced at it was already 10 in the morning. Even though it was summer, there was an inexplicable chill in the air, unusually cold. This damn weather, it's really crazy. Zhang Chen muttered under his breath, shifting his thoughts slightly as the clone beside him handed over a down jacket. He wrapped the clothing tightly around himself, finally feeling a bit warmer. Then, rubbing his somewhat numb hands, he took out a cigarette from his pants pocket and lit it silently. Not far outside the car, many people gathered around a bonfire to warm themselves. Some well-prepared individuals had already set up pots to cook congee, the aroma of rice faintly drifting in the cold wind. Without realizing it, Zhang Chen swallowed hard these days, he had only eaten instant noodles and hot dogs, his mouth long gone bland from the lack of variety. But ultimately finding it troublesome, he still brought instant noodles out of the car and leaned against the door, habitually starting to eat. Just as he was busy slurping up the noodles, a familiar voice came. Zhang Chen, why do you keep eating these unhealthy things? He looked up and, to his surprise, Nua had already walked up to the front of the car. Unlike usual, today she wasn't wearing glasses, and she wore a black trench coat, paired with a fitted turtleneck sweater, tight black pants, and long boots, making her look neat and tall. Zhang Chen stared at her, a bit lost in thought, his instant noodles pausing in midair. Suddenly, he blurted out a question. Nua, do you believe in love at first sight? Nua was clearly caught off guard by the sudden question, her cheeks flushed instantly. The usually calm and quiet her was at a loss, stumbling over her words and unable to respond. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chen lowered his head, slurping a big mouthful of instant noodles, effortlessly steering the conversation away. What are you here for? Nua took a deep breath. Uncle Mo is preparing to discuss how to deal with the weirdness. Zhang Chen nodded, casually lifting his bowl of noodles and naturally following Nua toward Uncle Mo's residence. As he walked, he mumbled. Nua, another awakener has appeared in our team. Nua's steps suddenly stopped, whipping around to look at Zhang Chen, who was still eating noodles. Are you serious? Yeah, Zhang Chen mumbled with noodles in his mouth, his voice somewhat muffled, discovered last night, and the ability is quite strong. Nua's eyes instantly lit up. Where? Zhang Chen shook his head, it was too dark to see clearly, I only know his name is Wang Tao. Good, then we have to quickly tell Uncle Mo so he can find a way to get in touch with him. Nua's tone was urgent, not caring about Zhang Chen, who was eating noodles beside her, she turned and jogged toward Uncle Mo's car. Actually, the distance wasn't far, it was just a minute's walk. Zhang Chen strolled leisurely to the car while finishing his noodles. When he walked in, Uncle Mo looked up and nodded at him. You eat first, I've already sent Qin Fan to find the new member. Qin Fan? Zhang Chen heard this name and paused slightly while chewing, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, but in the end, he did not ask further. He leaned against the car and quickly finished the remaining instant noodles, tossing the empty bowl far away. Old Mo arranged for Qin Fan to go, naturally with deeper meaning. With Qin Fan's mouth that easily offends others and his impulsive nature, it was likely he would cause some trouble. If the two got into a fight, if Qin Fan lost, it would just temper his sharpness and teach him a lesson. If he won, it would also serve to put newly awakened Wang Tao in his place, making him understand the rules of the team. Thinking of this, old Mo couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a barely noticeable arc, feeling quite proud of his arrangement. Not long after, a tall man over 1.8 meters came over, and in his hand, he was effortlessly dragging someone. That person was limp and allowed himself to be dragged like a dead dog. Who else could it be but Qin Fan? At this moment, Qin Fan felt utterly frustrated. He originally thought that since he couldn't beat Zhang Chen, he could at least establish some authority and vent his anger on this newly awakened person, right? Who would have thought this guy's ability was ridiculously strong? He was completely suppressed before he even had a chance to react. This guy has been slightly educated by me, and everyone doesn't mind, right? Wang Tao glanced at the few people standing by the car, his tone relaxed, with a smile on his face. The group fell silent for a moment, only old Mo calmly nodded. It was Qin Fan who made the first move, right? It's fine, this is just his way of greeting people. When Wang Tao heard this, he smiled, reached out, and patted Qin Fan's head. Xiao Fan, your way of greeting people is quite lacking, huh? Qin Fan had already lost the strength to struggle, otherwise, he would jump up and fight back, especially with those two girls he was fond of watching from the side. His face was truly losing big time. In the end, Wang Tao slightly changed his tone, grinned widely, and spoke loudly. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Tao, the Wang of Tiger, the Tao of Ocean Waves. Of course, you can also call me Brother Tao. His gaze swept over everyone's faces, finally landing on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen felt a blackout in front of his eyes, speechless and choked. The others beside Lin Wei were also at a loss, and the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, old Mo quickly stepped forward to break the tension, saying with a smile. I am old Mo, the captain of this team. His tone was calm, and he smoothly turned to the rest of the group. Everyone, let's introduce ourselves briefly. Under Lin Wei's lead, a few people also briefly stated their names in succession. Now that everyone knows each other, let's discuss today's task. Old Mo looked at the people who had exchanged names, and his voice became serious. Everyone's movements froze as they all looked at old Mo. There are currently 9 awakened in our team, and we need to leave 3 to guard the base. Old Mo glanced at Qin Fan before continuing. My idea is to have Nua, Qin Fan, and Xiao Feng stay. The reason is Xiao Feng is an assist type, and for Qin Fan. He shook his head and looked over at Nua, what's your thought? I have no objections. Nua shook her head, turning her serious gaze to Xiao beside her, but I hope you all can protect Xiao well. You can rest assured about this. Old Mo patted his chest. Old Zhao has already prepared that thing, absolutely foolproof. Upon hearing this, Nua visibly relaxed, nodded, and said no more. If that's the case, then let's set off. Old Mo waved his hand and was the first to walk towards the bus not far away. Everyone followed closely behind and boarded the bus one after another. Wait for me. Zhang Chen couldn't help but speak. Old Mo turned his head in confusion. Zhang Chen, do you have something to say? Zhang Chen smiled and responded vaguely. I forgot to take something. Without giving old Mo a chance to react, his figure vanished in a flash. On the bus, next to Lin Wei, Xiao blinked her big eyes, her gaze following Zhang Chen's distant figure, her lips slightly curving up as if she could see through his intentions. Zhang Chen was not going to get anything, he was just thinking that such dangerous matters were better handled by his clone. Recalling the lesson from that giant beast earlier, Zhang Chen planned to leave a backup, just in case he encountered danger, at least the real body could escape in time. Not long later, Zhang Chen's figure quickly leaped onto the bus. The vehicle slowly started. With the low rumble of the engine, the topic in the bus naturally shifted to the target of this task. Listening to Lao Mo and Lao Zhao's conversation, Zhang Chen suddenly realized why they were so eager to hunt the strange beings. It turns out that many strange creatures, after dying, can be processed to become extremely precious materials, often sent to Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao's sequence, mechanic, had the ability to create special weapons, referred to as strange tools. Hunting the strange was not only to eliminate a threat but also to obtain the rare materials on them. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and the bus came to a slow stop at the edge of a remote forest. Everyone got off one by one. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into silence, occasionally broken by distant bird calls, with soft fallen leaves and low bushes underfoot. Lao Mo looked around and lowered his voice, saying, "We are very close now, we must act quickly, strike fast." The atmosphere tensed up sharply, and the group exchanged glances, all looking serious. Silently, they followed Lao Mo, their figures quickly vanishing into the dense shade of the trees. In the gloomy forest light, the air was filled with the smell of earth and decay. The group hurried along a winding path, and after about 10 minutes, Lao Mo suddenly raised his right hand and made a fist to signal. Everyone immediately stopped, holding their breath and focusing. In the center of a small open space with sparse trees ahead, stood an old and lonely wooden house. In truth, there was no need for Lao Imo to remind them. The moment Zhang Chen's eyes landed on the wooden house, a chill ran down his spine, and all his body hair stood on end. There's only one inside, we just need to beat it up. Lao Imo forced a smile, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. However, his smile froze completely the next second. Creak. The old, battered door of the wooden house was suddenly pushed open, and a hunched, grim-faced old man walked out. The moment he appeared, there was no time for the others to react. Grab the gun, chamber around, shoot, all in one smooth motion. A dark blue beam of energy struck Lao Zhao before anyone could react. Lao Zhao didn't even have time to respond, letting out a muffled groan. The beam seemed to have some potent paralyzing property, and his body lost control in an instant, crashing down, limbs limp. Lao Zhao. Lao Imo was taken aback but snapped back to reality, only to realize it was too late. Lao Zhao was already in a critical state. The hunched old man let out a hoarse and ugly laugh, and with a swift movement of his dry arm. In an instant, the ground before him twisted with energy, accompanied by a bone-chilling roar. 7 or 8 hideous strange beasts appeared out of nowhere. They were not natural creatures, their bodies displayed a twisted, eerie appearance, a rotting, glowing-eyed black bear, a wild boar with oversized tusks and skin hardened like rock, even a wild chicken with missing feathers and a beak as sharp as metal. This unbelievable scene left the few people present momentarily dumbfounded. Lao Mo's heart sank, but he forced himself to take a deep breath, stifling his shock. He clearly sensed that the core's hunched figure's energy level was not too high. However, the way of summoning strange beasts and using unusual weapons to attack completely exceeded his expectations. In this critical moment, he suppressed all his unease, and the steadiness and authority that belonged to the captain instantly returned to his voice as he shouted loudly. Veer, Zhang Chen, let's hold off these beasts. Xiao Xiao, quickly check on old Zhao. The situation was urgent, and the command blurted out. Xiao Xiao had no time for her usual playful appearance. She quickly ran to old Zhao's side without even checking his injuries. With her hands flying like butterflies dancing in the spring breeze, the ground beneath old Zhao suddenly erupted with a soft green hue. Countless tender sprouts broke through the soil, producing soft sounds like "oh-at," and in an instant, they wove into a flowing green carpet. Each plant radiated an emerald-like glow, intertwining and gently lifting old Zhao's large body as if that vibrant life force was about to drip like dew from the tips of the grass. This was unmistakably Xiao Zhao's sequence, all things grow. At the same time, Lin Wei charged forward without hesitation towards the 2 strange beasts. Lin Wei sequence, trickster. In an instant, a chain appeared beside her out of thin air, coiling like a swift python, and with a whoosh, it tightly wrapped around one of the strange beasts, restricting its movements, while she engaged in a fierce battle with the other beast. Wang Tao and Zhang Chen also chose their opponents, fully focused on dealing with the other 2 strange beasts. Old Imo was not idle either. He held a revolver and fired with a bang-bang. This revolver was not an ordinary gun, but a strange weapon specially crafted by old Zhao using bizarre materials, extremely powerful against the strange. The battle erupted in an instant, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Chapter 20, Don't Steal My Strange Head. On Wang Tao's side, the slash token emerged in response, and that familiar large cleaver once again solidified out of thin air, descending with a piercing cold light. But this time, the might was far less than before. Before the blade could fully descend, the 2 strange beasts suddenly shook violently, breaking free of the invisible restraints, their sharp claws tearing through the air with a deafening sound. The cleaver crashed to the ground, carving a deep trench into the earth where the beasts had just stood, stones flying and dust clouding the air. And the 2 strange beasts had already leapt to the sides, their blood-red eyes seeming to harbor mockery. Wang Tao stood frozen in place, his heart sinking. After all, he was a newly awakened sequencer. At the moment the strange beasts broke free, he understood, the power of this slash token might crush an ordinary person, but against the strange, once the power was dispersed, it became difficult to deliver a fatal blow, significantly reducing its effectiveness. On Zhang Chen's side, although his ability wasn't as formidable as Lin Wei's or Wang Tao's, he excelled in speed. He moved like lightning, circling with the 2 strange beasts, fighting them to a standstill. Suddenly, he jumped into the air, soaring 3 meters high, and using the momentum of his descent, he stomped down forcefully. Bang! One strange beast's head was violently slammed into the ground, producing a muffled thud. The beast struggled a couple of times, momentarily incapacitated. After Zhang Chen dealt with this strange beast, he scanned the battlefield, his mind racing. I must settle this quickly. Otherwise, the strange head might not be mine. Just then, Xiao Xiao's voice rang out. Zhang Chen, I'll help you. He looked at Xiao Xiao rushing towards him, his eyes widened. What came into view was a giant tree with a diameter of at least 10 meters, shimmering with brilliant light, as if countless life forces flowed within its trunk. At this moment, the giant tree began to slowly topple, crashing towards the strange beast in front of Zhang Chen. Oh no, wasn't it said that Xiao Xiao's ability is a support sequence? Zhang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue at this scene. However, Xiao Xiao ultimately wasn't skilled in combat. Although the giant tree appeared imposing, it only caused the strange beast to stagger and did not inflict any fatal injuries. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward, a dagger handed to him by old Zhao in his hand. Thrust. The dagger stabbed fiercely into the strange beast's neck. The beast cried out in pain, struggling wildly, its immense strength nearly throwing Zhang Chen off. But he gritted his teeth, holding the dagger tightly with both hands, twisting forcefully as blood sprayed out like a fountain. It twitched a few times, then went still. After dealing with this strange beast, Zhang Chen had no time to check on Xiao Xiao. He quickly ran towards Wang Tao. Because he feared Wang Tao might eliminate the odd head. Xiao Tao, I'm coming to help you. At that moment, Wang Tao was caught in a fierce battle. A strange beast's sharp claw had slashed his arm, blood streaming down. Hearing Zhang Chen call out, he paid no mind to retort, launching his sequence ability again, trying to control the strange beast to buy Zhang Chen some time. Fortunately, it was effective, the token was thrown, and the gate blade appeared, creating an opportunity for Zhang Chen to strike. Zhang Chen seized the moment, lunging at the strange beast from the side, stabbing the dagger deeply into its back. Yet again, the sound of the dagger penetrating flesh echoed, but the outcome was not as he had imagined. Because at the same time, Wang Tao focused the gate blade and unleashed it, the charged blade struck down fiercely, directly severing the strange beast's head from its body. No! Zhang Chen watched the scene, heartbroken, lamenting in despair. This sudden commotion instantly attracted the attention of another strange beast. It let out a low growl, recklessly pouncing towards Wang Tao. Zhang Chen was pulled back to reality by the roar, and no longer willing to let the odd head escape, he chased after the beast, urging Wang Tao in the process. That odd head is mine. Don't steal it. Wang Tao took a step back, wiping the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily as he replied, We're both almost dead, and you're worried about this? Zhang Chen shot him an unhappy glare. Don't worry about it, take Xiao Xiao to help Lin Wei. Wang Tao, not aware of the strange effects on Zhang Chen, turned his eyes towards Lin Wei, who was single-handedly battling two strange beasts, her movements starting to slow down. He said nothing more, turning around and rushing away with Xiao Xiao. At this moment, the hunched, skinny old man was also not idle. The dim energy on the surface of his gun seemed charged and ready. He raised the gun and chambered it. The dark gun barrel sought to aim at the still struggling old Mo. However, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the supposed unconscious old Zhao, who was now groggily sitting up. He shifted his target. The grass beneath old Zhao had long lost its color, turning a sickly yellow, lifeless. Old Zhao shook his head, as if just waking from a stupor. At that moment, he saw the Eerie gun barrel subtly adjusting its aim towards him. Don't! Old Zhao's cry had just escaped his lips. Bang! A dull, eerie sound echoed. That familiar, cold, sticky, mysterious power suddenly crashed down, mercilessly enclosing old Zhao. His body stiffened violently, the shock on his face not yet faded, before he fell backward like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing heavily back into the soft grass meadow. And that bizarre long gun seemed to have some kind of restriction, its darkened pattern slowly rotating as if charging, not immediately raised to aim again. It simply lay quietly in the grip of the hunched figure, exuding an unsettling stillness. But no one noticed this scene. At the same time as the eerie figure fired, the strange beasts hesitated for a second. Zhang Chen would not miss this opportunity. Whoosh! The dagger plunged into the beast's neck, swiftly twisting. Once he dealt with this strange beast, without hesitation, he rushed toward Lin Wei's direction. I'm coming. Let me. Zhang Chen howled, causing the crowd, who were previously surrounding a strange beast, to freeze momentarily, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions indescribably odd. But he didn't rush to strike. Captain Lao Mo, who had been watching the entire situation, had already taken in everyone's fight. The revolver in his hand fired continuously, accurately shooting, but inside, waves rose in his heart. Zhang Chen seemed to have a deep obsession with the strange. What's rarer is his decisiveness to protect his teammates. As expected of the flowers of our motherland, 9 years of compulsory education has truly shaped Zhang Chen. What a good kid. When we get back today, I must apply for a hefty reward for him. Lao Mo's mind was racing, but his subordinates didn't slow down at all. A bullet accurately shot into the head of the dying strange beast. At this point, the last strange beast fell to the ground. Only the humanoid strange, standing dumbly, remained. Chapter 21 Mutual Destruction. The few people breathed a long sigh of relief, but their eyes unconsciously turned toward the always hunching strange presence. These things are truly hard to deal with. Wang Tao stretched his aching arms and shrugged. This was his first hunt of a strange after awakening, and it was truly remarkable to have such a performance. This one in front of us is probably the most troublesome. Lao Mo's gaze was locked tightly onto that hunched figure. Every slight movement made his nerves tense, fearing that the strange weapon would rise again. Everyone also looked at the hunched humanoid strange with caution. Let's move. Lao Mo no longer hesitated and ordered in a deep voice. Just as Lao Mo's words fell, the hunched strange had already raised its arm again, gripping the ominous long gun, its bony fingers tightly clasped. The gun's muzzle flickered with ghostly light, this time firmly aiming at Wang Tao. The hairs on the back of Wang Tao's neck stood on end, a chilling sense of crisis drenching his spine like ice water. He caught a glimpse of a half-person high stone nearby, with only one thought left in his mind: hide behind the stone. Wang Tao twisted his feet and rushed toward that direction, his body twisting in an S shape, trying to avoid the bullet's trajectory. But this struggle was clearly futile in front of the strange. Bang! As the muffled gunshot exploded, Wang Tao felt his whole body go numb, as if a heavy hammer had struck his back heart. His vision suddenly darkened. Before he could even let out a groan, his body fell straight to the ground, lifeless. Almost at the same moment when the gun went off, Lin Wei's actions didn't stop. The dark chain shot out, binding the strange that had just fired. But that strange only paused, struggling a bit, and one withered hand had already pulled out from the chain's gap. With a wave of its 5 fingers, several grey shadows suddenly fell to the ground, resulting in quite a few snarling strange beasts appearing out of nowhere. Oh no! Lao Mo, staring at the newly appeared strange beasts, showed a horrified expression, his brows furrowed tightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. At this moment, Lao Zhao and Wang Tao had lost their fighting capabilities. Relying solely on the 4 of them to confront the current scene was undoubtedly wishful thinking. His gaze couldn't help but drift toward the unconscious Lao Zhao not far away, his heart struggling violently. Could it be that I have to use that? He thought of the special weapon made from level 2 strange core materials inside Lao Zhao, powerful yet a one-time use consumable. Using it here against these level 1 strange beasts was like using a cannon to hit a mosquito. Just as he weighed the pros and cons, unable to make a decision, a figure shot out like an arrow without warning. It was Zhang Chen. Seeing that the gun-wielding strange was temporarily bound by Lin Wei's chain, he was determined not to miss this perfect opportunity. Moreover, Zhang Chen felt no burden, this body was merely a clone. Even if it cooled down, it wasn't truly gone, at least he had put in an effort. Zhang Chen's figure moved so fast it left only an afterimage, aiming directly at that hunched strange bound by the chain. Zhang Chen! Don't act impulsively! Old Mo's horrified voice burst out. He didn't expect this kid to act so recklessly. Even though that strange thing was now under control, there were still strange beasts around it. The strange entity seemed to sense Zhang Chen's purpose and struggled even more fiercely, its dry hands twisting wildly, trying to escape the chain's grasp. The 3 newly summoned strange beasts beside it let out threatening low growls and lunged at Zhang Chen, trying to intercept him. Stop them! Zhang Chen's voice sounded from the front, instantly waking old Mo up. He didn't even have time to stop Zhang Chen, his battle instinct took over everything. The revolver in his hand was raised in an instant, the trigger pulled repeatedly. Bang! 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 The crisp gunshots rang out densely, the scorching bullets accurately striking the strange beasts trying to pounce on Zhang Chen. Though not fatal, they successfully forced them back, momentarily halting the attack. On the other side, Xiao Xiao was not idle either. A giant tree appeared out of nowhere and slammed down with immense force, temporarily pinning 2 strange beasts to the ground. But after casting the spell this time, her face visibly drained of color, turning pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead, and her body even swayed slightly, clearly nearing her limit. Zhang Chen didn't pause, taking advantage of this moment, he rushed close to the bent strange entity. He swiftly drew out a dagger, its blade shimmering with a chilling gleam, and with the momentum of his forward charge, he slashed down at the strange entity's neck, which was entangled in chains. The strange entity seemed to sense the deadly threat, its body, originally creaking under the chain's grip, suddenly strained, and its dry claws carved deep grooves in the chains. But Lin Wei's chains were wrapped tightly. In that moment of hesitation, Zhang Chen's dagger was already within reach. Shoo! The sound of the dagger slicing through flesh was piercing, and the strange entity's head fell with a thud, the ominous aura entwined around it instantly dissipating by half. I did it! Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. But before he could feel happy for long, the severed head suddenly opened its eyes, its withered mouth opened wide, and a beam of black light shot towards Zhang Chen's heart. Zhang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, the strange power within this black light was enough to shatter a clone. But this black light came far too quickly, so fast that Zhang Chen couldn't dodge in time. With a dull sound, the black light penetrated his body directly. The next moment, his form crumbled like a weathered stone statue, eventually transforming into a wisp of ethereal smoke, dissipating into the air. After releasing this black light, the strange entity went silent. Both were taken down together. With the strange entity's death, several summoned strange beasts abruptly halted, their bodies quickly faded and crumbled like weathered sand sculptures, ultimately turning into wisps of black smoke, vanishing into the air. Zhang Chen! Old Mo and Lin Wei both cried out in shock, watching helplessly as Zhang Chen took on that black light, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Old Mo's gaze instantly turned blood red, a strong sense of guilt surging within him. His legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, his fists pounding the earth, mumbling repeatedly, "It's my fault, all my fault." This captain, usually resolute, now had a hoarse voice filled with pain and regret. Lin Wei felt the same heaviness in her heart, but seeing old Mo on the verge of collapse, she ultimately held back her swirling emotions and approached him, softly comforting him. She truly didn't want this capable man to fall into despair. Though Xiao Xiao's small face was pale, she understood that body should only be Zhang Chen's clone. And at the moment the strange entity was defeated, she immediately ran to check on Wang Tao. Although the strange entity had knocked Wang Tao to the ground, the strange gun in its hand didn't seem to be fatal, it only caused unconsciousness. Just as she felt a little relieved, she turned around and saw old Mo and Lin Wei still sitting on the ground, their expressions filled with sorrow. Stillness. Chapter 22, Snowflakes Dance, North Wind Whispers. Uncle Mo, don't be sad. Wang Tao and the others are fine. Xiao Xiao stepped forward to break the thick silence, seeing the heavy expressions on their faces. Old Mo lowered his head, nodded slowly, and sighed in a deep voice, "It's good they're fine, but Zhang Chen, sigh. Zhang Chen isn't dead." At this, both old Mo and Lin Wei looked up in surprise, their faces filled with confusion as they stared at Xiao Xiao. That was just Zhang Chen's avatar. Do you remember what he did before he got in the car? Xiao Xiao paused briefly, then continued, so, actually, no one was hurt today. A forced smile appeared on her pale face, but in old Mo's eyes, that smile seemed to mock his earlier misjudgment without a sound. After a moment, old Mo awkwardly got to his feet. Lin Wei couldn't help but smile a little at his awkwardness. He stiffly pulled at the corners of his lips, quietly defending himself, "I know, I was just a bit tired." The two girls exchanged a glance, discreetly choosing not to break his cover. After all, he was the captain, and some dignity had to be preserved. On the surface, old Mo appeared calm, but inside he was a turmoil. They shouldn't have noticed, right? Fortunately, I reacted quickly, not only preserving our weapons but also ensuring 0 casualties in the team while solving this strange issue. Yet he still spoke in the steady tone of a captain, "Quickly clean up the battlefield and prepare to return." And through all this turmoil, Zhang Chen knew nothing. Inside the Land Rover, after his avatar dissipated, he was lost in the information of his sequence ability. Sequence, Yin-Yang. Level 1. Skills, Avatar, Absorb. Traits, Invisible, Swift 2, Ignore Rules I, Endurance I, Non-Lethal Gun. Looking at the two new traits, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This sight was just caught by Nono, who was passing by. Nono didn't wonder why Zhang Chen was laughing in the car because she knew about his sequence ability and was well aware of his personality. Zhang Chen didn't notice Nono. He was focused on pondering the new traits, yet he couldn't figure out how to use them, muttering to himself, "How should I use this? Do I need a gun?" With no test subjects at hand, he could only set it aside for now. When he looked up again, he realized Nono was already standing outside the car. Seeing him laughing and then dazed, she felt surprised. When their eyes met, a faint smile surfaced on her face. Zhang Chen smiled back, but felt uneasy inside. That silly look earlier, she probably saw it all. She shouldn't have seen it clearly, right? He felt uncertain. Thinking this, he opened the door and got out, looking at the bright girl in front of him, quickly changing the topic. "The car is almost out of gas. Do you have a spare?" "Just find Xiaofeng. He's a water element sequence. The water he generates can be used as gasoline." Nono explained, but her gaze still held a significant depth as it landed on him. "I see." Zhang Chen nodded, feeling it was fascinating but not surprising. After all, in the apocalypse, bizarre things could happen. By the way, this time, the strange one we dealt with isn't simple. Zhang Chen recalled the memory of his avatar and spoke in a serious tone, telling Nono about the battle. Nono's smile immediately faded, her expression grew tense. That strange one had a gun. It took down old Zhao and Xiaodao at first sight and could summon strange beasts. Later my avatar defeated it, but after that, what happened afterwards? Nono suddenly grabbed Zhang Chen's wrist, her usual gentleness replaced by trembling urgency. "What about Xiao Xiao? Is she alright?" Zhang Chen was taken aback by her sudden excitement, momentarily speechless. When his avatar dissipated, several strange beasts were still wandering around, and he truly had no idea what happened afterwards, so he could only helplessly shake his head. Seeing him shake his head, Nono's heart sank, her eyes turning red in an instant, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Chen opened his mouth, not knowing how to comfort her. In the next moment, tears rolled down Nono's cheeks, splashing onto his hand and into the silence between them. Suddenly, Zhang Chen remembered the secret weapon that old Mo had mentioned, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, old Mo said before that he still has a secret weapon he hasn't used." Nua's crying abruptly stopped, and she looked up at him with red eyes, asking in a teary voice, "Then why didn't you say it earlier?" Zhang Chen stepped forward and gently wiped the tears from her face. Nua surprisingly did not dodge, just quietly gazing at him. He chuckled awkwardly, his tone filled with regret. "Alright, stop crying. If I hadn't seen how sad you were, I would have truly forgotten about it." Nua took half a step back, stopped her tears, but her cheeks quietly turned red. She actually did not resist such an intimate move. She nervously glanced around, confirming no one was paying attention, and then quietly sighed in relief. But she did not know that this scene had already fallen into the eyes of many survivors, let alone Qin Fan, who was hiding in the car far away. He was weakly slumped in the driver's seat, a suppressed painful roar squeezed from his throat. No. Snowflakes danced, and the north wind howled. Moments later, Qin Fan seemed to suddenly grasp a straw of hope, and abruptly perked up. There's still Xiao Xiao. Yes, I still have Xiao Xiao. He calculated in his heart, Lin Wei must belong to old Mo, Little Feng is too young, old Zhao is too fat, Wang Tao is too old. By this calculation, it seems no one can compete with me for Xiao Xiao. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily lifted the corners of his mouth, and he finally showed a smile, murmuring, Zhang Chen, we can be considered acquaintances through fighting, so I can safely entrust Nua Nua to you. After waiting for a long time, finally, the shadow of a bus appeared in the distance. The bus slowly approached, finally stopping in front of Zhang Chen and Nua Nua. Before the bus had even come to a complete stop, Nua Nua rushed up, eagerly scanning every face inside the bus. When she saw Xiao Xiao, old Zhao, and others sitting safely, her tightly wound heart finally relaxed, and she let out a long breath. At this moment, old Mo stood up, his voice loud, barely hiding his joy. Today, we have achieved great victory. We must celebrate tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the cabin immediately erupted with enthusiastic cheers. Chapter 23, Celebration. As night fell and the temperature dropped, old Mo and his group finally set up a tent. At this moment, 9 people were sitting together, with a gun and 2 eyeballs placed in the middle. These were the trophies they obtained from hunting the strange creature today. Today, it was really thanks to Zhang Chen. Old Mo looked at him, his gaze filled with complicated emotions. I didn't expect you could successfully hunt that strange creature with just a clone. Except for Qin Fan, everyone else's gaze was focused on Zhang Chen, and they tacitly avoided questioning the matter of the clone, as if it was a topic not to be touched. Although old Zhao and Lin Wei were not very familiar with Zhang Chen, their gazes were also filled with goodwill. Zhang Chen smiled shyly. This also requires your help, old Mo, to buy me time, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to deal with that thing. Old Mo waved his hand, excitement barely contained in his tone. Today, we really made a big profit. These 3 materials, each one can make a strange device. Once they are ready, you get to choose one first. Zhang Chen did not refuse, nodding his head. Finally, several young women brought plenty of food from outside the tent: chicken, potatoes stewed with vermicelli, scrambled eggs, radish stewed with cabbage, and all kinds of fruit cans and meat cans, beer, white wine. A splendid table was set. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He had lost count of how many days it had been since he had a decent meal, and today he must eat his fill. He stuffed his mouth while couldn't help mumbling, it's a pity the clone hasn't refreshed yet, otherwise I would definitely let him have a meal too. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and began to eat heartily. Wang Tao beside him was even more so. As a newly awakened sequencer, he had long run low on supplies, and now eating was even more extravagant than Zhang Chen, as if he wanted to make up for the losses of these past days in one go. Xiao Xiao saw the 2 eat so quickly that she couldn't help but feel anxious. No matter what she picked up with her chopsticks, she stuffed it into her mouth without hesitation. The others, however, ate at a leisurely pace. Old Mo and Lin Wei controlled the team supplies, so they were never short of food and drink. Old Zhao and Xiao Feng were both support-type abilities users, and when someone needed help, they had to exchange for supplies, so they naturally didn't worry about clothing or food. Beside them, Qin Fan didn't move his chopsticks. He quietly looked at Xiao Xiao, his eyes lost in thought, his mind already drifting to the distant north. A few young women standing nearby watching them eat continually swallowed their saliva, but they still had tasks from old Mo that hadn't been completed. As long as they completed the tasks, old Mo promised he would give each of them 2 cans of food. The taste of the dishes was mixed. Seeing that the time was almost up, old Mo signaled a girl to take out the speaker that was placed outside the tent. The music began to play, and several girls started dancing seductively inside the tent. These girls were obviously carefully dressed, with rare bright red on their lips and their hair meticulously styled. Among them, 2 had looks and charms that were not inferior to the unadorned Xiao Xiao. They danced eagerly, their waists swaying, casting quiet glances at the seated sequence users. They knew very well that if they could attract the attention of any one of them, their future days would be much better. Wow, old Mo, you really did well. Zhang Chen exclaimed, unable to hold back his praise as he looked at the alluring scene before him. Old Mo waved his hand, his tone full of pride. How can I not do well when I'm your captain? Surprisingly, this time no one refuted him. After all, old Mo's arrangements today were indeed on point. Old Zhao chuckled happily beside them, while Xiao Feng felt a bit shy, only daring to steal glances. Come on, let's have a toast. Old Mo raised his cup, signaling everyone to drink. Everyone raised their cups and drank it all in one go. Then, old Mo secretly signaled to a few people except for Zhang Chen. They immediately understood, as if they had been instructed beforehand, and started raising their cups to toast Zhang Chen. Old Zhao stood up first. Brother Zhang Chen, thank you today. If it weren't for me dragging my feet, your clone wouldn't have all drink to that. No worries. Zhang Chen quickly stood up and drank it all down as well. Next, Xiao Feng also stood up with his cup. The 14 or 15-year-old boy felt a bit shy in this situation. He didn't say much flattery, just said softly, "Brother Chen, I'll toast you too." Zhang Chen smiled and raised his cup again. Then, Old Zhao, Nua, Lin Wei, and Wang Tao also toasted in turn, and Zhang Chen responded one by one. After several rounds, he was starting to feel a bit tipsy. Finally, Xiao Xiao raised her cup, her voice clear and pleasant. "Zhang Chen, we've known each other the longest. This cup, let's go for perfection." Meaning to drink 10 cups straight. At this point, how could Zhang Chen refuse? He immediately replied, "All right, let's drink." After downing 10 cups, Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with tears. Clearly this wasn't easy for her. She burped several times before stopping, rubbed her round belly, and looked at Zhang Chen with a silly grin. Qin Fan watched Xiao Xiao take the initiative to drink with Zhang Chen, and though he felt a bit uncomfortable inside, seeing her silly demeanor made his heart feel like it was melting. At that moment, the music in the tent suddenly stopped. Everyone was taken aback, only to see the leading dancer shake her phone, a bit embarrassed. "It's out of battery." When they got the speaker fixed, they looked at old Mo helplessly, but he waved his hand and said loudly, "Continue the music, continue the dance." At this moment, the familiar music played again, and the repressed memories in old Zhao suddenly ignited like a raging fire, instantly igniting the flame that had been buried in his heart for years. He stepped towards the girls who were dancing energetically, and the girls halted, looking at him in confusion. Old Zhao grinned and then started to twist his plump body, dancing a dance that was unpleasant to the eyes but deeply infectious. In a moment, screams and cheers echoed through the tent. "My eyes, it's too dazzling." Xiao Xiao laughed while scolding, quickly covering her eyes, but couldn't help sneaking a peek through her fingers. "I'm joining too." Wang Tao shouted, leaping into the crowd and jumping up with old Zhao. The atmosphere became more intense, the scene was almost out of control yet filled with joy. Old Zhao jumped until he was sweating, his plump body moving with incredible agility, making faces at Wang Tao non-stop. Wang Tao, not wanting to be outdone, responded with even more exaggerated actions, as if they were engaged in a silent battle, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The bottles were tipped over, food remnants scattered everywhere, and the air was mixed with the smells of alcohol, meat, and sweat, creating a strange and vibrant atmosphere of life. In this oddly shrouded world, the small tent seemed to have become an isolated island of celebration, where all oppression, fear, and loss were cast far away at this moment. However, all celebrations must come to an end. The first to give in was Xiao Xiao, who shouted, "I'm dizzy," leaning softly against Nua's shoulder, and within moments, she seemed to have fallen asleep. Chapter 24, An Unexpected Visitor. The noise in the tent gradually calmed down, and Nua looked at her sister Xiao Xiao, who was drunkenly slumped in her seat, smiling helplessly and murmuring, "I told you not to show off." At this moment, Zhang Chen also felt his head spinning, the intoxication rising up. He briefly said goodbye to a few people and then, with unsteady steps, walked towards his off-road vehicle parked at the edge of the campsite. Old Mo watched Zhang Chen's departing figure and nodded in satisfaction, secretly thinking, "Letting you keep a low profile, haha." In the car, Zhang Chen opened the door, and the familiar scent rushed at him. "Still comfortable in my car," he murmured, with difficulty adjusting the passenger seat and lying down comfortably. He fished out a box of cigarettes from the storage compartment, pulled one out and lit it. The smell of nicotine briefly awakened his senses, but the fatigue and alcohol quickly took over. He extinguished the cigarette and leaned back, falling into a deep sleep unknowingly. The next morning, as dawn broke, the cold was still biting. Zhang Chen woke up, rubbing his slightly swollen temples, the echoes of last night's revelry still lingering. He walked slowly to Xiaofeng and old Zhao's car, where they indeed had already gotten up, moving their bodies by the car. "Chen Gu. Zhang Chen, you're up so early?" Old Zhao greeted him with a loud voice and a smile. Zhang Chen nodded and smiled back, saying, "My car is out of gas. I heard Xiaofeng's special formula can make gasoline, so I came to change some." "No need to change. I'll get it for you." Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, quickly turned around and pulled out a sealed metal barrel from the trunk. Inside it sloshed a liquid glowing with an eerie light blue hue. He directly handed the barrel to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen received the heavy gasoline barrel. Looking at its unusual color and texture, he inexplicably asked, Is this your special power?" Xiaofeng scratched the back of his head shyly, chuckling as he nodded. "Yeah. It's urine from a boy, it's powerful and environmentally friendly." Zhang Chen's forehead darkened instantly. The question, "Can it be drunk?" that was about to escape his lips was swallowed back forcefully. His mouth twitched, looking at the barrel of special fuel in his hand. He felt it was a dilemma whether to take it or not. In the end, he still took it, the cold touch of the barrel causing him to subconsciously grip it tighter. His gaze couldn't help but glance at their ride, revealing a trace of unhidden envy. Before him, this car, already unrecognizable from its original brand, had been transformed by old Zhao using scrap metal and boards he had somehow procured, into a small camper. The roof had been raised half a meter, welded with a simple luggage rack and solar panels. The sides of the car hung with toolboxes and spare tires. There is even a collapsible simple stove. Although it looks rough and even a bit tattered in this wasteland, it is undoubtedly a mobile fortress and a small home. Compared to it, his Land Rover is far from enough. Old Zhao, your car is well modified. Old Zhao immediately beamed with a proud smile when he heard this. His giant hand like a fan slapped the steel beast beside him hard, making a clanging sound. Ah, just messing around. It can only barely house people, shielding from wind and rain. Want to come up and take a look? Zhang Chen had this intention, following Old Zhao into the interior of the camper. The inside is far more cramped than it looks outside, but it is filled with traces of life: a fixed bed, a small water reservoir, stacked supply boxes, and even a simple portable stove. Though messy, it is full of a reassuring warmth of life. Awesome! Zhang Chen genuinely praised, comparing it to his own cramped driver's seat. This place was simply a luxurious suite. Hee, just a skill to make a living, Old Zhao humbly said, but his pride couldn't be hidden in his eyes. If you have any problems with your car in the future, or want to tinker with it, just find me. Definitely. Zhang Chen nodded, keeping this promise in mind. He shook the heavy metal bucket in his hand. Then I won't bother you, better put this in the car. Go ahead, Brother Chen, I promise it lasts longer than the gasoline you usually use. Xiao Feng chuckled from the side. Zhang Chen laughed a couple of times, carrying the bucket back to his car, looking at the strange blue liquid, and finally, he sighed helplessly, opened the fuel cap, and poured it in. He didn't try to start the car to check the effects of the special fuel, he just quietly took out a bucket of instant noodles from the car and ate it. After finishing this simple breakfast, he leaned against the engine cover, concentrating. After a moment, a figure exactly like him slowly took shape beside him. Today's clone was already in position. Zhang Chen moved his mind, controlling the clone to wander around the camp, familiarizing itself with the surroundings. Coincidentally, the clone met Lin Wei and sisters Nua and Xiao Xiao around the corner of a path. Zhang Chen? Xiao Xiao was the first to speak, her voice crisp and filled with curiosity. What are you doing here? Just in time, we're looking for you. The clone paused a moment and replied in a tone similar to Zhang Chen's, nothing. I'm just wandering around. Why are you looking for me? Of course, it's to discuss preparing to hunt the last two strange creatures around here. Xiao Xiao said excitedly, her eyes shining with eagerness. Zhang Chen immediately became interested. He controlled the clone to nod, okay. Then, the clone followed the three girls towards Old Mo's tent. Inside the tent, Old Mo did not engage in unnecessary small talk and got straight to the point. He clearly knew the details of Zhang Chen's sequence ability, especially that unique clone technique. After a brief deployment, Old Mo made a decision. Zhang Chen, your main body and Xiao Feng, Old Zhao will stay to guard the camp. The clone and the others will go with me to hunt the strange creatures. With the plan set, the group quickly packed up and left the camp, their figures gradually disappearing on the desolate horizon, embarking on the journey to hunt the strange. Until the afternoon, the silence outside the camp was broken by a faint roar of engines. A convoy made up of dilapidated vehicles appeared on the distant horizon, kicking up billowing dust. The convoy slowly stopped some distance outside the camp, and a scar-faced man jumped down from the leading vehicle, narrowing his eyes to assess the more than 20 vehicles by the roadside, his eyes revealing unabashed greed. Over 40 survivors, 3 sequencers, were going to hit the jackpot. The scar-faced man licked his dry lips, his voice hoarse and low. The 3 men who followed him out of the car also wore similarly greedy smiles. One person impatiently whispered, "Boss, when do we take action? The advantage is mine, time waits for no one." Scar-faced man sneered, suddenly waving his hand, "Prepare to move." Behind him, more than a dozen fierce men wielding various firearms emerged from the convoy, silently and swiftly checking their weapons, the sound of guns being readied echoed like a chorus of clicks. Grab supplies, grab women. However, their self-assured and covert actions had long fallen into the eyes of Zhang Chen and the others. Chapter 25 Sequence, Fighter. This is bad. Old Zhao looked warily at the approaching fierce figures in the distance, his eyes filled with worry. He believed he could escape with Xiao Feng, but the more than 30 survivors behind him. Old Zhao clenched his fists. If the leader returned to find the base destroyed, what face would he have to see the leader again? The survivors gradually got out of the car and anxiously gathered behind Zhang Chen. They tightened their grips on the sticks they carried, all eyes turning towards Zhang Chen and the others. Brother Zhang Chen, what should we do? Old Zhao looked at Zhang Chen beside him, his gaze full of anticipation. Zhang Chen looked at the dozen men in the distance and calmly said, "Just deal with them." Old Zhao touched his head upon hearing Zhang Chen's answer, a little hesitant, "But Xiao Feng and I are not good at fighting, we are afraid of dragging you down." Zhang Chen shook his head and replied, casually and confidently, "I'm enough by myself." Zhang Chen didn't care about that group, he possessed the quality of being intangible, ordinary knives and guns were useless against him. The armed men in the distance were nothing but a bunch of unworthy foes in his eyes. Even if there were stronger beings among them, no one could stop him from escaping. Just then, several young survivors suddenly stepped forward. "Sir Sequence, just tell us what you need help with, we'll fight." "Yes. Let's fight them." Zhang Chen shook his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the agitated crowd, his tone showing no signs of emotion. They have guns, if you rush in, it's just sending yourselves to death. He raised his hand, stopping those who wanted to argue further. You all run when the situation looks bad. I'll be back soon. After throwing down this statement, he walked alone towards the group of bandits amidst the crowd's astonished and confused gazes. Brother Zhang Chen, catch. A dagger hurtled through the air, and Zhang Chen reached out to catch it steadily. It was the same one his clone had used before. He turned to old Zhao and nodded in tacit understanding. Zhang Chen was not afraid of dying, but he was very clear, the apocalypse had only come a little over a month ago, and aside from those weird beings, few could match him. Even without his clone present at this moment, dealing with these minor foes was more than enough, and those guns in their hands made Zhang Chen greedy. Getting rid of them would finally give him a chance to obtain his no-kill gun. In the distance, a keen-eyed bandit paused and quickly reported, "Boss, up ahead, someone is coming." The scar-faced leader curled his lips into a wicked sneer. Probably here to negotiate, don't waste time on him. He suddenly waved his hand, and a burst of gunfire erupted behind him, flames spitting, bullets pouring out like rain. Zhang Chen did not dodge. He didn't even quicken his pace, continuing to walk forward at a leisurely rhythm. What was astonishing was that all the bullets suddenly froze before him, as if hitting an invisible barrier, futilely spinning and slowing down, eventually clattering to the ground. Not far away, old Zhao, Xiaofeng, and all the survivors stared in shock, their mouths agape. Old Zhao's usual naive expression changed, looking at Zhang Chen's back with a complex gaze, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Immune to ordinary weapons, this was clearly a feature of the weird beings. Zhang Chen, what on earth is he? In the eyes of Xiaofeng and the other survivors, that figure moving forward against a rain of bullets felt like a deity descending from the heavens. Big brother, that guy is not right. One of the scarred man's underlings stammered, pointing ahead with a trembling voice. The scarred man's face turned pale, yet he still forced himself to remain calm. What's the panic? No matter how strong he is, he's just a sequence user. By the time he reaches here, he must be nearly worn out. With so many of us, we can't take him down? These words slightly settled the restless underlings. If Zhang Chen had heard their conversation, he would have laughed in disbelief. This was not his sequence skill but the effect of his trait Void, a passive ability that consumed nothing at all. Zhang Chen continued to walk forward calmly, feeling the actual effect brought by Void, satisfaction bubbling in his heart. He walked unhurriedly, finally stopping in front of the group of bandits. Between them, only the faint sound of stray bullets hitting the ground remained. The bandits instinctively took half a step back, with only the scarred man and his three brothers, brawny and almost identical, forcing themselves to stand their ground. A flicker of barely noticeable cold light flashed in the scarred man's eyes. His sequence was the same as old Mo's sequence, liaison, not a direct combat type, yet secretly he transmitted a mental command to his three underlings: attack. Get rid of him. The three brothers, born of the same mother, awoke with the same sequence. They roared in unison, their muscles bulging, their shirts suddenly ripped apart, and wild beast-like fierce glints erupted from their eyes. As sequence, fighter, their speed, strength, and reaction far surpassed ordinary people. The three leapt like tigers released from their cages, simultaneously launching themselves at Zhang Chen from three tricky angles, their fists cutting through the air and legs striking like whips, blocking all escape routes. Just as they were about to close in, Zhang Chen flicked his wrist, and a cold light flashed from the dagger in his palm. Zhang Chen did not choose to confront directly, instead, he relied on his own swift enhancement. His figure dropped slightly, like a wraith slipping under the fierce wind of the approaching fist, while the dagger swiftly angled upwards. Slish! A dull sound echoed as the sharp blade sliced through leather and flesh. The leading fighter let out a painful grunt, a deep wound appeared on his thick arm, blood gushing out. His attack abruptly halted as he furiously clutched the wound. Taking advantage of this fleeting gap, Zhang Chen moved as fast as the wind, sidestepping another brother's sweeping leg, rotating the dagger skillfully in his fingers until he firmly gripped it, then swiftly stabbed towards the second fighter's thigh. Ah! The dagger precisely pierced and ripped through the muscle. The fighter screamed, his balance lost, crumpling to one knee on the ground. The third fighter's fist had already slammed toward Zhang Chen's back. Zhang Chen seemed to have eyes on his back. He did not turn around, merely extending his arm backward in a strange move, using the narrow but tough blade to catch the opposing wrist, cleverly offloading the force while his elbow forcefully struck back. Bang! The elbow collided heavily with the third man's chest, causing him to stagger back, gasping for air. And in the chaos brought by these quick, fierce counterattacks, Zhang Chen's figure had already appeared behind the scarred man as if teleporting. The cold edge of the dagger pressed firmly against the scarred man's throat. Run! He's not human. He's a monster. Behind, a thief saw that their leader was no match and someone hoarsely shouted the first warning. The remaining bandits' final line of defense crumbled completely. Fear spread like a plague in an instant. The more alert ones had already lost their courage, caring little for their companions as they turned and fled into the distance. At that moment, the scarred man cared little for his underlings fleeing. He stared wide-eyed in terror, completely frozen, afraid to move even a fraction. Why you, how could you? His voice trembled, filled with dread. With such little skill, I really don't know how you have survived for so long. Zhang Chen coldly laughed, pressing the knife blade slightly down, and a thin line of blood immediately oozed from the scarred man's neck. The three brothers, seeing this, endured their pain and charged again. Zhang Chen, observing this, forcefully pushed the scarred man forward, right into the rushing three. The three, fearing for their big brother, suddenly hesitated in their attack, hurriedly reaching out to catch the scarred man. At that moment of distraction, Zhang Chen moved. He melted into the wind like a shadow, charging swiftly forward, the dagger tracing two quick arcs. Swish! Swish! Accompanied by two sharp cutting sounds and screams, the wrists or ankles of the other two fighters were precisely slashed open, rendering them completely unable to fight, collapsing to the ground in agony. In the blink of an eye, the trio's combined attack was utterly shattered. All three were injured by the dagger, losing their combat ability. The scarred man watched in despair, his last shred of hope completely vanishing, and turned to flee. How could Zhang Chen give him that chance? Ignoring the moaning figures on the ground, he stepped forward and was already pursuing the scarred man from behind. Feeling the cold killing intent behind him, the scarred man turned back in despair. The dagger slowly pierced into his throat in the midst of his terrified gaze. Thus, the battle was over. Not far away, old Xiaofeng, and all the survivors stood frozen in place, as if hit by a petrifying spell. The scene before them far exceeded their understanding, each person's face filled with unimaginable shock. Old Zhao's mouth unconsciously opened slightly, staring blankly at Zhang Chen. Beside him were the cheers of Xiaofeng and countless survivors. Chapter 26, Conquest. When Zhang Chen returned to the convoy, he was instantly greeted by a wave of enthusiastic compliments. Long live the Sequitur! You are so powerful. Zhang Chen faced the surrounding praise with a calm expression, neither showing pride nor feigning humility, just turning to old Zhao and saying, "There are quite a few firearms and supplies over there, you go send someone to bring them back." Old Zhao scratched his head, revealing a simple smile. "All right, brother Zhang Chen, you've worked hard. We will take care of the rest." Zhang Chen nodded, handing the dagger back to old Zhao, and then returned to the convoy. This battle made him clearly aware of his strength. As long as he didn't encounter the bazaar, with his current power, he could almost sweep through the segregators. This was all thanks to the enhancements brought by his traits. Swift 2-inch made him feel like an adult against a child when facing those level 1 segregators. As Zhang Chen got back into the vehicle, he couldn't help but gently caress the Mauser pistol in his arms, his lips curving up slightly. Finally, I can test the trait of my non-lethal gun. Zhang Chen thought, his consciousness flowing into his avatar, and he sensed the situation on that side. Old Mo and the others were already on their way back. The bazaar they encountered wasn't strong, just two strange beasts, and the avatar had fulfilled its promise, landing the final blow. At that moment, Xiao was gazing at that still figure, her eyes shimmering with unusual light. Every movement he made during battle was crisp and decisive, showing no panic against the bazaar. That calmness and strength made her heart unconsciously quicken. She quietly lowered her head, her ears slightly warm, but couldn't help but glance up again at that back. Nua had also noticed Xiao's almost unmistakable gaze following Zhang Chen's avatar. She said nothing, but understood within herself. A complex emotion flashed through her mind, perhaps understanding. This world seemed like a cycle. Once admiring scholars, then chasing wealth, now in this precarious ruin, the strength that could ensure survival became the most deadly attraction. Xiao was just an auxiliary segregator, having no self-protection ability. How could she easily shake off this instinct deeply ingrained in human nature to admire the strong? Not long after, old Mo and his group finally returned to the convoy's base. They quickly spotted the unfamiliar vehicles and the piled-up supplies, and the relaxed expressions on their faces instantly froze, replaced by alertness and worry, and they subconsciously quickened their pace. What's going on? Old Mo rushed up to old Zhao, who was directing others to move the spoils, his tone anxious. Did we get attacked while we were gone? Seeing them return safely, old Zhao first let out a sigh of relief, then a proud smile appeared on his face as he patted old Mo's shoulder. Of course. Not long after you left, a group of bandits came to steal our supplies. He paused, his voice unconsciously rising, filled with emotion and fear, thanks to brother Zhang Chen. If it weren't for him, our convoy would have suffered heavy losses today. What about casualties? Old Mo glanced at the survivors moving supplies, their faces shining with ease. 0 casualties. Xiaofeng interjected with a tone of incredulous pride. Brother Chen single-handedly dealt with 4 opposition fighters. The rest fled in fear. These words were like a stone dropping into water, creating waves in old Mo and the others' hearts. 4 people. That's 4 fighters. Wang Tao patted Zhang Chen's doppelganger on the shoulder. Little Chen is impressive. Quietly accomplished something big. Zhang Chen shook his head. Those fighters were not strong, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to handle. Everyone took this as him being humble. After all, today's scene of Zhang Chen hunting the monsters was still fresh in everyone's memory, and no one would doubt his strength. In this small team, his power was undeniably the strongest pillar. By the way, old Mo, there are 3 fighters still alive, see if you can use them. Old Zhao suddenly said as if he had remembered something. Before he finished speaking, Xiaofeng immediately interjected, furrowing his brow, his tone sharp, Uncle Zhou. They are bandits who wanted our lives. Reviving them? Who can guarantee they won't bite back? The risk is too great. Hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their gazes towards the 3 dying captives. They were casually tossed in a corner of the camp, covered in blood, their breaths weak, completely different from the arrogant attackers they were not long ago. The atmosphere in the camp suddenly froze. Xiaofeng's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's hearts. Trust is something more luxurious than supplies in this apocalypse. Old Mo frowned, lost in thought. As the veteran of the team, he considered more. Xiaofeng's words are not without reason. He slowly spoke, his voice heavy. The nature of bandits is something we cannot grasp. If we revive them, it could mean 3 more laborers, but it could also mean 3 more daggers aimed at our own. He couldn't make up his mind and turned to Zhang Chen's doppelganger. Brother Zhang Chen, what do you think? These 3 fighters excel in combat. Zhang Chen's doppelganger shook his head, calmly analyzing, but they are not powerful. Even if little Tao goes, it shouldn't be too much pressure. This is also my reason for keeping them alive. He cleverly avoided giving direct advice, instead explaining the rationale of keeping the lives. What the heck? Little Chen, what do you mean by that? Wang Tao instantly exploded, as if he had received a great insult. To prove his strength, he immediately peeled off his down jacket, revealing a tight tank top underneath, flexing his biceps with force, showcasing his impressive muscles, and behind him, a bold dragon tattoo flexed. See? Brother Tao is here. Taking them down would be a piece of cake. His amusing act instantly had Xiao Xiao, Nuonyuo, and Linwei in fits of laughter, their giggles immediately breaking the tense atmosphere regarding the captive's fate. Alright, Xiao Xiao, you come with me to talk to them. Old Mo suddenly had an idea, saying this as he stepped forward with Xiao Xiao towards the direction of the 3 who looked like dead dogs. Everyone else left, leaving only old Zhao, who was still directing the transportation of supplies. Looking at the 3 sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, old Zhao smacked his lips. Brother Zhang Chen's hands are indeed heavy, old Mo finally murmured, his tone unclear whether it was a sigh or fear. Old Mo crouched down, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 weak captives, his voice solemn, do you want to live? One of the men, who was less injured, twitched his eyelids and weakly squeezed out 2 words, want to live. If you want to live, then you must let go of your hatred, completely sever the thoughts of the past, and honestly start anew. Old Mo's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable tone. Can you do that? The man struggled to swallow, making a wheezing sound from his blood-stained throat, and said with all his strength, definitely can. Good. Old Mo stood up, his gaze shifting to Xiao Xiao, whose face looked somewhat pale, his tone softening a bit. Xiao Xiao, it's up to you, don't let our new partners just disappear. Old Mo put great emphasis on the word partners, implying that these 3 were no longer their captives, but teammates to fight alongside, which could also dissolve the barriers in their hearts. Chapter 27, Departing to the Safe Zone. Zhang Chen leaned against the passenger seat with a cigarette, not knowing when his avatar had taken a seat in the back. According to Old Mo's intel, several strange beings within a 20-kilometer radius had been cleared, leaving his avatar with rare free time. He glanced at the avatar that was about to expire and the Mauser rifle in his hand, and a thought suddenly surged up, why not let the avatar try this non-lethal gun? Since it's called non-lethal, it surely wouldn't be fatal. Once this thought arose, it became difficult to suppress. He was eager to know how this characteristic operated and what his avatar had gained today. He immediately took his avatar out of the car and found an open space. The avatar stood before a tree. Zhang Chen raised the gun and aimed, focusing on activating the characteristic. In an instant, a light blue halo flowed around the gun, gathering and solidifying into a small blue light spot that shot out at high speed. Its trajectory was not a straight line, drawing unpredictable arcs in the air, suddenly piercing into the avatar's chest. At the same time, the gun emitted a faint crisp sound, cracks appeared, and it began to shatter and crumble into pieces. The avatar fell to the ground, twitching violently a few times before falling completely silent. Zhang Chen looked at the broken Mauser in his hand, feeling a pang in his heart. He had specifically chosen this one from among dozens of guns, and it was unique. Now it was reduced to just a handle. With a heavy heart, Zhang Chen discarded the broken gun and hurried over to check on his avatar. The avatar's breathing was steady, just unconscious, not dissipated. However, a wave of disappointment surged in Zhang Chen's heart. Surely it's another useless, non-offensive characteristic. He shook his head, no longer wanting to think about it. But the sudden gunfire drew several figures towards him, with old Mo rushing forward first. Once he recognized Zhang Chen, he let out a long sigh. God knows how tense he was because of that gunshot, thinking the 3 sequence users they had just rescued caused some trouble again. Zhang Chen, what are you doing? Old Mo looked at the avatar lying on the ground, his expression odd. You don't have any special preferences, do you? Zhang Chen turned back upon hearing this, only to find Old Mo, Lin Wei, and Wang Tao standing not far behind. He let out a dry laugh, his mind racing. He didn't want to reveal the secret of the non-lethal gun or the avatar. Just testing the avatar's impact resistance. He casually deflected the question. Seeing this, everyone asked no further questions and gradually turned to leave. Once the crowd had walked far, Zhang Chen picked up the unconscious avatar, planning to seek help from Xiao Xiao. After all, he was unsure when the avatar would wake up. As soon as he arrived by the two girls' car, he saw them cooking on a simple stove. On a makeshift table, there were 3 plates of food, shiny braised pork, refreshing shredded potatoes, and a plate of stir-fried cabbage that was blackened. Xiao Xiao and Nuonyuo saw Zhang Chen approaching with his clone and stood up at the same time. Zhang Chen, what are you doing? Zhang Chen, would you like to eat with us? The two girls spoke almost simultaneously. But Zhang Chen's gaze was already locked onto the plate of braised pork, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It had been so long since he had last eaten it. Then I will gladly accept. Zhang Chen said thick-skinnedly, looking at the rich food on the table, completely forgetting the purpose of his visit. Zhang Chen placed his clone on the ground and sat down across from Xiao Xiao and Nuonyuo. Nuonyuo got up and served him a bowl of millet porridge. Seeing the two girls begin to use their chopsticks, Zhang Chen politely started to eat as well, deliberately controlling his eating this time, unlike his last banquet where he had devoured everything like a wolf. After all, he also cared about his image. At the table, Zhang Chen vaguely mentioned the reason for coming to see them. Xiao Xiao rested her chopsticks on her lips, blinking her big eyes as she looked at the unconscious clone on the ground. This state of the clone. I feel like I have seen it somewhere. She turned her head, her gaze inquisitively fixed on Zhang Chen. What happened? Zhang Chen let out a dry laugh and evaded. It's nothing for kids to ask about society. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes, but unusually did not press further. After the meal, Xiao Xiao carefully checked the state of the clone. She concentrated for a long time, and suddenly a glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes, but she just shook her head gently. It's nothing serious, it should wake up soon. Hearing Xiao Xiao's reply, Zhang Chen didn't linger too long, thanked the two girls, and then carried his clone away from there. As soon as he walked away, Xiao Xiao eagerly grabbed Nuonyuo's arm. Sister, guess what happened to Zhang Chen's clone? Nuonyuo shook her head and said, what happened? Oh, why don't you try to guess, Xiao Xiao said, shaking Nuonyuo's arm in a spoiled manner, but seeing the indifferent expression on the other side, she lowered her voice. The state of the clone is exactly the same as that weird attacking effect we dealt with yesterday. Nuonyuo was taken aback. Are you saying Zhang Chen got the weird materials from old Zhao? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could humans use weird weapons? That's true. Nuonyuo pondered for a moment, but how could his clone? You silly. Xiao Xiao excitedly interrupted. He must have some way to use weird abilities. I have always found it strange why he is so obsessed with the last strike of bizarre abilities. Now I understand. Her eyes sparkled, and her fist lightly smashed into her palm. As long as his clone successfully hunts weird things, it can gain the other's abilities. Nuonyuo was also shocked by Xiao Xiao's guess. How is that possible? If that's the case, then... Nuonyuo didn't continue, but her expression was filled with shock. Nothing is impossible, and this is just my guess for now. We can continue to observe it later, and I will definitely discover Zhang Chen's secret. Xiao Xiao seemed to turn into a little cat, while Zhang Chen at this moment remained oblivious to being watched. Not long after Zhang Chen returned to the car, the clone slowly woke up. He took out a cigarette and handed it over, and the clone silently accepted it. Everything was unspoken, apologies and understanding merged in the swirling smoke. The next morning, inside the tent, Zhang Chen saw the 3 people he had confronted yesterday, Li Yunlong, Li Yunhu, and Li Yunlin. Their eyes lingered on Zhang Chen for a moment with complex feelings, but there was no hatred, rather a sense of respect and relief. And Zhang Chen did not make any unfriendly gestures. After all, they would be fighting side by side later. As long as they did not provoke him, there was no need for him to act petty. Old Mo watched everything from the sidelines, nodding in satisfaction. He scanned the people in the tent. Prepare early, we will start evacuation in the afternoon. No one asked why. As the liaison who could sense everything within a 20-kilometer radius, Old Mo's judgment was the most accurate order. A few nodded in succession and then dispersed to make preparations. On Zhang Chen's side, the car was filled with smoke, and he had nothing to prepare, so he was quite leisurely. As the smoke was burning halfway, someone suddenly knocked on the car window. This wasn't an urgent knock, but more like a decision made after hesitation. He looked up and was slightly taken aback, as at that moment, Nuonyuo stood outside the car, her hair fluttering in the cold wind, making her even more charming. She had her hands in her pockets, her gaze a bit absent. Nuonyuo, I was just about to call you. It's cold outside, come in. Zhang Chen spoke first, easing the awkwardness in the air. As Zhang Chen spoke, Nuonyuo's previously tense expression visibly relaxed a lot. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she decisively opened the car door and turned around to sit in the driver's seat. She turned her head, her gaze directed straight at Zhang Chen's doppelganger in the back seat. Let your doppelganger go to Xiaoxiao's car. If anything happens on the road, we can look out for each other. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, simply inclining his head, and his doppelganger walked towards Xiaoxiao's car. Chapter 28, The Light of Order. Finally, they reached noon, but the sky remained gray, filled with an unshakable chill. Old Mo's car engine let out a low roar and was the first to drive out. The following vehicles followed in a line, forming a silent dragon on the desolate road. The scenery outside flew by, but Zhang Chen had no mind to appreciate it. He turned his head, his gaze landing on Nua, who was driving. She held the steering wheel firmly, her eyes focused on the road ahead, her side profile carrying a rare seriousness. Seeing her serious expression, Zhang Chen couldn't help but let out a light laugh from his throat. Nua cast a quick glance at him from the corner of her eye and asked with a hint of curiosity, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm not laughing at anything." Zhang Chen denied it, instinctively reaching into his pocket to pull out a pack of cigarettes and skillfully shook one out to dangle from his mouth. He took out his lighter, but then it seemed he suddenly remembered something, his motion pausing in the air. He held the unlit cigarette in his mouth, tilted his head to look at Nua, his mouth carrying a hint of a smile, looking like a charming rogue. "Do you mind if I smoke in the car?" "Go ahead." Nua shook her head. She actually didn't care about the smell of smoke, but Zhang Chen's sudden, somewhat awkward polite inquiry made her pause slightly, adding an inexplicable fondness for him in her heart. "That's good." With permission granted, Zhang Chen no longer hesitated, the lighter made a soft click, and wisps of blue smoke gradually rose. He took a deep breath, letting the tobacco scent fill his lungs, and his whole being visibly relaxed, sinking deep into the seat. He fully reclined the passenger seat, almost lying down, finding an incredibly comfortable position, staring at the roof of the car and mumbling, "How great! Really great." Nua caught a glimpse of his lazy appearance in the rearview mirror, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. But that smile didn't last long, as if suddenly pierced by some cold memory, it froze abruptly and then gradually faded from her face. "Zhang Chen," her voice was soft, almost drowned out by the engine's roar and wind noise, "how much longer do we have to live like this?" Zhang Chen, who was immersed in relaxation, seemed to be abruptly jolted by this question, sitting up straight in an instant. The burnt cigarette ash fell from his sudden motion, scattering on his clothes, but he was completely unaware. His gaze turned sharply to Nua, not answering her question, just staring at her slightly lonely profile. After a while, he finally asked with a hint of barely perceptible test, "What's wrong? Feeling emo?" Nua did not admit it, her gaze was still fixed on the winding road ahead, but her fingers gripping the steering wheel tightened slightly, and her face showed a trace of indescribable fatigue. She paused, seemingly searching for the right words, her voice lower than before, "I just suddenly feel like this road seems endless. Always moving, never knowing where the next stop is, and even less knowing when danger will come." Her words conveyed not just a simple question but a deep-seated confusion and weariness that had finally leaked out at this moment. Zhang Chen put away his carefree demeanor, looking at Nua's somber expression with a serious tone. "I don't know where the end is either, but I know, only by becoming stronger can we have a chance to see what the end looks like." Nua took a deep breath, she did not look at Zhang Chen but softly responded with a faint hum. The car fell into silence. Zhang Chen flicked away the cigarette butt and slumped back into the passenger seat. He had said what he needed to say, and whether it was useful would depend on whether Nua could figure it out for herself. The air conditioning made the inside of the car very comfortable. Zhang Chen slowly fell into a deep sleep amidst the bumps in the road. It was not until he heard vague sounds from outside that Zhang Chen slowly woke up from his deep sleep. He opened his eyes and found that the vehicle had stopped at some point. Turning his head, he saw Nua slightly leaning against the driver's seat, taking a brief rest with her eyes closed. Zhang Chen did not disturb her, he gently opened the passenger door and got out carefully. The noise was coming from Wang Tao's car. The closer he got, the clearer Wang Tao's rough shouting became, "Damn it! Did you eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Dare to steal under my nose? Watch me not beat you to death." Wang Tao's face was full of anger, as he yelled at two young men in their early 20s who had collapsed on the ground. The two were ragged, emaciated, and their eyes were filled with fear and despair. One of them was holding tightly to a bag of compressed biscuits that they had just taken from Wang Tao's car. Without saying more, he conjured an ancient token that looked completely different from before. It was not the fierce word chop, but a heavy-charactered and imposing word staff. In the apocalypse, food is life. He thought that he had only awakened his sequence for 2 days and had not received the treatment of being a sequencer. His own supplies were also extremely scarce. And these two unblinking individuals thought they could steal from him as if he were easy to bully. Stealing from others is wrong, and stealing from oneself is even more wrong. This was not theft, this was a matter of life and death. When Wang Tao saw Zhang Chen coming, his movements paused but did not stop. Zhang Chen did not intend to intervene, he just got out of the car to see what was happening and to breathe some fresh air. The young man on the ground holding the biscuits trembled, pleading with a quivering voice, Big brother, we really have no choice, we are so hungry, we haven't eaten anything for 3 days, please, let us go. The other one prostrated himself on the ground repeatedly, saying, we won't dare again, really won't dare, spare our lives. Wang Tao obviously was not swayed. He spat and said, so being hungry means you can steal? I also worked my ass off to find this little food. If I don't beat you today, how will I get by in the future? As he spoke, the token in his hand was already thrown to the ground. With the falling of the staff token, a faint yellow halo suddenly radiated around them. Stealing supplies, according to the law, is to be punished with the staff. Beat them for me. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 punishment staffs quickly formed in the air, flickering with dim light. These 2 energy punishment staffs completely ignored the laws of physics, accurately hovering above the 2 thieves' backsides. Then, to Zhang Chen's astonished gaze and under Wang Tao's somewhat dazed stare, the 2 energy punishment staffs suddenly fell down with a whoosh, ruthlessly. Smack! 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 The dull thud of strikes and the thieves' shrill screams resonated around. The energy punishment staff seemed illusory, yet when they hit, the pain felt extremely real, every strike was solid and unforgiving. Chapter 29, Sequence Upgrade. Wang Tao's mouth dropped open, his anger turning into shock, as he gazed at the self-executing punishment staffs, mumbling, I can't believe it, this thing can be used like this? Every sequencer awakens with nearly 2 skills, and Wang Tao also knew his first skill punishment lacked killing power. Today, he only wanted to see how this skill worked. And this effect truly fulfilled his desires. With 20 strikes, the 2 thieves were already streaming with tears, crying out for their parents, the fiery pain on their backsides making them lose all sense of luck they had while stealing, leaving only endless regret and pleas for mercy. Once the punishment was completed, the 2 energy punishment staffs quietly dissipated into the air as if they had never existed. Wang Tao looked at the 2 people on the ground, weak and groaning, and his anger subsided by more than half, replaced by astonishment at his own token ability. He kicked one of them and gruffly said, Scram! If I catch you stealing again, I'll break your legs. The 2, as if granted a reprieve, disregarded their pain and quickly crawled away, helping each other, staggering off while remembering to take the stolen goods with them. Damn! Wang Tao watched the 2 scurry away and muttered a curse, the fierceness in his eyes gradually fading. He ultimately couldn't harden his heart. When he turned back, his expression had changed completely, as if that little interlude had never happened. He stepped over to Zhang Chen's side, excitement evident as he threw an arm around Zhang Chen's shoulders. What do you think, little Chen? Brother Tao's ability is not bad, right? Wang Tao couldn't hide his pride, gesturing wildly, although it can't compare to the imposing Slay command, this stance, this atmosphere. He clicked his tongue twice, his eyes shining brightly. Did you see? Words make the law follow. No need to lift a finger. As he spoke, he sank back into the earlier scene, rubbing his hands in excitement. If I encounter such problems again, I'll just stand here, raise my token. He suddenly stood up straight, lowering his voice to imitate, according to the law, punish. Before he could finish, he burst into laughter, slapping Zhang Chen on the back. This is just too cool. It's like a power made just for me. The more Wang Tao thought, the more excited he became, as if he could already see himself commanding punishment with authority, feeling revitalized, shaking off the fatigue of the past few days. Zhang Chen felt a headache coming on, secretly muttering, Brother, you're over 30 years old, can you be a bit more mature and stable like me? But he still flattered, yes, little Tao is the moral benchmark in this apocalypse, the light of order. I truly admire you. With that, he clasped his fists towards Wang Tao. Hearing Zhang Chen's praise, Wang Tao's heart bloomed with joy, his grin almost reaching his ears. Just as he was about to respond proudly, a voice from old Mo suddenly echoed in their minds, making both of them freeze. Alright, you 2 brats, stop chatting and come quickly to take the supplies from my car from yesterday. Zhang Chen secretly wondered, normally, old Mo would just shout to distribute supplies, why has he especially used his sound transmission ability today? This seems a bit unusual. Wang Tao didn't think much of it and didn't notice Zhang Chen's daze as he walked briskly towards old Mo's off-road vehicle. After all, his supplies had already run low. When the 2 reached old Mo's car, they found him smiling brightly at them, his gaze exceptionally bright, even containing an indescribable feeling of comfort and kindness. This made Zhang Chen feel uneasy all over. Old Mo, what's going on with you? Looking all mushy-eyed, have you found a second spring? Wang Tao was straightforward and couldn't help but tease old Mo as he looked at the nearly anti-smile expression on his face. Go away. You can't say who has been around longer. This instinctively gentle action instantly amused both Zhang Chen and Wang Tao. What, are you afraid your wife will hear? Wang Tao immediately put on a mischievous expression and leaned closer to continue teasing in a low voice. Old Mo shot him a big eye roll and said in a hushed tone, do you still want supplies or not? As soon as these words came out, Wang Tao's expression changed instantly, the earlier teasing completely vanished, replaced by a fawning smile as he leaned closer to Old Mo's window. Please don't, Captain. My supplies are really running low, just 2 blocks of compressed biscuits left, and they were just stolen by 2 little scoundrels. Only then did Old Mo nod in satisfaction, the mysterious smile still hanging on his face, like a rat that had stolen fragrant oil. The first reason I called you two here is to distribute supplies. The second, he deliberately prolonged his words, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Chen and Wang Tao's faces, relishing the suspense, just waiting for them to impatiently ask. What is it? Zhang Chen asked eagerly, his tone compliant, but he was really thinking, if we're going to waste this time, I might as well go back to the car and get some more sleep. Old Mo was completely oblivious to Zhang Chen's indifference, or perhaps he simply didn't care. He cleared his throat, puffed up his chest slightly, and announced word by word, my sequence ability has upgraded. What? Zhang Chen and Wang Tao almost said it in unison, their previous nonchalance instantly replaced by shock. This time, Zhang Chen was truly astonished. Old Mo looked at their incredulous expressions, his face almost overflowing with pride. In this moment, he felt that all his past efforts had been worthwhile. The hardships involved were probably only fully understood by him and Lin Wei. Since becoming the leader of this team, he had hardly ever slept soundly. Every hour, every deep night, he had to forcibly lift his spirits, activating his sensing ability to guard against any possible dangers approaching. This heavy responsibility silently drained his energy without him ever revealing it to outsiders, but the rewards he achieved were immense. From today, he could finally take a breath. Looking at the shocked expressions of the two, Old Mo did not waste any more time. He lowered his voice and explained word by word. That's right, my sequence has now upgraded to level 2, awakening a quite useful new ability. Old Mo's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable pride as he looked over the astonished Zhang Chen and Wang Tao, continuing his explanation. I can now simultaneously gather 4 invisible mental sentinels and deploy them to the north, south, east, and west, capable of scouting abnormal movements and strange scents within a 20-kilometer radius. He paused to let this information be fully absorbed, a relieved smile spreading across his face. This means that in the future, whenever we camp or stop for a short while, our safety will greatly increase. Chapter 30, Dream Warning. So how did your sequence upgrade? Wang Tao asked the question Zhang Chen cared about the most. Zhang Chen also held his breath, waiting for the answer. Old Mo shook his head, a hint of confusion passing through his eyes. I'm not quite sure either, it just happened today when I used my sensing ability, I broke through inexplicably. When Wang Tao heard this, he immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet. Heaven helps Mo but does not help Tao. But Zhang Chen fell into deep thought, could the improvement in rank be related to the number of uses? Old Mo looked at Wang Tao's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but interrupt. Alright, stop howling like a ghost, hurry up and take the supplies and scram. Okay. Wang Tao instantly stopped his performance, and there was no trace of gloom on his face. The improvement in rank seemed elusive, far less important than the tangible supplies, especially since it had only been a few days since he awakened his rank. Wanting to break through again now was indeed wishful thinking. Old Mo didn't say much more and led everyone to the back of the modified truck. When the door of the truck opened, it was crammed full of various supplies, clearly showing that the group of bandits had indeed gathered a bountiful harvest, robbing who knows how many passing convoys. Just the bag given to Zhang Chen was quite hefty, several packs of cigarettes, heaps of instant noodles and canned food, and even a few boxes of rare self-heating hot pot. As Old Mo handed them out, he said to Zhang Chen, Nua and Xiao Xiao are still resting, take their share over to them. Wang Tao had already grabbed his share and dashed away. Old Mo smiled gently at his back, shook his head, then turned to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen nodded at his words, silently took 2 large bags of supplies, then turned around and strolled back leisurely. The bags were heavy with food and daily necessities, but they also felt like a rare sense of stability, particularly precious in the apocalypse. Watching Zhang Chen leave, Old Mo could no longer contain his joy and began to dance lightly like a child. His tone filled with happiness, he muttered to himself, finally. I can sleep soundly tonight. Meanwhile, as Zhang Chen walked along the path, he was repeatedly pondering Old Mo's newly awakened ability. The Sentinel rank could detect strange existences, which made his heart race. If that's true, then his avatars would definitely have it easier hunting the strange beings in the future. Thinking of this, excitement could not help but shine in Zhang Chen's eyes. As he immersed himself in his thoughts, he unconsciously stepped forward, only to realize he didn't know when he had stood beside Xiao Xiao's vehicle. By the dim moonlight, he could see Xiao Xiao curled up on the driver's seat, sleeping soundly, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. It seemed the long day of driving had really worn her out, as even the slight noise of Zhang Chen's avatar opening the car door to place the supplies did not disturb her deep slumber. Zhang Chen handed the supplies meant for Xiao Xiao to his avatar and quietly turned to leave. In the night, his eyes returned to calmness. Although a thought had briefly flashed in his mind about sending an avatar to hunt the strange beings alone, he quickly rejected the idea. The gains from acting alone could never match the benefits of teamwork. Moreover, if he sent an avatar out tonight and something unexpected happened, being counterattacked by the strange beings would mean that the team would be unprepared for tomorrow's hunt, and he would be unable to enjoy the meat that was already within reach. After all, the avatar could only regenerate at midnight each day, it could neither stack its presence nor be prepared in advance. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen quickened his pace and swiftly returned to the Land Rover. That night, Zhang Chen did not sleep soundly. In a daze, he found himself standing on a desolate path, old Mo, Wang Tao, and Nuanua following beside him, the surroundings shrouded in grey mist, the air filled with a mix of old soil and decaying grass scent. Unbeknownst to them, they had walked into a deserted village. At the entrance of the village, the archway was leaning dangerously, about to fall. The mottled, faded paint on top seemed to have written something once, but it was now hard to decipher. Only when the crowd completely entered the village did it seem as if invisible strokes suddenly appeared in the sky, revealing 4 blood-red characters. Cannot turn back. The writing was as red as blood, as if freshly inked yet suspended for 100 years, carrying a heart-stopping power of rules. What a spooky trick! Wang Tao spat, his face full of disbelief. Why can't we turn back? I will look back. Don't be impulsive, Wang Tao. Old Mo hurriedly scolded. Nuanua also nervously tried to pull him, but it was too late. With a provocative smile, Wang Tao suddenly turned his head. In an instant, under the originally empty eaves and tree shadows of the village, several childlike figures quietly appeared. They wore dull-colored, old-style cotton jackets, their cheeks unnaturally rosy, their eyes large and black, but lacking any luster, just staring intently at Wang Tao. Then, they smiled. Their mouths stretched into an unbelievable arc, hand in hand, bouncing towards Wang Tao, humming a disjointed nursery rhyme. Oh, turn back, and you won't see the road lost the soul, and can't keep it. The color drained from Wang Tao's face in an instant. He tried to back away but found his feet stuck as if trapped in mud, unable to move. He wanted to scream but could not make any sound. Those children's icy little hands easily grabbed his arms, bouncing as they dragged him deeper into the village. Wang Tao struggled, looking back at Zhang Chen and the others, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear and despair, yet his figure was quickly swallowed by thick fog and the shadows of those children, ultimately disappearing without a trace, leaving only a dragged mark on the ground that quickly faded. Soon, old Mo, Xiao Xiao, Nuanua, all inexplicably turned back, watching helplessly as they were dragged into the depths of the village. Just as Zhang Chen was holding his breath, warning himself not to repeat the same mistake. His neck felt as if an invisible hand gently yet firmly turned it, making a slight click sound. A cold chill instantly surged up his spine. He turned back. A large, pale, bloodless face was hovering in the air, nearly touching the tip of his nose. Its skin looked unnaturally smooth, like wet paper, with no eyebrows or eyelashes, just a pair of enormous, pure black eyes taking up half of its face, now staring at him unblinkingly. What was most chilling was that the corners of that face's mouth began to slowly tear upwards, stretching into an unbelievable arc, revealing a dark, hollow mouth inside. You turned back. The whole village returned to dead silence, with only those 4 blood characters still faintly glowing in the air, as if a cruel warning. Zhang Chen suddenly woke up from the dream, cold sweat soaking his back, his heart racing, but the desperate gaze of the few being dragged away in the dream, and the children's eerie, hollow smiles, were clearly imprinted in his mind, haunting him. Was it just a dream? Zhang Chen panted heavily. He turned to look at Nuanua beside him, finding her curled up in the corner of the driver's seat, asleep, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. The car was very quiet, and Zhang Chen heard clearly, watching her defenseless posture, the shadow left by the strange dream dissipated significantly. Gazing at the sleeping side of Nuanua's face, an inexplicable impulse suddenly surged in his heart, making him almost want to lean down and fiercely kiss her smooth forehead or slightly parted lips, but this thought quickly faded away. What a joke, Nuanua is not an ordinary girl, but has a powerful battle sequence. If she found out, it would be more than just a bitter lesson, it might cost him half his life here. It's better to just admire her honestly. Everything always starts off difficult. He took a deep breath, pushing the restless feelings deep into his heart. Before dawn, Zhang Chen had no desire to sleep. Chapter 31, Sequence, Mechanic. Time passed second by second as Zhang Chen's cigarettes burned down one after another. That strange dream, with its erratic nature, countless questions twisted like vines in his mind. Since the apocalypse arrived, his avatars had already killed more than 10 oddities. However, he only had a few lonely skills hanging in his attribute section. Could killing those oddities without rules and absorbing their chaotic essence enhance the rule-ignoring attribute? And those bizarre beasts, he thought deeply. The light of day gradually began to brighten. Nuanua's eyelashes fluttered. When she opened her eyes, she was a bit dazed. Her gaze first landed on Zhang Chen and then slowly moved to his face. You woke up so early? Yeah, I can't sleep. Zhang Chen curved his lips, his tone filled with genuine gratitude. You worked hard yesterday. Nuanua shook her head at the mention, stretched with a big yawn, her shoulder blades forming a lovely curve, and then gently shook her head as if trying to shake off the lingering sleepiness. We are companions after all. Her voice was clear, with a hint of nonchalance, this little matter is nothing. Saying this, her hands involuntarily tapped her shoulders, clearly realizing that sleeping in the driver's seat was quite uncomfortable. Listening to her words, Zhang Chen felt warmth in his heart, but his obsession to remove the two obstructive seats grew stronger. He secretly decided that today, no matter what, he had to find old Zhao and completely tear out those two space-consuming back seats. Then he would find a way to make a simple yet sturdy bed frame to at least install a wooden board and bedding, that would surely be better than sleeping in the driver's seat, where turning over was a hassle. Bringing his thoughts back, Zhang Chen suddenly recalled what happened last night and told Nua. By the way, old Mo has advanced in sequence. Originally a bit lazy, Nua straightened up instantly upon hearing this, her sleepiness disappearing, replaced by sharp and surprised light in her eyes. What? Are you serious? Her tone was filled with disbelief, her eyes wide as she looked at Zhang Chen. Why would I lie to you? Seeing Nua like this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile, recounting the events from the previous night when he went to get supplies, as well as old Mo's own description of the sudden breakthrough while using his perception abilities. That's truly something to congratulate Uncle Mo for. After listening to Zhang Chen's explanation, Nua was also happy for old Mo. Yeah, now our safety is more assured. Zhang Chen agreed deeply. After a brief digestion, Nua calmed down, and they didn't exchange too many pleasantries. Nua then told Zhang Chen she was going to wash up, while Zhang Chen took this opportunity to find old Zhao. At this moment, old Zhao and Xiao Feng were sitting in the RV, drinking millet porridge. Upon seeing Zhang Chen arrive, they quickly put down their bowls and utensils, warmly inviting him into the car. Brother Zhang Chen? Come in. As soon as the door was opened, a wave of warmth rushed over, the heater inside was set high, and the air was filled with the simple and warm aroma of millet porridge, a stark contrast to the biting cold winds outside. Zhang Chen explained his purpose, and old Zhao didn't hesitate at all, wiping his mouth and standing up. All right, brother Zhang Chen, I'll go with you right now. No need to rush. Zhang Chen glanced at the still steaming porridge on the table, feeling reluctant to trouble old Zhao. It won't be too late after you finish your meal. But old Zhao waved his hand. Let's hurry up. What if old Mo suddenly needs to leave? This matter might get delayed. You can eat any time, let's go. Seeing Lao Zhao so straightforward and efficient, Zhang Chen no longer acted coy and nodded, then I'll trouble you. The two chatted and laughed along the way, quickly arriving at Zhang Chen's car. It'll be done in no time. Lao Zhao smiled, gently pressing his palm on the first welded back seat. A miraculous sight happened. A faint metallic sheen appeared in his palm, complex structural patterns flashed before his eyes. Then, the welded joints and bolts seemed to come to life, emitting a subtle hum, slowly rotating and loosening by themselves. In just a dozen seconds, the entire seat detached from the car body, as if it had never been welded. He neatly tossed the removed seat aside and replicated the process, easily removing the second one. Zhang Chen watched in amazement. All right, the obstruction is cleared. Lao Zhao clapped his hands and pointed at the seats on the ground. These two can perfectly serve as mattress material. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light reappeared in his palm. The two seats seemed to mold together like soft clay, and in just a few minutes, a perfectly sized small bed took shape. Lao Zhao glanced inside the car, then turned to Zhang Chen and winked. Brother Zhang Chen, I can also modify your car window to avoid you and Nua when. His words trailed off as a teasing smile spread across his face. Coincidentally, this was overheard by Nua, who had just returned from Xiao, and her cheeks instantly flushed, even her ears turned red. Zhang Chen remained unaware of her presence, seriously nodding. It really needs modification, I'll have to trouble you again. Nua gripped the hem of her clothes, her footsteps pausing at the car door, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Uncle Zhao, what are you saying? Zhang Chen finally realized someone was behind him, turning around abruptly to see Nua standing next to the car, unaware of when she had arrived. He hastily tried to clarify, No, I meant the window needs to be modified for better ventilation, it's safer. Lao Zhao laughed even more mischievously, clapping his tools in hand. Right, safety. Don't worry, I'll make it one way, nothing can be seen from outside, and I'll ensure soundproofing is perfect. Nua could no longer bear it, turning around to walk away, nearly bumping into the doorframe in her panic. Zhang Chen instinctively reached out to steady her, his fingertips brushing against her hot arm, both pulling back as if scalded. I'm going to check on Xiao. Nua tossed this line back and almost ran off. Zhang Chen watched her retreating figure, angry yet embarrassed as he glared at Lao Zhao. Great, now everything is heard. Lao Zhao raised an eyebrow with a smirk, continuing his work while tapping rhythmically on the reinforced car window frame. Young people, I understand. His tone carried a teasing sense of camaraderie. Zhang Chen didn't reply, only touching his nose, his gaze drifting elsewhere. At that moment, his mind was filled with how to face Nua next. Before long, Lao Zhao clapped his hands, nodding with satisfaction at his work, then turned to Zhang Chen, saying, Brother Zhang Chen, take a look at this. He opened the car door, showcasing the newly renovated interior space. The troublesome backseat vanished without a trace, replaced by a bed frame that looked incredibly comfortable, perfectly embedded inside the car body. From outside, the car windows appeared pitch black, making it impossible to tell what was happening inside. Zhang Chen finally snapped back to reality, examining the car's fresh layout, every detail neatly handled. He couldn't help but genuinely praise, perfect. This craftsmanship is truly worthy of our team's unique mechanic. Hearing this, Lao Zhao's lips curled up in a relaxed, proud smile. Of course. Although I'm not as skilled as you fighters when it comes to battling the weirdness on the front lines, playing with these metal scraps, handling these structures. I'm not bragging, but there's really no one in this camp who can surpass me. His tone held no humility but also no exaggeration, just a declaration of absolute confidence in his professional field. Listening instead makes people feel steady and reliable. Zhang Chen also seriously nodded, sincerely acknowledging old Zhao's skills. Chapter 32, Encountering a Strange Beast. When leaving, Zhang Chen unceremoniously stuffed 2 bottles of fine wine into old Zhao's hands. Old Zhao could not refuse, and in the end, accepted the 2 bottles that were insisted upon him. The sun was high, but the cold wind was still bone-chilling. Zhang Chen also knew about Old Mo's departure. At the moment, he leaned against the passenger seat, the driver's door wide open, cold wind gushing in, making him shiver uncontrollably. But he knew in his heart that Nua would definitely come back. After all, he still had his eyes on Xiao Zhao's side. The pretense had to be well done. Before long, a figure approached. Nua glanced at the boldly open car door, paused for a moment, a complex look flashed across her face, but she didn't hesitate and bent down to sit in the driver's seat. She glared at him angrily, and Zhang Chen knew he was in the wrong, forcing a dry smile. The engine roared, and the vehicle finally drove out, kicking up a cloud of cold fog. After driving steadily for 2 hours, Old Mo's car slowly stopped by the side of the road. Nua and Zhang Chen exchanged a glance, both a little puzzled. Why did Uncle Mo stop? She had long forgotten the morning's unhappiness, her eyes widened as she looked at Zhang Chen, confused. Zhang Chen shook his head, I don't know. Wait for me in the car, I'll go take a look. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw that Old Mo's face was not right. Before he could ask, Wang Tao's loud voice had already shouted, Old Mo, what's wrong? This shout attracted Qin Fan, Old Zhao, and the 3 Li brothers over. Old Mo did not turn around, his gaze fixed ahead, his tone heavy, be careful, there's a big fellow up ahead, and it's coming for us. Zhang Chen followed the direction he pointed and looked. The distant horizon seemed to be soaked in invisible ink, exuding a sense of ominousness. The chill in the air suddenly intensified, stinging the skin. Can you tell what level it is? Zhang Chen's voice was low. He truly did not wish to encounter a giant beast like last time, relying on luck to get the doppelganger to divert it. Would he have such luck again this time? Old Mo's throat moved as he slowly shook his head. Above level 2, not sure if it reached level 3. It's very fast, we can't escape. Wang Tao spat, his face tense. In this wilderness, it's clearly coming for us. Damn it. Old Mo's face was ashen. He truly could not come up with a better strategy and could only nod seriously. It seems we can only clash head-on. Before he finished speaking, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and the ability Mind Dialogue activated, instantly communicating the urgent situation. In just a moment, several figures swiftly gathered. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Feng, and a doppelganger of Zhang Chen who was ready for battle all arrived. Such a lineup would be considered luxurious for any convoy, but Old Mo's frown grew tighter, his expression terrifyingly grim. At the same time, the survivors had already retreated 100 meters away, each holding their breath, watching from a distance. Once the situation went wrong, they were ready to turn and flee at any moment. Time passed slowly in oppression. 1 minute, 3 minutes. After a long while, they finally saw its true form. It was actually a black bear, but there was an indescribable strangeness about it. It stood up on its hind legs, charging towards them, nearly 5 meters tall, resembling a collapsing gray-black mountain, its shadow almost engulfing everyone. With every step it took, even the vehicle trembled. What was even more terrifying was its speed. Its massive body did not become a burden, instead, it stirred up a gust of foul wind that stung people's faces painfully. Prepare for battle. Although Old Mo's gaze was still wary, his voice was steady and powerful, instantly suppressing the panic, showcasing the captain's decisiveness. Sequence, fighter, the 3 Li brothers responded first. As specialized close combat fighters, the 3 instantly connected their breathing, their muscles tensed, forming a peculiar triangular formation, charging forward fiercely. 6 iron fists surrounded by condensed air blasted at the lower joints of the bear, attempting to unbalance it through skillful force. Lin Wei also nearly simultaneously took action. The ability of the sequence, Illusionist activated, and several glowing shadow chains appeared out of thin air, coiling around the body of the nightmare bear like poisonous snakes, not to forcefully bind, but to interfere with movement and delay its attack. Wang Tao spat, his eyes red as blood. The power of the sequence, Executor, surged within him. He threw the cut token, and a rusty guillotine materialized from nowhere, chopping straight down at the black bear. In Nono's eyes, a faint golden light flickered, her body exuding a warm aura that dispelled the darkness. Sequence, Dawn, as a rare wielder of light and purification abilities, she had a natural restraint against strange entities. She raised her hands, a pure, blazing light erupting from her palms, swiftly expanding into energy ripples carrying the will of Dawn, charging straight toward the black bear. Where the light passed, the gloom retreated, and the accompanying stench seemed to hiss as if being scorched. Its power lay not in surface destruction but in penetrating the core. Once successfully injected, it could explode from the weakest point of the bizarre structure, like lava surging from within, ultimately burning and collapsing its existence entirely. The black bear, entangled with a few people, suddenly bristled its fur, as if sensing an invisible threat. It violently shook off its attackers and rolled away at incredible speed. Nono's attack missed. The giant bear's crimson eyes locked onto Nono, letting out a deep, menacing growl. It completely ignored everyone else and launched itself at her like a black whirlwind. "Nono! Sister!" Panicked shouts erupted almost simultaneously. Old Mo's revolver spat fire wildly. The night elves summoned by Qin Fan shot from the shadows like arrows, targeting the beast's form. "There's no time." Nono's pupils constricted as thoughts of evading flashed through her mind, but the giant beast's body was already barreling toward her, creating a stench-filled wind so powerful it left only a desperate afterimage. Just before the bear's claws were about to touch her, a shadow, faster than light, appeared as if tearing through space. There was no earth-shattering force, only an extreme concentration of speed and precision. It was Zhang Chen's clone. His expression was impassive as he effectively caught the black bear's claw. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar erupted, as if the very air had exploded. The clone's feet sank deep into the ground, yet his form stood unwavering like a mountain, absorbing the overwhelming force completely, dissipating it into nothingness. And at this moment, the real Zhang Chen moved. He glided to Nono's side like a specter, without the slightest hesitation. Strong arms wrapped around her still frightened form, lifting her securely in a classic princess carry, then he pushed off the ground, flying backward to safely deposit her in the secure zone where old Mo and Qin Fan were. The entire motion was swift and fluid, showing no signs of delay. The clone seemed to have completed its mission, dissipating into sparks under the bear's heavy blow, vanishing into the battlefield. Zhang Chen remained unfazed by the clone's disappearance, his gaze turning downward to Nono, whose complexion was pale, as he smiled slightly. "Don't be afraid." Chapter 33, Self-Destruction. Just as Zhang Chen wanted to continue holding Nono and say something, feeling the lingering warmth and excitement in his arms. "Please put me down." Nono's small face flushed red, struggling uneasily in his embrace, her voice tinged with a hint of imperceptible shyness. However, the roar of danger instantly shattered this moment of tenderness. The black bear, enraged by its missed blow and the disappearance of its target, fell into a frenzy. It let out an ear-splitting roar that made the leaves tremble, its gaze locking onto Zhang Chen, who was still holding onto Nono, the detestable human who had stolen its prey. The massive black shadow, carrying the scent of blood, charged at an astounding speed once more, causing the very earth beneath it to tremble with each step. Seeing the black bear charge wildly, he did not dare to be careless. The warmth he had just felt was instantly replaced by anger. He gently set Nono down and turned to face the oncoming bear with a cold expression. "Beast, your death is at hand." If it had been any other time, without the clone by his side, Zhang Chen would absolutely never take the field himself, but now with a beauty by his side, he had no choice but to harden his resolve and face the strange beast charging at him. This is Zhang Chen, a man who strives for strength all his life. Seeing the black bear pouncing toward Zhang Chen and the others, Xiao Xiao and the team wasted no time. Sequence, All Things Born, activated. Xiao Xiao's eyes glimmered with a green glow as her hands pressed to the ground, and a powerful yet gentle life energy rippled around her. In the next moment, the earth suddenly cracked, and a giant tree burst forth at an incredible speed, growing wildly. Its branches glistened like emeralds. Under Xiao Zhao's control, it surged with immense power, and with a nearly tragic posture, it roared down upon the black bear's back. Almost simultaneously, a more violent metallic storm sounded from the other side. "Beast! Taste this!" Old Zhao's eyes widened with rage as he hoisted a rough-looking Gatling gun onto his shoulder, the massive barrel spinning at high speed, spewing out nearly a foot-long azure flame. Countless specially made bullets formed a scorching torrent of metal, emitting a terrifying shriek as they accurately rained down upon the side of the black bear, causing its thick fur and muscle to explode, letting out a cry of pain. Seeing the slay token was nearly useless against the black bear, Wang Tao flipped his palm and tossed an ancient staff token into the air. The token shimmered once and instantly split into two illusory, cold, black penal rods. They traced fierce arcs in the air, carrying the authority to punish evil, striking harshly at the joints of the black bear's legs. The heavy crushing of the giant tree, the metallic storm of the Gatling gun, and the eerie lash of the penal rods. Three powerful attacks arrived almost simultaneously, creating a perfect combined strike alongside the advancing Zhang Chen. Though the black bear was incredibly fierce, at this moment it was caught in an unprecedented predicament. Its massive body was staggered by the giant tree's impact, the rain of bullets tore its flesh, and the strikes from the penal rods made its lower body go weak, causing its movements to distort instantly. As everyone paused their attacks and the black bear stumbled from the combined offensive, three formidable figures charged into the fray like tigers released from their cages, carrying a fierce momentum. It was the three brothers of the Li family. Although they couldn't match Zhang Chen's agile figure, this 5-meter-tall black bear became their stage to showcase their sequence's results. At this moment, the three displayed no flashy energy, only their forged bodies and perfected martial arts skills. Iron Mountain Strike. The eldest brother, Li Yunlong, bellowed like a thunderclap, his right leg stomped down like a giant axe, crashing into the black bear's left leg, causing it to stumble and fall to the ground. Good chance. The second brother, Li Yunhu, with a sharp glimmer in his eyes, unleashed his ultimate move, Lightning 5 whips, but this whip technique was executed by his arm, striking the black bear and causing it immense pain. The third brother, Li Yunlin, was just about to expand their victory. Suddenly, a gentle yet intensely blazing light surged from afar. Get out of the way. The three paused, turning toward the source of the voice. They saw a pure and fiercely bright light rushing toward the black bear. If they did not evade, they would surely be affected by this attack. The three hurriedly retreated, and almost as they moved back, the light, as if crossing space, accurately struck the black bear's chest, which was trying to regain its stance after losing suppression. Ah, whoa! The black bear let out a chilling howl unlike any before, a sound filled with unprecedented pain and fear. The pure light reacted violently with the strange black energy surrounding it, like boiling soup splashed on snow, emitting a hissing burn. Its thick fur and strong muscles were utterly ineffective against this bane-like illumination. A massive body was being gradually destroyed from the inside out. However, just as everyone let out a sigh of relief, their eyes still fixated on the pure white glow left by Nuanua's purifying strike, an unexpected change occurred. The originally rampant and furious black gas seemed to be thoroughly enraged, or perhaps it sensed the threat of destruction, and chose not to resist the glow anymore, instead crazily radiating outward. Roar! The black bear lying on the ground emitted a screech that no living creature could make. Its crimson eyes instantly turned pitch black, as if they were two bottomless whirlpools. It was actually forcing out its last bit of power at the cost of burning its own life and all the strange energy, and its massive body suddenly sprang up. But this time, its target was no longer anyone, but rather self-destruction. Its bones let out a chilling crack sound, and its body swelled violently like an inflated balloon. Thick black light as dark as ink surged out like crazy from every crack on its body, and a destructive, highly unstable wave of energy gathered fiercely around it. Not good. It's going to self-destruct. Old M.O., experienced and knowledgeable, turned pale with fright and shouted loudly to warn. Once the self-destruct loaded with all the strange energy completed, the power would be unimaginable. Give me the gun. Zhang Chen shouted at old M.O., who froze for a moment, but the mysterious trust he had in Zhang Chen made both of them rush towards each other. Chapter 34, Strange Materials. Finally, Zhang Chen grasped the revolver modified by old Zhao. He didn't hesitate for a moment. In an instant, a point of deep blue light, refined to perfection and emanating an absolute chill and tranquil aura, shot silently from the gun's muzzle, cutting through the air. The next second, it precisely penetrated into the violently expanding black bear, which was on the brink of self-destruction. It has to work. Zhang Chen silently prayed, hoping that the non-lethal gun would bring him an unexpected surprise. Otherwise, at this distance, there would be no time for anyone to escape. Finally, a miracle happened. At the moment the deep blue light point penetrated, time seemed to be forcefully paused. The thick black light that had been surging and restless within the black bear was suddenly restrained, as if it were forced to obey an absolute 0-degree command, halting abruptly in its flow. Then, like a receding tide, all the dissipating black light was crazily sucked back into the black bear's body. The bear's body, swollen to its limit, rapidly deflated like a punctured balloon, and its black eyes filled with hatred and madness grew darker. Subsequently, its massive body lost all support, collapsed to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut, raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, the previously alarming waves of destruction and the roaring energy completely ceased and vanished without a trace. Great, it worked! Excitement suddenly lit up Zhang Chen's eyes, but this joy had yet to fully unfold when it quickly receded. He clearly knew that the non-lethal gun would not be fatal. Finish it off! Zhang Chen shouted loudly across the battlefield, alerting everyone that the black bear was not yet dead. Instantly, all sorts of abilities and attack methods poured down like a storm, desperately smashing towards the fallen black bear. The sounds of energy explosions, cracking bones, and whizzing bullets intertwined, forming a symphony of destruction's final act. Underneath that brilliant yet deadly light, the remaining body of the black bear violently convulsed, contorted, and finally disintegrated completely in a blend of purifying light and pure physical impact, turning into dust. On the battlefield, only the heavy and exhausted breaths of everyone remained, along with a silence that was both a sigh of relief and an unease lingering in their hearts. Only Zhang Chen stood quietly aside, showing no hint of joy on his face, while in his deep-set eyes, there lingered a trace of loneliness. The reason was simple. This powerful beast was not defeated by Zhang Chen's avatar, but he did not regret it. In that moment, only Zhang Chen had the ability to save Nuanua. If Zhang Chen did not step forward, Nuanua would definitely die. This subtle loneliness did not escape Xiao Xiao's eyes. A glimmer of understanding flashed across her sharp gaze, but it quickly transformed into a more overwhelming sense of gratitude. If it weren't for Zhang Chen, my sister might have died. The Li brothers were also immensely grateful at this moment, thankful for joining this convoy, and grateful that this team had such a powerful sequence holder as Zhang Chen. Old Mo quietly walked to Zhang Chen's side, his eyes filled with confusion, but he did not ask about Zhang Chen's familiar gun, he just revealed a sincere smile. Zhang Chen, thanks to you. Even Qin Fan, who usually didn't get along with Zhang Chen, looked at Zhang Chen with a bit more respect. Zhang Chen withdrew his distant thoughts and raised his eyes to see Old Mo walking toward him. He smiled and returned the revolver to Old Mo. Zhang Chen quite liked this gun, which could withstand the trait of the gun of no killing without damage, proving its extraordinary nature, but after all, Old Mo's sequence had no means of attack, and this gun might be his only means of survival. This is the result of everyone's hard work together. His voice was not loud, yet clearly reached everyone's ears, with no sign of boasting at all. Little Chen, I have believed in you since you were young. Brother Chen is invincible. Then, Old Zhao, Wang Tao, and others also came over one after another. Amidst everyone's praise, Nuanua quietly gazed at the man who had just saved her. His steady figure overlapped with the memory of the words, Nuanua, have you ever experienced love at first sight? A warm feeling surged to her cheeks, and she involuntarily lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. What? Are you moved? Beside her, Lin Wei's keen eyes quickly caught Nuanua's extremely unnatural expression and her suspiciously flushed face. And this time, to everyone's surprise, Nuanua unusually did not refute. Well, such a reliable man, TSK. If I wasn't already tied down by that stubborn mule, Old Mo, maybe I wouldn't be able to hold back. As she spoke, she deliberately shot a flirtatious glance in Old Mo's direction. The implication in her words was almost tangible. Nuanua felt her cheeks burning, hot enough to fry an egg, and shyly raised her hand to cover Lin Wei's mouth. You, don't say that. Lin Wei gracefully stepped back, dodging Nuanua's hand, and looking at her mixed expression of shame and anger, couldn't help but let out a chuckle. However, the conversation between Nuanua and Lin Wei did not catch Zhang Chen's attention, who was talking with a few people nearby. After everyone finished cleaning the battlefield, Old Zhao crouched beside the pit that only had dark char marks remaining, carefully inspecting for a moment. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly touched something unusual and hard. He carefully cleared away the ashes, and a black light suddenly flashed into view. It was a perfectly intact black bear gallbladder, which was even slightly radiating warmth and energy fluctuations. This is... Old Zhao's voice trembled with excitement as he cautiously picked it up. Old Mo saw the dark object in Old Zhao's hands and quickly walked over. He leaned in to observe closely, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Good stuff. This energy fluctuation far exceeds ordinary strange beast materials. It seems that most of the essence of this black bear has condensed in this gallbladder. This material can definitely be used to make a powerful strange device. Old Zhao couldn't hide his excitement, his voice bright. The two exchanged a glance and burst into hearty laughter. However, Zhang Chen and the others felt nothing special about the strange material. After all, even if they were given strange materials, they wouldn't be able to use them. Finally, Old Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart and returned to his usual caution. First, let's get our things together. It's not safe to stay here too long, we need to leave quickly. As he spoke, his gaze turned towards everyone, his tone becoming urgent and serious. Stop dawdling, get in the car quickly. We must find a safe place to rest before it gets dark. Seeing Old Mo's serious expression, everyone immediately pulled themselves together, aware that the potential threat might not have been completely resolved, and they began to get into their vehicles one after another. With the sound of engines starting, the convoy set off in a mighty rush. Chapter 35, Xiao Xiao's Change. The Land Rover drove steadily along the desolate road, and Zhang Chen comfortably leaned back in the passenger seat, closing his eyes to rest. However, Nuanua, in the driver's seat, seemed distracted. Her gaze occasionally shifted from the road to Zhang Chen beside her, her lips slightly opening and closing, clearly wanting to say something but unsure how to start. At this moment, Zhang Chen was unaware of Nuanua's hesitation. His mind sank within himself, carefully examining his own information as a sequencer after a long time. Sequence, Yin-Yang. Level 1. Skills, Clone, Absorption. Traits, Void Swift 2, Rule Ignoring I, Stamina I, Non-Killing Gun, Dream Knowledge, Strength I. Long before the clone dissipated, he had vaguely sensed the increase in power, but at that time, the battle was intense, leaving no room to explore it further. Now, as his awareness swept across the Dream Knowledge trait, he involuntarily fell into deep thought. A clear memory surfaced. It was the scene encountered when the clone, along with Old Mo and others, went out to hunt the strange creature. It was a creature that appeared unremarkable, even lacking any sense of aggressiveness. That must be the strange creature, Zhang Chen thought to himself, and then began to ponder the meaning of the dream knowledge trait carefully. Could it be related to that unusually clear dream I had before? He thought carefully, and the more he considered, the more likely it seemed. After the clone killed the strange creature, it was indeed possible to directly gain its traits, but only after the clone dissipated could these traits truly feed back and integrate into his main body. And since the clone and the main body had interconnected awareness, that particularly vivid dream, which even seemed somewhat prophetic, was most likely influenced by this newly acquired dream knowledge trait. It wasn't a simple dream, it could very well be a warning or a premonition. Will that dream really happen? Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, Nuanua's voice gently interrupted his train of thought. Zhang Chen, Zhang Chen? Seeing him staring blankly with his eyes open, Nuanua couldn't help but reach out and gently nudge his arm. What are you thinking about? Zhang Chen suddenly came to his senses, turning to meet Nuanua's concerned and curious gaze. The contemplation in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a familiar, slightly teasing smile, and he deliberately stretched his tone. Of course, I was thinking about whether our future child will be a boy or a girl, and what name to give them. Nuanua was first taken aback, and then her cheeks slightly flushed. She rolled her eyes at him without a hint of cheer, lightly scolding, "Get serious. We're in the apocalypse, and you're still thinking about this." Zhang Chen was slightly stunned by her words. Nuanua's reaction today seemed different from usual. She didn't immediately retort angrily, which made him sit up straighter, his gaze now carrying a hint of inquiry and seriousness. Oh? The corners of his mouth curved into a playful smile as he intentionally followed up. So, that means you're saying yes? Nuanua's cheeks instantly visibly flushed, her eyes darting away as she avoided his gaze, her speech becoming hesitant. What do you mean? Watching her ears turning red, the playfulness in Zhang Chen's heart gradually transformed into a strange softness. He suddenly restrained some of his teasing, leaning slightly forward to close the distance between them. The voice unconsciously lowered a bit. Then I'll take that as your agreement. That deep voice, carrying a hint of warmth, suddenly echoed in her ear, and Nuanua felt a slight shiver run down her spine, her delicate body uncontrollably trembling slightly as her hand on the steering wheel shook instinctively. The once steady Land Rover slightly swayed on the road, tracing a brief S shape. This unexpected change caught Wang Tao, who was closely following behind, off guard, and he slammed on the brakes in shock. Screech! The piercing sound of tires squealing suddenly rang out, causing Wang Tao's car to decelerate abruptly. What the hell? What are these two doing in the car? Wang Tao honked the horn in panic, the short and hurried honks voiced his discontent. Time flew by, and the nightfall completely enveloped the wilderness, plunging everything into thick darkness. The convoy had long sought a low slope sheltered from the wind to camp. The cold wind still pierced through to the bone, with a few small bonfires ignited around the vehicles. Thanks to Nuanua's presence, Zhang Chen's meals had significantly improved these past few days. He finally bid farewell to his days of instant noodles, occasionally enjoying some decent hot meals. Though most were still made from canned food, under Nuanua's skilled hand, both the texture and flavor were beyond compare with the past. Hot soup, rice, and even the occasional fresh vegetable allowed Zhang Chen to feel a touch of life in this cruel apocalyptic world. Just as the two of them were laughing and sharing warm food, a slightly hesitant figure approached it with Xiao Xiao. Seeing the two laughing under the flickering firelight, her steps paused involuntarily, her bright eyes dimming slightly, and the corners of her lips awkwardly curved into a smile as she softly said, "Am I coming at a bad time?" As she spoke, she pretended to turn and leave. "Don't go." Zhang Chen quickly stood up and reached out to gently stop her. He looked at Xiao Xiao, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart. After all, it was he who had shattered their previous life. At this moment, Nuanua was sitting beside him, while the duplicate responsible for Xiao Xiao had just dissipated today and had yet to rematerialize. He softened his tone, his voice seeming particularly clear in the cold night. "You came at just the right time, come sit." Xiao Xiao wanted to refuse, but Nuanua had already stood up, decisively pulling her over and making her sit by the fire. "Sister!" Xiao Xiao protested softly, but Nuanua just smiled and handed her a bowl of hot food. However, the lively and mischievous Xiao Xiao seemed unusually silent and reserved at this moment. She lowered her head, cradling the warm bowl in her hands, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the bowl's rim. Though her stomach was empty, facing the delicious food that used to make her eyes light up, she now found it hard to swallow. A subtle, indescribable emotion choked in her throat, causing her to only stir the food with her chopsticks, the firelight casting faint shadows on her lowered eyelashes. "Xiao Xiao, are you feeling unwell?" Nuanua noticed her sister seemed to have no appetite and quickly asked. "No, I'm not unwell." Xiao Xiao hurriedly shook her head, her voice a bit faint. She forced herself to take a bite of food but remained distracted, her gaze occasionally drifting to the dancing flames before quickly dropping down again. Zhang Chen observed Xiao Xiao's silence and melancholy, thinking it was just the little girl who missed her sister and perhaps felt uneasy about this dangerous journey. Chapter 36, Sharing a Bed and Pillow. Zhang Chen helplessly said, "Xiao Xiao, tomorrow you can teach my duplicate how to drive, so we won't need to trouble you two sisters anymore." Upon hearing the word duplicate, Xiao Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and her lips couldn't help but smile wide.
Alright. When can your clone come out?
She is still young, her thoughts simple, the changes in her emotions on her face were almost completely exposed, captured entirely by the two of them. Beside her, Nono couldn't hide her surprise. She knows her sister too well. Before the apocalypse, she always loved to stay alone in her room, longing for a little world that belonged entirely to her. Even after the apocalypse, when setting up tents, she insisted on having two separate ones.
But now, Xiao Xiao seemed like a different person.
Seeing that it was past midnight, Zhang Chen did not hesitate and soon gathered his clone for the day.
When she saw the clone appear, Xiao Xiao's mood clearly brightened.
After filling her belly, she contentedly led Zhang Chen's clone towards the Audi car. Watching Xiao Xiao's cheerful figure walk away, Zhang Chen sighed softly. After all, she is still a little girl, she still depends on her sister. Nono, standing by, did not respond but lowered her head, lost in thought, her eyelashes casting a small shadow at the bottom of her eyes. By the time the two returned to the Land Rover, it was already past 1 in the morning. The night was thick, and the cabin was exceptionally quiet. Zhang Chen rubbed his throbbing temples and broke the silence first, pointing to the small bed in the back seat. You should sleep on the bed, we have to drive tomorrow, it's most important to rest well. However, Nono shook her head, her voice soft yet firm. No, this bed was arranged by you and Uncle Zhao, you should sleep. The two pushed and pulled for a long time, neither willing to compromise first. Zhang Chen glanced at the not-so-spacious small bed in the back seat and suddenly mustered the courage to suggest, how about, we sleep together? As soon as the words fell, the air in the cabin instantly froze, even the sound of breathing became clear. Fortunately, there was no light inside the car, otherwise, Zhang Chen would have seen that Nono's cheeks were already red as if they could drip blood, even her ears were burning hot. Silence washed over them like a tide, and after a moment, Nono finally stammered out in a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz, a hint of flustered awkwardness, then, you can't take off your clothes. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was overjoyed, almost laughing out loud but quickly held it back, fearing he would scare away this rare consent beside him. He hurriedly assured, his voice slightly tense and excited, I won't.
Absolutely won't. I promise to be very proper.
Forget about how cold it was in the car. Even if Nono hadn't said anything, Zhang Chen would definitely not behave like he was starving to death. Such things cannot be rushed. Nono lightly murmured an her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. In the dark, she fumbled and carefully lay down at the very edge of the bed, her body stiff and facing the car door, as if trying to embed herself in it. Zhang Chen could feel the mattress sink slightly under her weight, and his heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the turbulent feelings inside, and lay down as light as he could on the edge of the bed on the other side. Between them was a gap wide enough for another person to lie down, as if there was an invisible boundary separating them.
The cabin fell into an even subtler silence.
The sound of their breathing was clear, and they could even feel the weak warmth emanating from each other's bodies. Any minor sound, like the friction of clothing, was amplified infinitely. Nervousness and awkwardness spread throughout the small space. Both of them stayed rigid, not moving, afraid that any slight misstep would cross the line. Ultimately, it was Zhang Chen who broke the silence first, his voice very soft, carrying a soothing tone. Go to sleep, we have a long way to go tomorrow. Nono replied again, her body seeming to relax a little. Extreme fatigue overcame her shyness, and Nono's expression finally relaxed, her breathing becoming long and gradually entering the realm of dreams. Listening to the steady sound of breathing in his ear. Zhang Chen, however, had no erotic thoughts in his heart, only a desire for strength surged in his chest. In this crisis-ridden apocalypse, without enough power, even guarding those around him became a luxurious wish. He did not know how long it had been, but the sleeping Nono unconsciously turned over. She seemed to sense a slight chill and instinctively leaned toward the source of heat. At last, her arm gently rested on Zhang Chen's waist, her cheek unconsciously pressed against his shoulder, and her soft hair brushed against his neck. The faint fragrance of the girl lingered at his nose, her warm body closely nestled against him.
Zhang Chen's whole body stiffened, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. He could clearly feel the two soft mounds on his chest. This sudden intimacy made his breathing quicken, and even the unknown little stick below began to stir. But he quickly pressed down the throbbing in his heart and carefully withdrew to sit up. In the darkness, he fumbled to pull out a crumpled pack of Huazi from his pocket and took out a cigarette to hold in his mouth. With a snap, the lighter emitted a faint flame, illuminating his chiseled side profile. The red tip of the burning tobacco flickered in the darkness, accompanied by a faint burnt smell. He took a deep breath, letting nicotine circulate in his lungs, trying to calm his restless emotions. Outside the car, the moon was cold and clear, reminding him that this was not the time to think about such things. After finishing the cigarette, he gently extinguished it in the car's ashtray before lying back down. He did not know how long it had been, but Zhang Chen finally entered a dream. In the dream, the sun was bright, without blood and killing. He held Nono with his left arm and Xiao Xiao with his right, the two sisters nestled beside him, their smiles like flowers.
In the morning, Nono stirred awake slowly, her mind still not fully clear, and first felt the steady warmth and rhythmic heartbeat beside her. She paused for a moment, and quietly looked up to see that she was completely cuddled in Zhang Chen's arms, her cheek pressed against his solid chest. This realization instantly made her awake, and her cheeks flushed bright red. Without time to think, she held her breath, cautiously withdrawing from his embrace, afraid to wake Zhang Chen. She tiptoed over to the driver's seat and let out a long sigh of relief. "Nono, oh Nono, how could you do this?" She touched her burning cheeks, but the images in her mind made her heart flutter. That feeling seemed not so bad. He did not know how long it had been, but Zhang Chen awoke in the gentle bumps of the vehicle. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up, discovering that the car had long been driving on a winding road. "You're awake?" Nono noticed his movements from the rearview mirror, her voice carrying a trace of unnoticed tension. "It's hard to drive here, did I wake you up?" Zhang Chen stretched his slightly stiff body and noticed the small bowl of millet porridge next to him, feeling a warmth in his heart. "I've had enough sleep." Chapter 37, No Turning Back. Zhang Chen finished the porridge and nimbly turned to sit in the passenger seat. Yet his mind unconsciously recalled the enchanting dream from last night, and he, as if guided by a god, directed his consciousness to his clone. The moment his consciousness connected, cheerful singing immediately flooded his mind. He saw Xiao Xiao driving the car, her fingers rhythmically tapping the steering wheel, humming an unknown tune. Singing alone was not enough for her, she insisted on dragging the Zhang Chen beside her to join in. "A big road, oh, connecting to my home." Her voice was clear and playful, and as she sang enthusiastically, she shook her head and danced. Seeing the clone's lack of reaction, sitting upright without joining in, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but reach out her right hand and poke his arm. "Hey! Why aren't you singing?" Zhang Chen was instantly speechless and quickly withdrew his consciousness, deciding it was better to leave this awkward situation to the clone to handle himself. "She really is a lively and adorable girl." He unconsciously sighed softly, and only after the words left his mouth did he suddenly cover his mouth, realizing that Nono was sitting beside him. Nono's fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel, her gaze fixed straight ahead, but her tone carried a hint of subtle inquiry. "Are you talking about me?" Zhang Chen felt a flutter in his heart, but looking at Nono's focused profile while driving, he braced himself to respond, "Yes." He tried to make his tone sound natural. "I was talking about you when you're sleeping." The tips of Nono's ears turned visibly red, but she still forced herself to remain calm. "I sleep very honestly." Her voice, however, was lower than usual. Yes, very honest." Zhang Chen recalled those two soft lumps from last night, and couldn't help but feel dry in his throat. He grabbed a bottle of water from the storage compartment and took several big gulps. At that moment, Old Mo's low voice suddenly echoed from the depths of their hearts. "Survivors have been spotted ahead, and there is a sequencer as well. Stay alert." After the words fell, there was silence again, as if he had never spoken. The two exchanged glances, clearly both had heard Old Mo's warning. Zhang Chen, however, smiled dismissively. It was just a sequencer. With his current ability, dealing with 3 or 5 ordinary sequencers was no problem at all. The car continued to drive forward, and after turning a bend, the scene before Zhang Chen made his smile freeze in an instant. Dozens of cars were parked orderly by the roadside, and further away was a dilapidated village. The wooden sign at the village entrance hung askew, with its blurry letters barely discernible. Zhang Chen's heart sank suddenly, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. That village, that sign was exactly the same as the scene in his dream. "What's wrong?" Nono noticed his sudden change of color and instinctively slowed down the car. Zhang Chen didn't answer, just stared intently ahead, fine cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Fragments of the dream surged wildly in his mind. Wang Tao's desperate eyes, "Do not look back," terrifying and eerie. The car slowly came to a stop, the swirling dust enveloping the surroundings. But Zhang Chen seemed frozen, his gaze fixed on the village ahead, mumbling, "It really appeared, don't look back." Nono looked at him, lost in thought, and couldn't help but find it amusing. She instinctively turned slightly, peering back through the car window, but found nothing. She gently pushed Zhang Chen's shoulder, her tone teasing, "Zhang Chen, are you daydreaming? There's nothing behind us." Zhang Chen jolted back to reality after Nono's push. He shook his head, trying to drive the ominous feeling from his dream out of his mind. "I just thought of something bad." Zhang Chen smiled bitterly, explaining, "Maybe it's just a coincidence." He pondered in his heart, as if trying to convince himself, "At worst, we just won't enter the village." The two got out of the car one after the other and saw Old Mo and a few other sequencers already gathered ahead, looking solemnly at the unfamiliar vehicles parked not far away. The vehicles were covered in dirt and scratches, clearly having gone through hardships to reach this place. At that moment, the doors of the opposing team's vehicles opened, and several figures jumped out, quickly running towards them. Leading them was a tall, thin man in a tattered research suit, running while vigorously waving his arms, as if trying to convey some information. As they got closer, Zhang Chen finally saw the face of the leading man, about 40 years old, wearing a pair of broken glasses, with eyes full of fear and urgency behind the lenses.
Don't make a move.
The man stopped about 10 meters from them, panting and raising both hands. We are not enemies.
Old Mo squinted his eyes and stepped forward. Who are you, and what are you doing here?
We are a survivor convoy, and we saw a village here. We originally planned to go in to gather supplies, but those who entered have not come out for 3 days.
The man with glasses spoke quickly, his eyes filled with fear as he pointed to a village not far ahead. Could you please go in and help us look for them?
Zhang Chen glanced at him, unable to help but feel amused.
People had been missing for 3 days, and he still wanted them to go in and search? Did he think they were fools?
Yet his gaze still fell on the village the glasses man was pointing to. The low earthen walls were crooked, and several thatched roofs had collapsed. Rags hung from a withered tree at the village entrance, fluttering in the wind like ghostly flags.
It does feel strange, Zhang Chen muttered, his expression growing grave.
Old Mo, hearing Zhang Chen's words, turned to him in confusion.
Zhang Chen, do you sense something? Why hasn't my sentinel detected any abnormalities?
Zhang Chen frowned, unsure how to explain.
He couldn't just say he'd seen this scene in a dream and sensed a deadly danger lurking here. If someone else had said it, he wouldn't have believed it.
Seeing Zhang Chen and the others hesitate, the man with glasses quickly added, the fog around the village is too thick, we can't see anything. We didn't dare to go in, there shouldn't be any danger inside. Naturally, Old Mo and the others didn't believe him, but then he said something puzzling.
It's as if you can't turn back once you enter the village.
This sentence sounded strange to Old Mo and the others, but it struck Nua like thunder in her ears. She widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Zhang Chen. Before getting out of the car, she clearly heard him mumbling those exact words in a daze, can't turn back.
Not a word was wrong. Zhang Chen.
Nua's voice carried a hint of confusion as she gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes mixed with shock and bewilderment.
How did you know, back in the car? Old Mo keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere between the two, glancing back and forth between Zhang Chen and Nua, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. Whatever you know, don't hide it. Just tell us. Chapter 38, Sequence, Food God.
Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhang Chen decided to briefly share the scene he had seen in his dream.
Are you saying that if we go in, we will all be in danger?
Wang Tao looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief, his tone laced with skepticism.
Zhang Chen shook his head, speaking cautiously, who knows? It was just a dream.
Even as he said this, the seriousness in his eyes did not diminish at all. The man with glasses, seeing that they seemed unwilling to enter the village, became anxious. Sirs, if you can find our companions, there will definitely be a generous reward. He hurriedly pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket, carefully unfolding it to reveal several bizarre materials that glowed with a ghostly blue light. These are strange materials obtained by our teen sequencer from a level 2 anomaly. If you help us, these will be your reward. Old Mo glanced at the materials, his expression unwavering, and his attitude even more determined. Absolutely not. His voice was resolute and unyielding. From what you say, those who went in haven't come out for 3 days. Not to mention if they are still alive, I can't risk my friends and family for such a vague and dangerous situation. Seeing Old Mo's unwavering stance, the man with glasses suddenly dropped to his knees, his voice tinted with desperate sobs, as dust stained his tattered pants. Please. I beg you. Our lives, if not protected by a sequencer, we cannot escape this wilderness. Behind him, a few ragged survivors also knelt down in unison, pleading together. A suffocating sobbing sound emerged from the crowd. A woman holding a baby lifted her tear-streaked face, her voice hoarse, our food has long been eaten, and there's only a few sips of water left. The people in the village may be our last hope. Old Mo's brows were tightly knitted, and his bronze-colored face showed no expression, but his clenched fists revealed his inner struggle. The crowd exchanged glances, waiting for Old Mo's orders. Zhang Chen silently watched the bespectacled man kneeling and pleading, along with the despairing survivors, yet his heart showed not much ripples. After years of survival in the apocalypse, he had long understood a cruel truth: being soft-hearted often meant death. To risk his life, along with that of Nua, Old Mo, and their companions, for a group of unknown strangers? He would never do such a foolish thing. Seeing Old Mo's hesitant and struggling expression, Zhang Chen stepped forward, standing beside Old Mo, his voice calm yet filled with undeniable determination. Old Mo is right, we cannot enter the village. His gaze swept over the survivors, finally landing on the bespectacled man. As for you, you can follow our convoy. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the survivors immediately burst into tears of joy, thanking him repeatedly. Only the bespectacled man, hope on his face shattered in an instant, turned into desperate anger. You sequencers, you have the ability but let others die. How are you any different from those monsters? Zhang Chen's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to teach the reckless bespectacled man a lesson, he heard Wang Tao beside him already cursing and stepping forward. You bastard! Wang Tao was furious, his face red, his thick fingers almost poking the bespectacled man's nose. I just had the thought to go in and save people. You're just a mad dog,
biting whoever you can. Let's see if I don't smash you. Before he finished speaking, a rustic staff token instantly appeared in Wang Tao's hand, and he made a move as if to throw the token. My lord. Please wait. My lord, calm your anger. A skinny old man suddenly sprang out from the survivor crowd like a groundhog, moving faster than an old man should. He grabbed Wang Tao's arm that was raising the token, but his body turned toward Zhang Chen and old Mo, bowing repeatedly. Please, gentlemen, calm down. Let me tell you a word, just one. He panted heavily, cold sweat covering his wrinkled forehead, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. As long as you can save the people inside, we will send you a sequencer, how about that? Old Mo heard the other party insisted on letting him in to save people, but he no longer showed courtesy to the few, sneering coldly. We have over a dozen sequencers in our team, we do not lack your one. But the old man was unhurried, shaking his head. Don't rush, listen to me finish. That is not an ordinary sequencer. My son said her sequence is food god, and she can generate several dishes every day, and these foods have some special effects. The old man's words suddenly changed the tense atmosphere. Old Mo's cold smirk slightly faltered. Wang Tao, holding the token, unconsciously lowered his hand, a look of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Even Lin Wei, Nua, and others all turned to look. Food god sequence? Old Mo repeated, half of the mockery in his tone disappeared, replaced by scrutiny and doubt. Generating food? What else is special? Speak clearly. In the apocalypse, food and clean water are the hardest currencies. A sequencer who can consistently produce food holds value greater than an armed squad. But this ability is too rare and special for him not to doubt. Seeing he finally captured their attention, the old man glanced at some survivors not far away, quickly lowering his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. I dare not hide it from you, my lords. That sequencer is my daughter-in-law, we privately call her ability Fire from the Stove. She can indeed conjure several steaming hot meals every day, and not only can it fill the stomach, but importantly, the food she makes contains a peculiar power. He licked his cracked lips, seeming not to have finished his words, and continued to introduce, some dishes make people incredibly strong, and some make people light as a swallow, lasting for a couple of hours. Even once, someone who was injured ate a bowl of mushroom soup she made, and the wound stopped bleeding at a visibly fast speed. The effect each time, and what dishes she can make, seem to depend entirely on her mood and state of mind. At most she can make 3 or 4 dishes a day. More than that and she can't hold up, she would get exhausted. Hearing this, even Zhang Chen felt a stir in his heart. If what this old man said is true, then this god of food rancor is truly invaluable. Not only does it ensure survival, but it can also directly enhance the team's combat ability and survival chances as a strategic support. Old Mo clearly realized this point too, weighing the pros and cons in his heart, then fixed his sharp gaze on the old man, lowering his voice further. Your daughter-in-law, can you easily give her up? Is she willing? The old man let out a heavy sigh, the wrinkles on his face written with complex emotions. My son has already entered the village. He hesitated, words almost at his lips, then swallowed them back, and ultimately only nodded affirmatively. She must be willing. Chapter 39 Preparation. If you don't believe me, I can call her right now. The old man quickly added, trying to raise his bargaining chips. Old Mo did not respond immediately, instead handing the decision to Zhang Chen. Until Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, old Mo finally uttered 2 words, bring her. Good. Good. The old man's eyes sparkled, pulling the still kneeling glasses man, and rushed back toward his own team, fearing that any delay would cause the other side to change their mind. On the way, the glasses man lowered his voice, looking puzzled at the old man. Dad, why did you mention Xiaoya's matter in front of the villagers? Aren't you afraid they will retaliate? And are you really going to send her out? His brows were tightly knitted. The old man's murky eyes flashed with a glimmer of cunning calculation, his cracked lips pulled into a smile. What is there to fear from the villagers? At worst, we can deal with it quietly later. As for Xiaoya, the old man paused, why give her up? He glanced in the direction of Zhang Chen and the others, lowering his voice further. Think about it, your brother has been inside for 3 days, with no news. Even he, such a strong rancor, has fallen in there. He paused, meaningfully saying, can these people fare any better? If they all fall in there, then Xiaoya is still ours? Moreover. The old man's smile turned cold, the supplies from their few vehicles, the women, we would be able to use at will? The glasses man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly enlightened, a greedy and sinister smile appearing on his face. Dad, are you saying? The old man sneered, patting his son's shoulder. In this world, if you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. You should know, we have guns. The two exchanged a glance, sharing an unspoken understanding and laughter, but in that smile, there was no longer any trace of previous fear and pleading, only cold calculation remained. After a while, the old man brought a woman quickly walking out from the shadows of the team. The woman was in her 30s, although she was dressed in bulky clothing, it could not hide her slim figure.
The heavy cotton coat wrapped around her body instead highlighted the slender neck that was exposed. Her features, while not as stunning as Xiao Xiao or Nua Nua, were clean and pleasant to look at. However, when she lifted her eyes, her gaze happened to meet Wang Tao, who was observing her.
Wang Tao's heart jolted, as if being gently tugged by an invisible hand.
The panic and helplessness in the woman's eyes seemed to have an invisible magic, striking directly at his softest inner place. He unconsciously took a step forward. To get closer to her, to give her a warm home. The old man tugged hard at the woman's wrist, pushing her forward half a step, and a flattering smile spread across his face. "Gentlemen, it's her.
She is the food god."
Wang Tao frowned deeply at the old man's crude actions, but ultimately swallowed back the words that almost escaped his mouth. Old Mo carefully scrutinized the woman from head to toe, and the more he looked, the more his brows knitted tightly. This woman appeared anxious, her movements timid, and there were some subtle bruises on her body. She did not look like someone who was valued at all, but rather like a...
"Do you want to join us?" Old Mo couldn't hold back and threw out his question directly.
This question was like a stone thrown into still water, making the woman's originally dull eyes tremble suddenly, bursting forth with a faint yet real glimmer of light. The old man beside her saw this and his expression changed dramatically. Before the woman could speak, he viciously shoved her, barking, "The gentleman is asking you a question."
"Are you mute?"
The woman stumbled from the push, her legs went weak, and she lost her balance, falling straight into Wang Tao's arms, who stood in front of her. Her warm body felt slightly cool as it collided into his embrace. Wang Tao instinctively wrapped his arms around her, and as he listened to the heartbeat in her chest, he froze momentarily. He could feel the woman trembling slightly in his arms, and a surge of unnameable anger whooshed to the top of his head. He suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a knife cutting towards the still cursing old man. "You bastard!" Wang Tao's voice rose sharply, filled with unmasked fury. "I'll kill you." This time, Wang Tao did not hesitate at all. He moved like a ghost, swiftly stepping forward and delivering a powerful slap across the old man's face with a rush of wind. Slap! A crisp sound echoed, catching the old man off guard. He was sent spinning half a circle by the sheer force, crashing hard onto the ground. He was hit so hard that stars danced before his eyes, one side of his face swelling instantly, and his ears buzzed, leaving him dazed. Wang Tao showed no mercy with this slap. The old man fell sideways, his murky eyes filled with shock and confusion. He covered his face, the burning pain rendering him momentarily speechless. He could only look up at this suddenly furious man, stuttering in a plea, "Gee, gentlemen? What did I do wrong? Please, tell me." He forced out a smile that was more pitiful than crying, his voice trembling from fear. "I just worried she would respond too slowly and offend you all." Wang Tao was taken aback. Clearly, he didn't even understand why he slapped the old man, which was not like him at all, but he still pulled the beautiful woman behind him. He paused for a moment and quickly thought of something to say. "What did you do wrong?" Wang Tao's voice was low but carried an undeniable sense of pressure. "Since you have already promised to bring her here, then she belongs to us. Who are you to lay hands on her?" Once these words came out, not only was the old man stunned, even old Mo raised an eyebrow, looking thoughtfully at Wang Tao and the woman behind him, who suddenly lifted her head upon hearing this. The old man was completely bewildered. Weren't you all still undecided? Moreover, he couldn't grasp the logic at all. How could a woman who was daily beaten and scolded by them suddenly turn the tables? How was it such a huge mistake just to shove her? But he didn't dare to rebut, only enduring the pain and humiliation, nodding repeatedly. Yes. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have acted. Please forgive me, gentlemen, please forgive me." As he spoke, he cautiously observed the expressions of Wang Tao and Zhang Chen nearby. Zhang Chen had remained silent all along, his gaze slowly moving between Wang Tao, the beautiful woman, and the old man, finally resting on Wang Tao's still tense profile. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he understood something. Old Mo saw this and cleared his throat, stepping in to smooth things over. "All right, old Wang, just give him a lesson. Now, we have important matters to attend to." He turned to the old man, his tone returning to its previous coldness. "We have seen the person. As for what you mentioned," old Mo paused, "we can only do our best." Chapter 40, Entering the Village. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The fear in the old man's eyes was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy, bursting forth with the brilliant light of survival. It seemed his only worry was unnecessary. He had feared that this group of powerful sequencers would take the benefits but do nothing. Now that the other party had spoken up on their own, he immediately relaxed, repeatedly bowing. Old Mo looked around at the people present, about to speak and deploy the operation, when he was interrupted by Zhang Chen raising his hand. Old Mo, Zhang Chen's voice remained calm, yet held undeniable weight. "I think it's safer to have my avatar test the waters there first." He paused, adding a key piece of information, which made old Mo immediately swallow back the command he was about to issue. "Moreover, my avatar will soon be ready to condense again. Tisk, almost forgot about that, I must say your avatar ability is too useful. Old Mo clicked his tongue, clearly agreeing with this more pragmatic plan. Alright, let your avatar go test it out first.
How can that be?
The old man instantly became anxious upon hearing the two plan to send an avatar to scout instead of launching a full rescue right away. Anger and disappointment clouded his mind, temporarily making him forget how dangerous these people were. He suddenly raised his voice, almost shouting, "Is this what you call doing your best?
Sending a fake person to fool around?
My son can't wait.
You bastard!" Wang Tao's furious roar erupted like thunder.
He had already been simmering with anger from the old man's earlier push against the woman, and now, seeing this old fellow dare to question or even roar, his rage ignited instantly. Without saying a word, he took a sudden step forward, swung his arm wide, and delivered a solid slap with all his might. This hit was heavier and harsher than the last one. Slap! The old man felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly fainting. The other side of his face instantly swelled with visible speed, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He staggered backward several steps, collapsing onto the ground, utterly dazed by the blow, left only with a ringing in his ears and a searing pain on his face.
Wang Tao looked down at him, his eyes fierce like a predator, his tone chilling. "Do you think that because I treated you kindly, you've forgotten what you are?
Scream again, and I swear I'll throw you in there to join your son." The cold killing intent unabashedly enveloped the old man, making him snap back to reality, washing away the last remnants of his pathetic anger with a wave of terror. He suddenly realized what foolish thing he had done, scared out of his wits, unable to care about the intense pain on his face, scrambling backward with hands and feet, his voice trembling uncontrollably.
"And no. I dare not. My lord, spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Using the avatar is good. Using the avatar is good. Safe. Safe."
As he begged for mercy in a stammering mess, he looked at Wang Tao in fear, terrified that a foot or knife would fall upon him any second. What a wretched creature.
Wang Tao scoffed at the old man's pleading demeanor.
Old Mo frowned from the side. Although he did not stop Wang Tao's act of establishing dominance, he shot a cold glance at the already scared old man, then turned his gaze to Zhang Chen and slightly nodded. Zhang Chen understood, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, controlled his avatar to step toward the desolate little village. At the same time, he began to slowly transfer his main consciousness to the avatar. As he got closer to the village entrance, the surrounding fog grew thicker, and the smell of mixed earth and rotting vegetation rushed towards him, causing Zhang Chen to furrow his brows tightly. If it were not for his doppelganger stepping into the village but rather himself, he would never take this risk. Anyone could see that this village clearly harbored danger. As for Old Mo's lack of awareness about the oddities and the survivors, it surely meant that those survivors were largely doomed. The moment the doppelganger stepped into the village entrance, a gust of cold wind silently swept by from behind, making the corners of its clothes flap noisily. He looked up and saw a crooked, decaying wooden door standing alone in front of him. The door had no sign and no carvings, just 4 crooked, but forceful words, etched there with an almost menacing touch.
"Do not look back."
The ink was thick, as if it had not dried in the grayish mist, faintly radiating a hint of blood. The handwriting was not neat, but each stroke carried an urgent and intense warning, like a dying person using their last bit of strength to leave a blood-written message.
Zhang Chen's steps instinctively halted. Could he use his rule-ignoring ability to counteract this rule? The thought just emerged and was immediately snuffed out. A rule that could envelop an entire village could not simply be a minor oddity. He shook his head, casting aside this unrealistic hope, and stepped into the village. The scene before him did not differ much from what he had seen in his dreams, but it carried a thicker coldness and the dead silence. The dense fog did not dissipate. Instead, it became even more substantial after he entered, wrapping around his limbs and torso like a living creature, making his body feel somewhat heavier. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and shook his head hard, trying to shake off the fear lingering in his heart like dust. He repeatedly chanted the only path to survival: do not look back, do not violate the rules, and he would be absolutely safe. Even if he encountered an oddity, defeating even one would not be in vain. With this thought turned into a protective talisman tightly clenched in his heart, he hesitated no longer and walked straight to the nearest building. This was a convenience store, very close to the village entrance. If there were any living people, the chances were greatest here. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen pushed the door open. Inside, the dim light was so weak it was nearly non-existent, and a layer of gray dust covered everything. Many products were scattered on the ground, in complete disarray. It was hard to tell whether it was from the previous survivors of the convoy or the villagers. Only the mirror on the counter remained intact, standing lonely and reflecting the desolation of the room. Zhang Chen walked straight to the shelves and surprisingly found many packs of cigarettes untouched on the counter. A glimmer of joy rose in his heart. This trip was not in vain after all. He bent down and rummaged through, eventually pulling out a plastic bag and collecting those cigarettes pack by pack. As he moved, a cloud of accumulated dust was stirred up, floating down slowly before settling back on the ground.
Seeing no further gains, Zhang Chen tightly gripped the plastic bag and began to step back toward the door. Just as his gaze swept past the cash register, he inadvertently caught sight of the mirror. And in that instant, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning, freezing him in place. In the mirror, it was clearly his own pale and helpless face. But that face was staring directly at him, slowly wearing a cold, strange smile. Come here, come here.
Chapter 41, You can harm me, but you cannot scare me.
Zhang Chen felt a tingling sensation surge up from his spine, his scalp prickling. The face in the mirror, identical to his own, continued to open and close its lips, urging him in a hurried voice that echoed ominously in the silent bathroom, each urging even more eerie, causing his hair to stand on end. The initial fear was being ground down by this endless entanglement,
turning into an unstoppable dark fire.
He gritted his teeth, ignoring the goosebumps rising on his arms, and suddenly leaped to the mirror. Without giving the reflection a chance to speak, he roared with anger, his hands gripping the edge of the mirror tightly, yanking it forcefully off the counter.
Crash clatter.
The mirror shattered violently against the tiled floor, exploding into countless shards that scattered like stars, yet only brought a chill to the bone. Zhang Chen's chest heaved violently as he spat at the pile of shimmering wreckage. You can hurt me, but you cannot scare me. Come at me hard, I'll fight back. He glared at the fragments on the ground, his voice icy. Zhang Chen's fierce words still hung in the air, when suddenly all the sharp shards trembled together, emitting a faint yet piercing buzz. He instinctively took half a step back, his foot landing on a shard, producing a sharp crunch.
In the next moment, every fragmented reflection, every eye, every twisted lip seemed to receive the same command, abruptly ceasing their writhing and turning to face him.
Thousands of shards, thousands of him, with identical cold and lifeless gazes, locked onto Zhang Chen standing at the center. A chill, 10 times stronger than before, instantly seized Zhang Chen's heart. Then, in the largest shard, the broken corner of a mouth began to slowly curl upward, forming an utterly strange smile that didn't belong to Zhang Chen. The reflections in the other shards simultaneously contorted into the same expression. Hundreds of bizarre smiles, under the bathroom's pale light, silently grinned at him. That smile held no warmth, no emotion, only a chilling mockery. Then, in unison, all the mouths in the shards opened wide. A chaotic wave of distorted sounds, filled with countless fragmented noises, surged from all directions, drilling directly into his brain.
Scare? Just saying hello.
The layered voices echoed, as if from the depths of an abyss.
Now I'm going to hurt you.
Before the word see. A long, thin scar was left on his skin, and a dark, unknown energy flowed out. Then, the voice that directly drilled into his brain echoed again, this time accompanied by a greedy, tasting like smacking sound.
So this is, the taste. Reflections in all the fragments suddenly focused on the wound on his ankle.
Thousands of eyes concentrated, forming a palpable desire.
Salty. Sweet. No. It's bitter.
The fragments seemed to argue, debating the taste of Zhang Chen's energy.
I want more. Swish.
In an instant, all the mirror fragments on the ground rose into the air like iron shavings drawn by a magnet, suspending mid-air, sharp blades all aimed at Zhang Chen, especially the ankle where he was losing energy.
They no longer waited for commands.
Like a silver, deadly rainstorm, they suddenly poured down towards him. However, the anticipated attack did not arrive. The largest fragment trembled violently as if provoked, its distorted smiling face suddenly turned toward the smaller fragments that were still buzzing, trying to attack Zhang Chen again.
A silent yet more furious anger radiated from this core fragment than ever before.
Then, a screech sharp enough to nearly tear Zhang Chen's eardrums exploded deep within his brain. This screech was not aimed at him, but was filled with undeniable intimidation and fury. The small fragments that were originally hovering and targeting Zhang Chen seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, freezing in place. Their weak buzzing instantly changed tone, filled with fear and pleading, as if desperately trying to explain something.
But the largest fragment showed no mercy. Buzz. Another roar of an even stronger will erupted.
The next second, the most bizarre scene occurred. Several nearby small fragments, as if pulled by immense force, crashed toward the large fragment. Not bouncing back, but being devoured. The moment they touched the edge of the large fragment, they vanished without a trace, like droplets merging into the ocean, leaving no glass shards behind. Only a brief ripple on the surface of the large fragment proved they ever existed. Other small fragments trembled wildly, trying to escape, but an invisible force field held them firmly in place. One by one, small fragments were forcefully pulled and devoured, merging into the largest fragment.
In the bathroom, a faint yet toothaking sound of glass being relentlessly ground to dust echoed.
In the blink of an eye, all the suspended small fragments vanished completely. It slowly turned back, looking at the stunned Zhang Chen. The voice that directly rang in his mind had changed, less mockery, more tyranny.
Mine. Only I can decide how to consume. It seemed to declare ownership, and would not allow any lowly beings to covet its food. But you turned back. Chapter 42, The Fisherman Gains. The fragment seemed to suddenly remember some terrifying existence and hurriedly denied, "No. I didn't."
Seeing the fragment's panicked expressions, Zhang Chen revealed a knowing look.
The strange cannot turn back. Yet, no matter how the bizarre entity denied it, the creature seen in his dreams still appeared.
It emerged without warning, terrifyingly smooth skin, like wet paper, no eyebrows, no eyelashes, only a pair of huge, pure black eyes occupying half its face. At this moment, it did not look at Zhang Chen, but fixated intently on the humanoid fragment. The corners of its smooth face began to slowly tear upward, stretching to the root of its ears, forming a completely inhuman, inconceivable arc, revealing an internally black hole-like mouth.
A cold, emotionless voice echoed in the silence. "You turned back."
Those pure black eyes seemed like two bottomless whirlpools. Fragments began to tremble violently, its twisted shape emitted a sharp sound like glass scraping.
"No. I just..."
The fragment's justification was broken and chaotic, mixed with undeniable fear. Zhang Chen held his breath, instinctively stepping back half a step. He saw the mouth of the high-level weirdness still maintaining that torn to that extreme curvature. An invisible suction seemed to exist in its dark mouth, causing the surrounding air to begin to twist slightly. Seeing the fragment's panicked expression, Zhang Chen suddenly had a thought: maybe he could use this chance to strike. He maintained a shocked and fearful expression on the surface, while secretly adjusting his breath. His footsteps slightly shifted, silently positioning himself in a subtle spot between the fragment and the newly appeared high-level weirdness. Still, how could the fragment explain this? The newly appeared weirdness still struck. The next second, the newly appeared weirdness reached out without warning. That couldn't even be called a hand, just a pale, extending limb. It gently touched the fragment. The fragment's existence began to rapidly dissipate and disintegrate from the point of contact, as if being erased from the paper by an eraser.
"No, don't."
The fragment let out a final desperate wail, struggling fiercely, yet unable to resist that terrifying suction. In this critical moment, Zhang Chen moved. His form darted like lightning, cutting between the two in an instant, one hand precisely grasping the fragment that was about to be completely devoured.
Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed.
Zhang Chen's 5 fingers suddenly closed, the terrified whimpering and struggling in his hand were instantly crushed to pieces. Wisps of black smoke mixed with ash-like powder drifted away from his fingers. A cold arc involuntarily appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth.
"This time, I hit the jackpot."
He slowly released his hand, letting the last remnants scatter on the ground. Not far away, the high-level weirdness suddenly halted. Its pure black eyes, which occupied half its face, locked onto Zhang Chen, the malice in its gaze almost solidified, cold and viscous enough to freeze the blood of anyone being watched. The surrounding air twisted slightly due to its anger.
But in the end, it did not strike.
Zhang Chen stood still, although facing away from the weirdness, he could clearly feel the enraged stare behind him, almost piercing through his bones. The corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Even if this fragment was killed by the weirdness now, this gain was enough for him to not regret his journey. He maintained his pose of never looking back, his whole body on guard. However, the anticipated attack did not come. Silence spread in the air, only his own heartbeat echoed in his ears. After a long time, that suffocating sense of oppression seemed to begin to fade.
Zhang Chen was filled with curiosity. He really wanted to turn around to see what the weirdness was doing, why it didn't give him a final blow. He was already unwilling to resist.
Finally, when the oppressive feeling vanished without a trace, Zhang Chen could no longer hold back, slowly starting to retreat. 1 step, 2 steps, until he stepped out of the convenience store door, still not seeing the weirdness.
"Strange, has it disappeared?"
Zhang Chen muttered to himself, and finally, he reluctantly left the convenience store, leaving behind a mess on the ground. Zhang Chen continued to search in the village with a plastic bag, yet found no traces of anyone's existence. Outside the village, by a desolate patch of wilderness, several cars were parked.
Inside a black car.
Smoke swirled within, oppressive whispers echoed in the small space.
"Dad, our plan might be falling apart."
The bespectacled man in the front passenger seat pushed up his glasses, his voice dry, his face filled with unwillingness and anxiety. In the back seat, an old man with graying hair and an unusually fierce gaze. Upon hearing this, his face instantly turned ashen.
"Damn it!"
With a muffled sound, his dry fist slammed hard against the soft back of the car seat, making the whole car tremble slightly.
"Damn it!"
The old man squeezed out a curse between his teeth, his murky eyes swirling with hostility. "These ungrateful dogs. They took my stuff and dared not do their job.
Ah, what a pity for Xiaoya."
The bespectacled man sighed heavily, his knuckles turning a little white from the strain. Such a useful thing, and they just gave it away. Thinking of the Xiaoya they had offered as a bargaining chip, he couldn't hide the pain on his face.
"There's nothing we can do."
The old man interrupted him, his voice hoarse yet firm. Who would have thought these people would take the things and not do anything? His murky eyes stared out into the black night, his tone darkening. "We'll remember this debt." Hearing this, the bespectacled man fell silent, only nodding in unwilling agreement. At Old Mo's temporary camp, a large tent was set up in the center. Inside the tent, light was bright, cutting off the night outside. The beautiful woman named Xiaoya was now sitting on a soft mat, next to her were Wang Tao and Lin Wei among others. Old Mo laughed heartily and raised a metal cup filled with liquor, looking sincerely at her.
Xiaoya, welcome to the team.
The others in the tent also raised their cups or water bottles, their faces showing curiosity, scrutiny, but also friendly smiles, making the atmosphere lively and warm. Xiaoya picked up the drink handed to her fingertips feeling slightly cold. She looked around at the others, Old Mo's bright smile mixing with the gaze's curiosity and subtle scrutiny around her. She took a small sip, the liquor was spicy as it burned its way down to her stomach, yet it eased her slightly tense shoulders.
Thank you, her voice was soft, but it also carried a sense of relief. I hope everyone will take care of me in the future. Next to her, Wang Tao waved his big hand, looking very generous. No problem. Once you're here, you're one of us.
I, Wang Tao, can't promise much, but if anyone bullies you, I will absolutely not let them go. He suddenly changed the subject, casually asking, by the way, Xiaoya, I noticed your situation was a bit special in that convoy.
Hearing Wang Tao mention her past, Xiaoya's eyes dimmed a bit, as if recalling some unpleasant memories.
Chapter 43, The Light of Order Strikes. Xiaoya sighed lightly, her gaze fixed on the flickering flames in the tent, as if she could see shadows from the past. A few years ago, I passed by a village. Her voice was very soft, carrying a numbness from being long suppressed. They locked me up. She instinctively hugged her arms as if she could still feel the coldness from being trapped there. They wouldn't let me leave, not even close to the village entrance. Later, the village chief's son fell in love with me and forced me into a relationship. Until the strange events happened, I accidentally awakened my ability. Listening to Xiaoya's story, Wang Tao sitting next to her suddenly slammed his fist into the nearby box, producing a resounding bang. This fiery man had already heard enough to turn his eyes red, the veins on his forehead bulging.
Damn it!
Wang Tao growled, his voice hoarse with anger. I already saw those two bastards weren't good people.
Looking all decent, yet doing such inhumane things.
He turned abruptly towards Xiaoya, his chest heaving violently, yet his gaze was firm, pounding his chest and declaring, Don't worry, Xiaoya. I'm Wang Tao, and this matter is settled with me. As long as I'm here, no one will toss you around like that again. I will absolutely take care of those two bastards.
The others in the tent also expressed their outrage, whispering curses, their eyes filled with sympathy for Xiaoya and disdain for those two. Old Mo remained silent, quietly watching Xiaoya.
Seeing the agitated Wang Tao, a light of deep thought flickered in his eyes. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice steady but carrying undeniable weight. Old Wang, calm down, let's first see what Zhang Chen says. Everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen slowly spoke. We can take action. I didn't see any signs of living people inside. They must have been killed by something strange.
Good.
Old Mo turned his gaze to the still restrained Wang Tao and said in a low voice, if that's the case, then you go. The reason for asking Zhang Chen's opinion was that Old Mo was worried about the possibility of the sequence members in the convoy still being in the village.
If they clashed, there would definitely be casualties, something Old Mo, as the captain, did not want to see. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's angry expression instantly faded, transforming into a cold and fierce killing intent. His gaze landed on that slender figure as he said, word by word. Xiaoya, wait for me, I'll be back soon. She looked up at Wang Tao, struggling beneath the surface, like a reed battered by a wild wind. Thinking of the pain and grievances over the years, she finally gave a nearly imperceptible nod, squeezing out a brief syllable from her throat, okay. Wang Tao no longer hesitated.
He suddenly turned around, the tent flap rustling loudly as he stepped out, his figure instantly swallowed by the thick night outside.
Thank you all.
Xiaoya whispered, her sincere gaze sweeping over everyone in the tent, a long-lost warmth quietly rising in her heart. Especially when she thought of Wang Tao's unwavering back as he left, an indescribable sense of gratitude and relief grew in her heart.
Old Mo waved his hand, his expression steady, don't mention it, this is what we should do. Then, he turned to Zhang Chen, his gaze full of curiosity. Zhang Chen, what is the situation in the village? Are there any supplies we can gather?
Zhang Chen nodded, but his expression was serious. There are indeed some supplies inside, but I don't recommend you go in. Listening to Zhang Chen's account, the tent fell into a deathly silence, everyone's expression completely tense, the tiny glimmer of hope for supplies was utterly extinguished. After a moment of contemplation, Old Mo unconsciously tapped his fingers on his knee, and finally, decisively made a decision, then we'll forget it. After all, there are still some supplies left from those bandits we previously collected. Although it's not much, if we distribute it sparingly, we should last a few more days. Safety first. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief and nodded in agreement.
The cost of risking entering that kind of deadly place far outweighed the benefits.
On the other side, on a secluded path far from the camp, a black car was parked in the shadows. The body of the car was rhythmically heaving, the rubber tires grinding against the ground, producing faint friction sounds. The closed car windows could not fully block out the suffocating gasps and ambiguous sounds of bodies colliding from within, and faintly, a woman's sobbing, fragmented pleas could be heard. The night was as dark as ink, and Wang Tao lay low like a stalking leopard, silently pressed against the window edge. He held his breath, carefully peering inside through the gap in the glass. It wasn't that he was perverse, it was just that after searching for so long, he couldn't find the bespectacled man. Instead, the old man had already been swiftly and decisively sent to the other side in his sleep. Wang Tao saw the familiar figure inside the car, the very bespectacled man he had been looking for, currently disheveled and pressing against another figure. He let out a long breath, the tension in his nerves finally eased a bit. As for what these two were doing in the car, he didn't care at all and had no intention of bothering with it. Without any warning, he suddenly reached out, his fingers gripping the door handle like iron claws, then violently pulled it outward. Bang! The entire car door was actually ripped open by him with brute force. Thrown out, he slammed heavily onto the ground several meters away. The icy night wind rushed into the car, shattering the originally warm and ambiguous air. The bespectacled man, immersed in desire, was suddenly startled, his body stiffening in shock as he quickly raised his head, his face still flushed and a hint of confusion lingering. The woman beneath him reacted more directly. She let out a short, sharp scream, her voice filled with extreme fear. She desperately grabbed her scattered clothes, trying to cover her naked body, shrinking away to the other side of the seat like a frightened rabbit, her eyes filled with tears and terror, her body shaking uncontrollably, not knowing if it was from the cold or from fear. The bespectacled man instinctively looked towards the missing car door. When he looked through the broken car window and saw the towering figure outside, radiating cold killing intent, his question instantly lodged in his throat, transforming into utter shock. This man in front of him, he recognized, he had just slapped his father twice today. And now, he had found him. He was so frightened that his liver and intestines twisted, his body trembling violently, unsure if it was from fear or the cold. What do you want to do? Wang Tao only responded with a cold sneer. His hand shot into the car like lightning, fingers clamping down on the bespectacled man's collar like an iron claw, effortlessly yanking the limp man out of the car and tossing him to the ground like trash. What do you think I'm doing? Wang Tao looked down at him from above, his eyes as if gazing at a dead person, his tone chilling. Of course, I'm sending you to the afterlife. No. No. Please, the bespectacled man's pleas immediately turned into desperate whimpers. Chapter 44, The One Who Turns Back. However, Wang Tao remained unmoved by his pleas. He reached out and fiercely grabbed the bespectacled man's neck, tightening his grip. The bespectacled man suddenly found it hard to breathe, his entire face turning red and purple, his eyes bulging. He struggled desperately, flailing his hands and feet, but he could not escape. Wang Tao's face was expressionless, his arms steady and powerful. He felt no pity for such scum. The bespectacled man's movements gradually weakened, his legs dragging helplessly on the ground, leaving traces behind. His complexion went from purple to gray, his eyes filled with fear and pain. Crack! A crisp yet agonizing sound of breaking bones echoed sharply in the silent night sky. The bespectacled man's last shred of life was completely severed, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, and his body went limp like a puppet with its strings cut, utterly still. Wang Tao released his hand, letting the warm body fall to the ground like real garbage. He shook his wrist, not even glancing at the corpse for another second. Inside the car, the woman watched everything in terror, trembling like a leaf in the wind, but Wang Tao merely shot her a cold glance and ignored her. The cold wind blew, carrying with it the smell of blood, adding to the desolation. Morning. Zhang Chen sat up in bed, habitually pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. The smell of smoke quickly filled the air. He took a deep breath, but today the smoke seemed to sting his throat more than usual. His gaze subconsciously drifted to the edge of the bed, where it was empty. There was no curled-up figure of Nua, nor her steady breathing. Zhang Chen paused for a moment, feeling a slight disappointment in his heart. When he had sent his avatar into the village last night, Nua had already gone back to Xiao Zhao's place. Unknowingly, the ash had piled up long enough to finally drop onto the back of his hand. Only then did he return to his senses and stub out the cigarette in the ashtray. It's time to let the avatar leave the village. Zhang Chen closed his eyes, deep in thought, his consciousness shifting to the avatar's side. The avatar searched throughout the night but did not encounter any strange occurrences again. It's not that this village lacks the strange, it's that he has not violated the rules here. He believes that as long as he turns around, a presence more terrifying than the fragments will definitely appear. That night, he almost wandered through every room in the village, finding no supplies, no survivors, only the large bag of cigarettes in his hand. He had forgotten the purpose of his arrival, and staying in the village was merely to encounter a few more weak and eerie beings to radiate his remaining warmth. Today, he planned to withdraw from the village. That eerie thing was beyond his ability to deal with, and Zhang Chen just hoped his avatar could safely return to the convoy. After all, it was still early, and if he encountered any strange beings during the day, that would be his loss. However, Zhang Chen was still quite looking forward to the rewards of his avatar. After all, the Eerie being killed by the Avatar had a very rare ability. Zhang Chen slowly stepped back. At least the road in this village was not muddy and was fairly smooth, but it had caused him quite a bit of hardship. Tripping and stumbling was quite common. When the familiar outline of that convenience store finally appeared in his sight, Zhang Chen's tense heartstrings finally relaxed a bit. He recognized this place, which meant that the village entrance was not far away. The dawn of hope was right before his eyes, and Zhang Chen's steps involuntarily quickened. He just wanted his avatar to leave this troubled place safely, and as for finding someone, the leader had been killed by Wang Tao, so what reason did he have left to search? Just as he was about to step out of the village entrance, several figures suddenly appeared silently in the shadow beneath the eaves. They were several children, wearing dull-colored, outdated cotton jackets, their cheeks displaying an unnatural, overly bright flush. Their eyes were large and jet black, yet hollow and devoid of spirit, resembling two pieces of black glass embedded in their faces, lacking any sparkle. What appeared were exactly the eerie beings that took Wang Tao and his group away in his dreams. How could this happen? I clearly didn't turn around. Zhang Chen was horrified, watching these several jumping children, who seemed cheerful but exuded an incredible wickedness, drawing closer to him, sweat instantly soaking his back. His retreating steps involuntarily quickened, almost turning into a run. The children held hands, grinning, and began to hum an off-key, strange nursery rhyme. Those who look back can't see the road, lost their souls, can't hold on. The bizarre syllables twisted into his ears, as if carrying some irresistible magic, crazily teasing Zhang Chen's will. A terrifying thought surged wildly in his mind. Look back. Just take a glance. Despite Zhang Chen pushing the speed of his retreat to the limit, he still could not outrun the 4 or 5 eerie children who appeared to be slow but were actually instantaneous. They easily caught up with him, forming a bizarre circle, completely surrounding him in the center. They stopped singing, all raising their unusually flushed faces, gazing at him with their hollow black eyes, and then began to clap hands, one after the other. Clap. 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 In the monotonous and eerie applause, the enticing whispers once again resounded, no longer singing, but directly drilling into his brain, urging him. Look back. Look back. Look back. The invisible waves of sound wrapped around Zhang Chen's neck like tangible shackles, the cold power forcibly twisting his cervical spine, emitting a painful crack sound. His muscles trembled violently from extreme resistance, veins bulging on his forehead, but the dam of consciousness was being eroded and shattered inch by that magic sound. Look back. This time, the voice exploded directly in his skull. The resisting will was completely shattered in that moment. The tense muscles instantly relaxed, the swollen veins disappeared, and even the last flicker of struggle in his eyes was extinguished. Creak bang. A heart-stirring crack echoed, as if something had been forcefully snapped. His head, under the control of this invisible force, turned slowly, in a manner that completely defied physiological structure, stiff and slow, bit by bit. He turned around. In that moment, whispers and applause halted abruptly, the world fell into a dead silence vacuum. Then, a twisted, gigantic face, outlined by emptiness, suddenly appeared without warning. It seemed to have long been lurking in every shadow of the village, silently watching, waiting for Zhang Chen to make that absolutely unforgivable mistake. The instant Zhang Chen turned around, it smiled. Enemies meet, their eyes particularly red. The pent-up hatred erupted like fire, giving Zhang Chen no time to react. His consciousness was completely and ruthlessly devoured in the moment it touched that strange scene. Only the eerie laughter remained in the village, as if mocking Zhang Chen's futile efforts. Chapter 45, You're in Power. In the next moment of fading consciousness, Zhang Chen returned to his original body. Still can't escape? He murmured softly, but his tone revealed little disappointment. After all, the gains from the split were not bad. As for the loss, he clicked his tongue, it's just a pity about that bag of cigarettes. He didn't dwell on it, casting aside distractions, focusing internally, retrieving that bizarre piece of information fed back from the split from the depths of his mind. Sequence, Yin-Yang. Level 1. Skills, Split, Absorb. Traits, Void, Swift 2, Rule Ignore I, Endurance I, No Kill Gun, Dream Knowledge, Strength I, Mirror Shatter. The extra traits did not make Zhang Chen's body feel anything strange. But this normalcy instead sparked his strong curiosity. He recalled that bizarre and magical ability of fragmentations. Every time he was hit, not only would it not disappear, but it would split and proliferate, growing more and more. This was simply a subversion of the survival laws of the apocalypse. If he could master similar abilities, his survival security in this perilous world would not just improve a little, but undergo a qualitative leap. With this thought, his heart couldn't help but burn hot, as if he had caught a glimpse of the possibility of traversing the apocalypse. However, this heat quickly cooled down. The split had just been lost in that strange village, and it couldn't be summoned again in the short term. To verify whether this mirror shatter trait was as he thought, could it be must he now stab himself? Zhang Chen shook his head, temporarily setting aside this dangerous thought. Experiments should wait until the split was restored, seeking a suitable opportunity. He took a deep breath of the cold air and suddenly pushed open the heavy car door. A wave of coldness instantly rushed into the car with the gray light of the sky, causing him to shiver involuntarily.
The weather is colder.
Zhang Chen looked up. Indeed, a little sunlight hung on the horizon, but that light was weak and sparse, failing to dispel the chill that enveloped the area. It fell upon him, barely providing any warmth. In the face of this boundless cold, it was indeed just a drop in the bucket.
From afar, indistinct noisy sounds could be heard.
At a glance, the once spacious camp was now crowded with people. Previously over 30 malnourished survivors, still shaken, had been systematically dispersed by Old Mo and integrated into their own convoy. Old Mo was standing next to a truck, hoarsely directing staff to distribute small amounts of clean water and food, his movements swift. After this round of absorption, the number of people in this convoy had nearly approached 100. The newly joined survivors still bore remnants of fear and confusion on their faces, but more of it was a slight relief at having found shelter, curled up in designated areas.
Cautiously observing the new environment and their new master,
Zhang Chen's gaze calmly swept over this group of new faces, without any thoughts.
As his eyes passed, he saw Xiaoya.
This woman who had just joined yesterday had already gained some lively color on her face, even carrying a hint of a shallow smile. Her eyes occasionally glanced towards Wang Tao, who stood silently like an iron tower, patrolling nearby, and in her gaze was a kind of indescribable reassurance and admiration. Clearly, the strength of this team and their protection of internal members had caused the heart that had long been dead in the apocalypse to ripple with a weak wave again. Old Mo had sharp eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Chen approach, he broke into a hearty smile and waved. After giving a few instructive words to his subordinates, he quickly stepped forward. He fished out half a pack of crumpled cigarettes from his coat pocket, offering one to Zhang Chen. Just a little while ago, he had avoided this thing, always thinking that in this apocalypse, having one less thing that damages the body is better. But he couldn't resist Zhang Chen and Wang Tao, these two old smokers, casually handing one over now and then, time and again. In the end, he still couldn't withstand this temptation. Especially in this tense apocalypse where this bit of temporary numbness seemed especially precious. Now, it had become something he kept in his pocket at all times.
How's it going? Old Mo lowered his voice, his smile fading a bit, revealing a concerned expression. Is it going smoothly on the other side? Zhang Chen took the cigarette and took a deep breath. It died in there.
He replied succinctly, with little emotion to be heard. Old Mo's face twitched slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of as expected.
Ran into a tough one? Old Mo continued to question.
Zhang Chen nodded, recalling the eerie children's clapping in the village and the terrifying sensation of having his neck forcibly twisted still made his heart shiver. The rules there are very special, he said in a deep voice. With our current strength, entering there would absolutely be a dead end. Upon hearing this, Old Mo's relaxed demeanor completely vanished, and with a serious nod, he crushed the cigarette butt on the ground with his foot. He sighed, and then as if recalling something, he patted Zhang Chen's shoulder with a sense of envy and relief. But speaking of which, your ability to split is really convenient, dying doesn't matter. He tried to lighten the mood, smiling broadly. Looks like we can leave the deadly scouting work entirely to you. Zhang Chen responded by giving him a huge eye roll, shaking off his hand in annoyance. You can forget it, I only have that one split a day, and your sentries don't consume anything. Old Mo chuckled a couple of times. He knew Zhang Chen too well. A guy who insists on using his split to hunt strange creatures would never be willing to take such unknowable risks himself.
Just kidding, look at you. Old Mo waved his hand, and his expression suddenly turned serious. He scanned the camp and paused on those new survivors huddled together, trembling in the cold wind, sighing. Our convoy doesn't have much gasoline left. We were originally counting on these new members to contribute a bit. At the mention of gasoline, Zhang Chen's heart moved slightly, instinctively asking, doesn't Xiao Feng's ability produce gasoline? Old Mo was taken aback at first, then like he had heard the greatest joke, his serious face was instantly replaced by a helplessly amused expression, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly, slapping his thigh. Ha, Zhang Chen, are you genuinely clueless or just pretending to be dumb? Old Mo laughed until tears were almost coming out. He can ignite that gasoline, but that's just his aged urine. The taste is strong and the amount is pitifully small. I actually wish he would urinate a bit more, but even if he did, he can't manage the wear and tear on dozens of cars. Chapter 46, The Strange Device. After Zhang Chen heard this, he was momentarily speechless, and the thin figure of Xiaofeng emerged in his mind, followed by an imagined image of a bloated water buffalo. He then bitterly smiled and shook his head, thinking, even if Xiaofeng truly were a water buffalo, he probably couldn't provide enough boy urine for them to waste within a day. This thought was so absurd it almost made him laugh out loud. He rubbed his forehead to dispel that unrealistic fantasy. It seems we can't rely on him. What do you plan to do? Zhang Chen flicked away his cigarette butt, watching the spark draw a faint arc in the cold wind before it quickly extinguished. Old Mo rubbed his frozen, stiff hands, his gaze drifting into the distance as his voice grew heavy. There's a town called Shixin nearby. It's not big, but if we scavenge thoroughly, it should be enough to support our livelihood in the days to come. The trouble is, we might run into some troublesome weirdness that could make things difficult. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement.
Old Mo's worries were far from unnecessary. Even a seemingly peaceful little village concealed terrifying rules that could easily erase his avatar, let alone the dangers lurking in a town. A hint of ruthless ferocity flickered in Old Mo's eyes. He licked his cracked lips and lowered his voice. If it really comes to it, if there's no other way, we will have to send these newcomers in to scout. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen shot a surprised glance at Old Mo. The cold hardness and indifference in those words were different from the Old Mo who always tried to consider everyone's feelings. Perhaps the continuous losses and despair during this time had sharpened away some of his softer parts, forcing him to make such a cruel change. Zhang Chen fell silent for a moment, but then his heart calmed down.
He actually didn't care much about this. In the apocalypse, kindness was indeed a luxury.
What's more, no matter who they ultimately decided to send on the risky mission, he, Zhang Chen, would never utilize his main body. His principle was clear and firm: risks could only involve his avatar.
Want to make his main body personally take risks?
Not even the King of Heaven could persuade him. He would only help within his capabilities. Old Mo seemed to sense Zhang Chen's brief silence. He turned to look at him, his voice intentionally losing some of its indifference, adding a hint of indescribable fatigue. What's wrong?
Do you think my words are too cruel? Zhang Chen, however, was completely amused by Old Mo's careful question.
He opened his mouth, revealing white teeth, and his laughter seemed a bit short in the cold wind, wrapped in a distinct chill.
Those people's lives have nothing to do with me.
Hearing Zhang Chen's almost thoughtless reply, the tight string in Old Mo's heart relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He was genuinely a bit worried that Zhang Chen was the kind of person who stubbornly clung to principles and was soft-hearted like a saint. After all, Zhang Chen's strength was considerable. If they disagreed and had a falling out, things could get complicated.
I knew it.
Old Mo shook his head, the wrinkles on his face unfolding as he chuckled, scolding, "You're not a good person at all."
Right back at you.
Zhang Chen replied with a grin, even cupping his fists as if accepting the scolding as a compliment.
All right, no more bickering with you.
Old Mo waved his hand, his expression turning serious. The strange devices old Zhao was tinkering with are ready.
Go take a look and see if there's anything that suits your fancy.
The so-called strange device was crafted from unusual materials, possessing extremely strong lethality against the strange entities. Old Mo's revolver, the dagger Zhang Chen used some time ago, and the Gatling gun that once appeared on the battlefield all belonged to this category.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen.
His eyes suddenly lit up, like sparks ignited in the night. He had been thinking about the strange weapon for quite some time now. Every time he saw Old Mo and Old Zhao bring out their tools, he felt a surge of envy. Now, finally having a strange weapon that belonged to him, he felt his heart skip a beat, and an uncontrollable excitement surged from deep within.
All right, I'm going to take a look now.
Before Zhang Chen finished speaking, he had already turned and stepped out, almost bursting with impatience. Old Mo watched Zhang Chen's figure quickly fade away and couldn't help but shake his head and smile, deep wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. He muttered to himself, "What a considerate young man." If Zhang Chen had heard Old Mo's quiet remark, he would probably have stumbled on his feet and without hesitation rolled his eyes back while shouting, "Please stop overthinking everything." At this moment, Old Zhao was sitting alone in the caravan, under the murky light. He carefully used tweezers to fiddle with a black, glinting bear bile on the table. The sound of the door being pulled open made him look up, and seeing it was Zhang Chen, Old Zhao showed no surprise, as if he had already anticipated his visit. He set down the tool in his hand and smiled at Zhang Chen.
"Brother Zhang Chen, you've come."
Saying this, he turned around and took out 3 items from a reinforced iron cabinet behind him, placing them one by one on the table.
"Take a look, I promise you'll be satisfied."
Zhang Chen nodded, and his eyes lit up with heat as he looked at the 3 strange weapons.
They were 3 weapons emanating a faint ominous aura.
2 of them were long knives, identical in shape, radiating a coldness of murder.
Their blades were narrow and seemed to have dark patterns flowing within. The most eye-catching feature was at the ends of the knife handles. Each embedded with a murky eyeball that seemed to possess life. Under the dim light, their pupils seemed to be slightly moving, observing this unfamiliar visitor. The other item was a rugged-looking rifle.
Its metal parts displayed a dark red shade, as if corroded, with a thicker barrel than usual, covered in indecipherable, suppressive patterns. Zhang Chen focused all his thoughts on the 2 long knives. Compared to the rifle that relied on ammunition and favored long-range suppression, the knife suited him better, allowing him to fully utilize his physical strengths. He took a deep breath, reached out, and firmly gripped the handle of one of the long knives. In that moment, a strange, heavy chill spread up his arm, not a bone-chilling cold, but a subdued, dangerous touch, like a sleeping beast. The murky eyeball at the end of the handle seemed to shrink slightly as he gripped it, a chilling gaze sweeping over his skin that was indescribable. He took the long knife out of the car and tried swinging it in the open space. The knife cut through the air with a sound so subtle it was almost imperceptible, demonstrating its extreme sharpness. The balance of the blade was impeccable. It felt like a natural extension of his arm. Whether slashing or stabbing, the center of gravity was astonishingly stable, making it extraordinarily smooth to control. As the dark patterns flowed on the narrow blade during his movement, they seemed to become slightly clearer for a moment, like a living creature breathing. Zhang Chen caressed the blade with satisfaction, absolutely loving this strange weapon.
Chapter 47, The Soul Brave in the Apocalypse. I'm completely in love with it. Ha ha.
Old Zhao couldn't stop smiling as Zhang Chen amused him, rubbing his large hands, his honest face blooming with joy. Seeing Zhang Chen so enamored with the long knife, the genuine warmth in his eyes was like harvesting the largest and sweetest watermelon from his field, delighted that the most discerning buyer had chosen it.
It's good that you like it. Just fine.
He spoke loudly, filled with a strong sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, old Zhao seemed to recall something, and slapped his forehead. Oh dear.
Look at my memory.
He turned around and clumsily crawled back deep into the RV. After a series of clattering sounds, he carefully emerged holding something. It seemed to be a knife sheath, but its shape was extremely unusual. It was not made of common metal or leather, it appeared to be formed from flowing, translucent gray mist, almost indistinct. The hazy mist flowed slowly on its surface, at times thinning to the point of nearly disappearing into the air, and at times coalescing to outline the silhouette of a long knife. It had no fixed form, just continuously flowing and changing, exuding a sense of tranquility and emptiness.
Here, this needs to go with it.
Old Zhao smiled earnestly, handing over the mist-wreathed knife sheath. Zhang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted upon seeing the sheath, this elusive aura, this unsettling disturbance.
It was clearly the terrifying weirdness he encountered in the dark pharmacy of Tianhai City.
The experience of his doppelganger being killed by this thing was still vivid in his mind. He carefully handed the misty knife sheath to Zhang Chen. Remember, as long as your hand doesn't directly touch the knife handle, this sheath can completely hide its aura and killing intent.
Holding it is as safe as a firewood stick. But once you grip the knife handle...
Old Zhao's expression became serious. This mist not only won't block it, it will instead instantly transmit the knife's power, greatly amplifying its lethality.
It's a good thing, right?
As he spoke, a hint of regret appeared on his face. His robust fingers lightly brushed over the flowing mist, as if stroking a masterpiece. What a pity, I used up this strange material to make that secret weapon, and piecing it together only allowed for this one knife sheath.
Making even half more is impossible.
Zhang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart, and solemnly accepted the sheath. Its ethereal touch felt icy and strange, as if holding a handful of flowing moonlight. He tried to slowly sheath the restless long knife, and the swirling mist seemed to come alive, gently wrapping around the blade. The previously restless eye on the handle slowly closed, calmed, and fell into slumber. An unprecedented sense of tranquility flowed from his hand.
Thank you, old Zhao, Zhang Chen said sincerely.
Old Zhao waved his hand, revealing his signature honest smile.
No need to be polite, I feel that this thing will only shine with you. If it were someone else, I would never give them the sheath. Alright, consider this as me owing you a favor. If you ever need my help, just say the word, Zhang Chen said earnestly.
Hearing Zhang Chen's words, old Zhao's smile grew even brighter, but he only kept shaking his head.
What favor? We're not about that. If you can use it, then my efforts weren't wasted.
He rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit awkward, but his eyes were full of sincere joy. The two exchanged some more pleasantries before Zhang Chen finally left. Zhang Chen returned to the vehicle and pulled a can of food from under the bed to eat. He quickly finished the food in the can, sighing in satisfaction. The car was very quiet, and he could faintly hear the noise outside. His gaze unintentionally fell to his waist, where the strange item from old Zhao hung peacefully, the misty knife sheath slowly swirling, emanating a mysterious, ethereal aura. His fingers gently brushed over the knife sheath, the cold touch sharpening his thoughts. Such a treasure, for now, was safest kept for his main body to use. If it were assigned to a doppelganger and they encountered an overwhelmingly powerful weirdness, losing both the person and the knife outside would truly be a great loss. At that moment, not only would he lose a clone, but this unique, strange artifact would also be gone, and by then, he would probably find it hard even to cry. It's a good thing that I've worked so hard to obtain, I can't just let it slip away after a brief thrill. Zhang Chen murmured to himself, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Clones are indeed useful, but the core combat power and precious resources must still be firmly held by the main body. However, just as Zhang Chen was still lost in his thoughts, a sudden urgent thought rang out from deep within his heart. It was old Mo's voice.
Zhang Chen. Hurry. It's urgent. The voice carried a rare tension and urgency, instantly shattering Zhang Chen's leisure.
Zhang Chen jolted upright, his gaze shooting like lightning toward where old Mo had been. Through the car window, he saw Lin Wei and Wang Tao lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. And old Mo was in a tense standoff with a tall man dressed in a sharp suit. The suited man had an elegant demeanor, even somewhat relaxed, which stood in stark contrast to the surrounding coldness. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chen leaped out of the car, his body shooting forward like a cheetah, swiftly closing in on the center of the standoff. Here comes another interesting bug. His voice was gentle and pleasant, but carried an indifferent air of superiority. But it's just a bug. Old Mo's forehead was beaded with sweat, the revolver in his hand was steadily aimed at the man opposite, and the strange patterns on the gun were faintly heating up, but he did not dare to fire. Wang Tao and Lin Wei, lying on the ground, seemed nearly unconscious, their chests still rising and falling, which eased his anxiety a bit, but the pressure from the enemy was unprecedented. Zhang Chen stopped beside old Mo, his hand gripping tightly on the hilt of his blade. The foggy blade sheath seemed to sense its master's extreme tension, the swirling gray mist on its surface becoming agitated, as if suppressing the frenzied blade that longed to taste blood.
What's going on? Zhang Chen asked urgently, eyes fixed on the suited man.
Not sure, old Mo squeezed out through clenched teeth. He appeared suddenly, moving at an unbelievable speed, took down Wang Tao and Qin Fan in one move.
Be careful, this guy is very sinister.
At that moment, the suited man slowly turned his head, his gaze fixing on Zhang Chen, or more precisely, on the knife at his waist. In his seemingly ordinary eyes, a flicker of something akin to discovering an interesting toy passed through.
Oh?
A toy, he said softly, laced with curiosity. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Chen felt a flash. The spot where the suited man had stood left behind only a faint afterimage as his true body, like a ghost, instantly teleported in front of Zhang Chen, a long, pale hand with slightly curled fingers nonchalantly reaching toward the foggy knife sheath. The speed surpassed visual capture.
Let me see. Chapter 48, Sequence, Illusion.
Just as that pale finger was about to touch the foggy blade sheath, Zhang Chen's combat instinct surged explosively. He didn't even think, his body reacted on its own, feet pounding down, dust flying as he swiftly slid backward. At the same time, the long knife was already gripped in his hand. It did not leave its sheath, he simply waved it lightly in front of the suited man, the dense, almost tangible gray-white mist mixed with a piercing killing intent, roaring forth like a fierce beast breaking free from its cage. The suited man's hand reaching towards the knife sheath was caught off guard, plunging directly into the abruptly erupting strange mist.
Sizzle! Like cold water splashing into boiling oil, a faint yet teeth-gritting sound of energy erosion rang out.
The elegant smile the suited man maintained froze instantly. He swiftly retracted his hand, drifting backward a few meters and looking down at his fingertips. His originally perfect white fingertips now appeared as if corroded by some force.
Became a bit blurry and illusory.
For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, which soon turned into a deeper curiosity.
Interesting, truly interesting.
He lightly flicked his hand, and the eroded fingertips began to visibly restore themselves.
Who are you?
Zhang Chen asked, his gaze wary as he looked at the suited man, his voice low and his expression more serious than ever. Hearing this, the suited man curled his lips into a cold arc, his smile devoid of warmth, only a kind of indifferent superiority. He adjusted his tie under his neck with a serious demeanor.
Me?
He chuckled softly, his tone calm yet filled with biting coldness, just a do-gooder responsible for cleaning up dirt and waste in an apocalyptic world.
He slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping over Wang Tao and Qin Fan, who were lying on the ground, then returning to Zhang Chen and the tense old Mo, his eyes indifferent as if looking at unimportant dust. You can also call me, the Lone Warrior. After hearing the suited man's answer, old Mo and Zhang Chen exchanged glances.
A strange expression appeared on both of their faces, leaving them momentarily unsure how to react. At that moment, Wang Tao, lying on the ground, finally stirred. He let out a muffled groan, struggling to prop himself up with his arms, shaking his dazed head. The shame of being instantly defeated and the pain flooding his body ignited his fury in an instant. Hearing the suited man's words, he spat in anger, shouting, "I see you as a damn lunatic." As soon as he spoke, he fought through his dizziness, and a primitive and eerie kill token materialized in his palm, emanating a cold and decisive aura of judgment. He was preparing to use his ability from the sequence, Executioner. However, before Wang Tao could fully activate the token in his hand, several hurried footsteps approached from different directions, breaking the tense standoff. Xiao Xiao and Nua Nua rushed over from a distance, slightly out of breath, clearly having come in haste. Xiao Xiao glanced at Lin Wei, who was lying on the ground, and immediately went forward to check, relieved to find she was not seriously injured. Meanwhile, the heavy footsteps echoed like drums as the three burly brothers from the Li family appeared from behind, forming a semi-encirclement to block the suited man's escape.
Qin Fan and the others began to arrive one after another, their lineup unprecedentedly strong. What had originally been a standoff between Zhang Chen, old Mo, and the mysterious suited man suddenly turned into an encirclement by the entire team against this person. Facing the unexpectedly increasing number of enemies, the suited man's playful smile remained unchanged, as if he had come across something even more interesting, clapping his hands lightly. "Oh. There are quite a few bugs here," he said in a flippant tone, "looks like I'm in the right place." Seeing this, Wang Tao's anger boiled over even more, the kill token in his hand radiated a blinding light as he shouted, "Shut the hell up! I was just careless before." Unable to hold back any longer, Wang Tao threw the kill token to the ground, and a massive, ancient-looking blade suddenly condensed in the air above the suited man's head, suffocatingly overwhelming.
The suited man raised an eyebrow, looking at the ancient blade exuding a deadly aura hovering over his head, his eyes showing not a trace of fear, but rather a hint of almost regretful disdain.
A crude person like you, unworthy of awakening such a sequence?
He shook his head and sighed, as if lamenting a treasure being wasted, truly, a waste of talent. Before he finished speaking, he did not make any obvious defensive posture, but elegantly raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers at the enormous blade crashing down.
Snap! A crisp sound echoed, starkly contrasting with the heavy pressure of judgment surrounding them.
In the next moment, something astonishing happened that left everyone stunned. The ancient blade, infused with Wang Tao's full force, came within a hair's breadth of touching the suited man's hair when it was like a reflection cast upon the water, stirred by thrown stones, rippling and then shattering. Seeing that his attack had completely failed, Wang Tao was furious, wishing he could just strangle this arrogant man in a suit. Boring trick, the man in the suit evaluated blandly, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust.
Almost as soon as his words fell, Old Mo's revolver exploded with a roar.
A specially made bullet wrapped in black light tore through the air, shooting straight at the man's back.
It seems you still do not understand the gap between us.
He elegantly extended a finger and snapped again. As the bullet entered the man's 1-meter zone, it seemed to lose its strength, helplessly dropping to the ground. Before illusion, any sequential ability is merely a fragile bubble. Zhang Chen listened to the man's arrogant and foolish words, his mind racing.
Illusion? Does it mean the nullification of abilities?
This does resemble his disregard for rules, but disregarding rules is nowhere near as powerful as the man in the suit's ability. After all, until now, he had never seen the true strength of disregarding rules.
But recalling how the fog from the sheath had actually corroded the man's fingers, while Old Mo's revolver had no effect, could it be that the power of the trick was not entirely within the realm of illusion's restraint?
Zhang Chen's thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and his body had already shot out like an arrow. He gripped the long knife tightly, the blade cutting a chilling arc in the dim light, charging straight for the man in the suit. Seeing Zhang Chen rushing at him with the knife again, the usual playful expression on the man's face slightly restrained, and a hint of imperceptible seriousness flickered in his eyes. He truly did not fear any means of a sequential being, but in close combat, even though he was a second-tier sequencer, significantly stronger in speed and power, facing multiple sequencers at once would ultimately lead to his downfall. In the flash of lightning, the man in the suit made a decision: he must first eliminate this most threatening unstable factor.
Chapter 49, Li Yunlong's Iron Mountain Lean.
Facing Zhang Chen's fierce charge, the man in the suit no longer acted arrogant. He moved slightly, actively rushing toward Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's knife light ripped through the gloom like silver lightning, falling decisively from above. However, the man in the suit had somehow put on a uniquely shaped tiger claw on his right hand. The claw was dark and dull, yet exuded an ominous aura, clearly not made of ordinary metal. Clang! The knife and claw clashed violently, sparks flying everywhere. The massive force caused both of them to slide back a few steps, shallow grooves carved into the ground beneath their feet. The man in the suit stabilized himself first, just about to comment, but only half of his words escaped coldly.
Power is not. The word wrong hadn't even been spoken yet.
A sudden change occurred. A figure had stealthily crept up behind the man in the suit, seizing the perfect opportunity as he spoke, his attention momentarily distracted, to launch a long-planned strike.
Iron Mountain Lean. This roar came from Li Yunlong.
His robust body was like a taut bow, suddenly unleashing all his strength, shoulder and elbow crashing accurately and fiercely into the unguarded kidney area of the man in the suit. Ugh! The man's composed expression shattered in an instant, revealing a mixture of astonishment and pain for the first time. He felt an unimaginable force mixed with a penetrating, dark energy violently rushing into his lower back, instantly shattering his core balance, making him stumble forward uncontrollably, crashing to the ground in a mess.
Well done.
Zhang Chen grinned, watching the man in the suit instantly fall to the disadvantage. He had already seen Li Yunlong's small action and perfectly served as the bait. But he was still very surprised in his heart. After all, with just one blow, the suited man fell to the ground and couldn't get up. If he hadn't just witnessed his great power, Zhang Chen would have thought this guy was faking.
So that guy must have put all his points into defense. Despicable insect.
The suited man groaned in pain, trying to prop himself up with his arm, but he found that the severe pain in his lower back and a numbness spreading through half his body rendered him unable to exert any force to rise. That Iron Mountain back not only had immense power, but also seemed to contain some unique technique that temporarily paralyzed part of his mobility.
At this moment, the two brothers, Li Yunhu and Li Yunlin, who were closest to the suited man, saw their older brother succeed, and they would not let this golden opportunity to beat a drowning dog slip away. Like tigers descending the mountains, they lunged forward in a swift step and began delivering a few heavy kicks to the suited man, who lay on the ground unable to rise. These kicks were infused with pure physical power, aimed specifically at the buttocks and thighs, which are thick with flesh but extremely painful, causing the suited man's body to twitch involuntarily and groan, scattering the energy he tried to gather again. Wang Tao, who had just caught his breath, was still filled with anger. Seeing this, he struggled to step forward and seized the already messy tie of the suited man. Viciously lifting his upper body off the ground, he swung his other hand wide. "It's you who calls yourself a lone warrior, right?" An incredibly loud and hate-filled slap landed hard on the suited man's face. The sound was crisp and resonant, particularly jarring in the quiet battlefield. Then, both hands began to strike. The sound of slaps echoed non-stop. Before long, the suited man's elegant and indifferent face had vanished without a trace. At this moment, his face was already bruised and swollen, grotesquely resembling a pig's head. He grit his teeth hard, blood continuously oozing from the split corner of his mouth. The eyes that had previously been full of amusement and indifference were now filled only with overwhelming humiliation and a nearly palpable urge to kill. He had never suffered such a profound disgrace. "Why, you have already been targeted." His swollen lips moved difficultly, his voice unclear, sounding like air leaking, almost impossible to discern. Wang Tao frowned, instinctively leaning his ear closer to the bloodied mouth of the suited man, loudly demanding, "What? What did you say? Speak up." His action was not deliberately meant to humiliate the opponent, but the suited man's face was so swollen that he could hardly be heard. He truly could not hear a single word clearly. The suited man felt Wang Tao's breath and that damned inquiry close to him. The humiliation and fury in his eyes were about to explode. He tried with all his might to say it more clearly but could only produce a more muffled whimper, driving him nearly insane. Just as Wang Tao impatiently wanted to lean in closer, a flash of extreme unwillingness and resentment appeared in the suited man's eyes, but the situation was stronger than him. After hesitating several times, he ultimately used the hand that could still move to struggle, painfully reaching into his suit lining, where he gripped a very inconspicuous, icy hard black shard. With his last bit of strength, he crushed the shard violently, instantly activating it. Buzz! A faint yet bizarre spatial fluctuation suddenly rippled out from him as the center. This fluctuation did not tear apart space but rather seemed to momentarily erase his own existence from the current spatial layer. There was no blinding light, no deafening roar. Before everyone's eyes, the suited man's figure flickered and distorted violently like a poorly received holographic projection. Not good. Wang Tao was the first to sense that the tie and collar he was gripping were mysteriously losing their solidity and becoming weightless. He hurriedly wanted to interrupt the suited man's bizarre escape process. A punch swung towards the flickering head. But his hand went straight through the rapidly fading phantom, as if striking at empty space. The next second, the man in the suit completely vanished, leaving only a few drops of fresh blood that had yet to dry and a faint ripple in the air. Wang Tao stared blankly at the empty space that had just dissolved, his fist still held in the motion of the swing. "We will meet again." A broken message, filled with endless resentment and coldness, seemed to come from an extremely distant void, faintly echoing in everyone's ears, making them shiver. Old Zhao's expression changed from his usual good-natured demeanor to one of seriousness as he quickly stepped forward, crouching down to carefully pick up a nearly invisible strange powder left behind by the black fragments. Feeling the rapidly dissipating strange power within, he said in a low voice, "A disposable spatial-type strange device. The manufacturing technique is very sophisticated, probably not the work of a level 1 machine sequence user." Hearing old Zhao's explanation, Wang Tao could only let out a reluctant sigh. In this sudden ambush, they seemed to have won the battle, barely driving off a strong enemy, but they had allowed an extremely dangerous foe to escape with even deeper hatred. Future troubles would likely be even greater. Old Mo stepped forward, staring at the fragments in old Zhao's hand, filled with curiosity. "Old Zhao, can you make this thing?" Old Zhao scratched his head in embarrassment, chuckling awkwardly. "I still have that ability, but as long as my sequence upgrades, I will definitely be able to make it." Old Mo patted his shoulder and comforted him. "All right, I was just asking, no need to take it too seriously." After he finished speaking, his gaze instinctively turned towards Lin Wei, and upon seeing her still unconscious, his brow immediately furrowed. He quickly asked, "Xiao Xiao, how is your sister Wei? Is she all right?" Xiao Xiao pouted, her face full of discontent as she murmured, "Uncle Mo, your concern came a bit too late. Once Sister Wei wakes up, I'm definitely going to tell on you." Though her tone carried blame, she quickly straightened her face and said, "Don't worry, Sister Wei just fainted for a while. Fortunately, that elegant scoundrel didn't use poison." As she spoke, she shot a glare in the direction where the man in the suit had disappeared, as if that could vent her frustration. Hearing Xiao Zhao's explanation, Old Mo's previously tense shoulders finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath. But soon, he took on the authority of a leader again, sweeping his gaze over everyone present. His eyes were calm but carried undeniable weight. "Everyone," Old Mo's voice was not loud, yet it clearly overshadowed the subtle noise in the surroundings. "The situation has changed. The commotion just now was too great. The background and methods of that lone brave exceeded our expectations. That guy may have escaped, but who knows if he will come back for revenge or attract something else." His gaze swept over the unconscious Lin Wei, the injured Wang Tao and Li Yunlong, as well as the fatigue and fear that had not yet faded from everyone's faces. "The plan to rest in place is cancelled." Old Mo declared decisively, "We must evacuate immediately and head to Shixing town." The command was clear and straightforward. The others didn't joke around, quickly returning to their vehicles, ready to go.
When Zhang Chen sat in the car, he suddenly discovered that his down jacket had been torn open with a large gash. He was heartbroken. A perfectly fine down jacket was ruined, making Zhang Chen feel a deep sense of loss. This was the apocalypse, and Zhang Chen had only brought 2 jackets from Tianhai City. Using one meant losing one. Zhang Chen sighed and took off the down jacket, but the temperature inside the car instantly made him shiver. Just having taken off the clothing, he felt the cold immediately invade his entire body. Due to the lack of gasoline, Zhang Chen never used the air conditioning in the car, except when Nua was driving. At that time, he wouldn't be stingy. Zhang Chen finally pulled his down jacket out from under the bed, but before he could put it on, the car door was suddenly thrown open. A cold wind rushed into the car, and Zhang Chen felt as if he had fallen into an ice hole. He quickly put on the jacket and looked at the person who came in. Nua had already taken the driver's seat, and seeing Zhang Chen in a flurry, chattering his teeth as he rushed to put on the down jacket, couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you still afraid of the cold?" "Duh. I'm human too." Zhang Chen wrapped himself tightly in the hard-won warmth, his teeth still chattering slightly, and he managed to finish his words. "So, did Xiao Xiao say anything?" Nua recalled Xiao Xiao's bold words from last night and couldn't help but blush and shake her head. "No. That's good." Hearing this, Zhang Chen exhaled a breath of cold air, his hands trembling as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, the cold slightly dissipating. As the smoke billowed, just when Zhang Chen was enjoying this hard-earned comfort, the car window was gently tapped. Nua looked through the window and saw a stranger outside. Puzzled, she turned to Zhang Chen. "Do you know him?" Zhang Chen shook his head. He was also quite puzzled. The person outside was a youth in his 20s, but he truly had no recollection of him. Seeing this, Nua curiously rolled down the window. The young man hurriedly leaned in closer, a fawning smile on his face. He didn't dare to look at Nua for long and instead directed a flattering expression straight at Zhang Chen. "Sir, do you remember me? I was standing right behind you when that group of bandits attacked us last time." Zhang Chen seemed to ignore his rambling flattery and said faintly, "Don't remember." Hearing Zhang Chen's response, the young man's smile froze on his face. He was momentarily at a loss for words. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made his request. "Sir, my car is out of gas. Could I borrow a little from you?" Zhang Chen rolled his eyes at this. He didn't even have enough gasoline for himself. Where would he get extra to lend out? He replied irritably, "No, I just put my last barrel in my car." The young man felt disappointed but still unwilling to give up. "I have a gas siphon. Can I siphon a bit? I promise I'll return double when I find some." "Go away, I just said there isn't any. Can't you understand human language?" Zhang Chen was starting to lose his patience. If it weren't for Nua still being in the car, he would have gotten out to chase the guy away. Seeing Zhang Chen's dismissive tone, the young man covertly glanced at Nua but remained undeterred. "Sir, look, I may not have accomplishments, but I've worked hard. Every time we gather supplies, we have to hand over 30% to the organizer. You just helped me this once, and I promise." Before the young man could finish his sentence, Zhang Chen glared at him. "Get lost. Don't make me take action. You haven't given me any of the supplies you collected." Zhang Chen was correct. Since joining this team, he had never received anything from those survivors and had only taken a tiny portion after dealing with that group of bandits. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's response, the young man was immediately filled with anger and insulted him through the window. A couple of two-faced wolves. After cursing, he turned and ran away. Zhang Chen found it amusing. He had never seen such a shameless person before. He didn't care how Nua viewed him anymore. He just wanted to teach that young man a lesson. Zhang Chen suddenly flung open the passenger door and rushed a few steps to catch up with the fleeing youth. The young man felt the commotion behind him, turned around, and saw a large foot kick solidly into his back. Instantly, he felt as if he had been hit, tumbling several times on the ground. His face scraped harshly against the rough ground. Suddenly, the flesh was a mess, and one arm hung limply down, clearly broken. Someone has been killed. The sequencer has killed someone. The young man struggled to get up, screaming heart-wrenchingly, hoping to get help from others. Many people noticed the commotion, and upon seeing that it was Zhang Chen who had acted, they chose not to meddle. "If you shout again, you'll die." Zhang Chen's cold voice reached the young man's ears, staring him into silence immediately. But buried in his eyes was a deep hatred for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was a bit puzzled. The young man in front of him had some sense. Killing him would only dirty his own hands, so it was better to find someone else to take care of him. Thinking this, Zhang Chen cast a cold glance at the young man and turned to leave. Chapter 51, Grouping. Zhang Chen returned to the car, and Nono, seeing Zhang Chen's cold expression, hurriedly spoke to comfort him. "There are all kinds of people these days. You encounter things like this every few days." Zhang Chen nodded expressionlessly. "I just wasn't ruthless enough. If I had kicked him to death just now, no one would dare come looking for trouble again." Nono had nothing more to say after hearing this. The car fell into a brief silence, only the low hum of the air conditioning could be heard. Not long after, with the roar of the leading car's engine, the convoy rolled over the broken road again, kicking up a cloud of dust. After bumping along for about half an hour, the speed of the cars noticeably slowed, clearly having arrived at Shixin town. Thanks to old Mo the Sentinel, they hadn't encountered any strange events on the way, and Zhang Chen's clone hadn't reached the refreshing time yet, so he naturally enjoyed the peace. Once the convoy completely stopped, the sky had completely darkened, leaving only a hazy and oppressive gray-blue. Old Mo moved swiftly, and 4 sequence sentinels had quietly melted into the shadows of the town, starting their reconnaissance work. The others seized this brief moment to start setting up camp with great difficulty. Due to the earlier encounter with that terrifying beast, the team had lost a lot of equipment, and tents were even scarcer. Many people could only curl up inside the car, trying to gain a little warmth. In the center of the camp, a few small clusters of campfires stubbornly flickered, dispelling the surrounding cold. Old Mo's spacious tent had become a temporary command center, and a group of sequencers were now sitting around the campfire. Xiao Xiao cautiously stretched her almost frozen hands towards the precious flames, feeling the biting cold being slowly driven away and melted by the waves of heat. Her tightly knitted brows finally relaxed, letting out a very light, nearly satisfied sigh. Outside the tent, the temperature had plummeted to over -30 degrees, making breath turn to ice. The cruel cold made everyone's faces look even more grave and ugly. Damn this hellish weather, Wang Tao couldn't help but curse softly, nearly wanting to reach into the fire, rubbing his hands vigorously, trying to extract every bit of heat. It's getting colder by the day, it's simply not letting anyone live. Old Mo stared at the flickering flames, letting out a heavy sigh, a layer of deep gloom hanging over his brows. This trip, his voice was heavy and carried an undeniable urgency. We must find enough gasoline no matter what. We're alright, but many of those survivors will probably not survive this winter. The little ice droplet that hadn't melted on Qin Fan's nose was slightly warmed by the campfire's heat, melting a bit. Then he suddenly inhaled sharply, making it shrink back, leaving only a trace of moisture. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a shard of ice crashing into the campfire pit. In my opinion, we shouldn't care about whether they live or die, they're just a bunch of burdens. This statement was too blunt and direct, causing almost everyone's gaze in the tent to immediately fixate on him. The reason was simple. Usually in such situations, Qin Fan was almost a silent shadow, at most stealing a few glances at Nono. He had never expressed his own opinion. At this moment, with so many eyes staring at him, he seemed a bit uncomfortable, but more than that, it was a twisted feeling of throwing caution to the wind. He straightened his neck and scanned the crowd with a slightly vacant gaze, but immediately his tone abruptly grew fiercer, filled with a pretentious toughness. What are you all looking at me for? Am I wrong in what I said? Qin Fan's words did not stir any dissatisfaction among the crowd. Instead, they were met with strong agreement. Old Mo, upon hearing this, not only did not get angry, but the corner of his mouth also curled into a meaningful smile. He turned his head, looked at Qin Fan with a smile, as if a father seeing his child finally shed some innocence, revealing a hint of accomplishment, filled with an indescribable satisfaction. You are right. Old Mo's voice was unexpectedly calm, even carrying a trace of approval. The weak are prey to the strong, this is the only rule of the world. But now, it's not time for that yet. His gaze fell directly on Qin Fan's face, word by word. Don't worry, if it ever comes to that, I will make the necessary choices. Old Mo's words were direct and cold. Seeing Old Mo staring at him intently, patiently explaining himself, the proud young man's face and ears visibly turned red. He quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to look at everyone. The earlier bravado completely vanished, leaving only embarrassment and panic. Sitting opposite, Linwei gently placed her fist under her nose, subtly curling her lips, but did not speak out to expose the young man's awkwardness. Old Mo, seeing Qin Fan's expression, stopped wasting words and turned to the crowd, expressing his thoughts. Tomorrow, I plan to split into groups. Do you have any objections? His gaze swept across the faces in the tent. Seeing no response for a long time, he continued. Then tomorrow, Li Yunlong, Wang Tao, and Xiaoya, you three will be one team. Li Yunhu, Qin Fan, and Xiao Feng, you are one team. Zhang Chen, you will be in a team with Xiao Xiao and Nuanua. Old Mo looked at Zhang Chen, his tone carrying an unknown meaning, leaving Zhang Chen feeling baffled. As for the rest, you'll be in my team. Hearing Old Mo's assignments, Qin Fan opened his mouth, but remembering the earlier embarrassment, ultimately did not speak. Old Mo paused, continuing to assign personnel. Survivors, you will choose for yourselves later, help with searching and transporting. Is that clear to everyone? Old Mo's gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone nodded, each calculating in their hearts the actions for tomorrow. Old Mo clapped his hands. Alright, go back and rest, conserve your energy, tomorrow will be a tough battle. Once the order was given, the crowd no longer lingered, each getting up, tightly wrapping their thin clothing, preparing to face the bone-chilling cold outside the tent. Li Yunlong patted Wang Tao on the shoulder, quietly muttering something, and was the first to pull aside the heavy tent flap, a wave of cold air that could freeze one's breath rushing in, causing the campfire to flicker violently.
Wang Tao shivered violently, tugging Xiaoya's hand to quickly follow, his curses scattered by the wind, yet his heart felt exceptionally warm. In fact, everyone was looking forward to their performance tomorrow. After all, this was their first group action, naturally igniting a sense of rivalry among them. As for Nua, she still chose not to sleep in the same bed as Zhang Chen today, unsure whether it was due to shyness from last time or because of her own sister. Zhang Chen lay in the cold Land Rover, suddenly feeling lonely and desolate. He slowly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Only after it burned out did he fall asleep. In the early morning, snowflakes unexpectedly began to fall. Throughout the night, Zhang Chen was awakened several times by the cold, only thinking that the weather had turned even colder. Chapter 52, The First Snow. Zhang Chen woke up to a noisy commotion. He irritably sat up, instinctively glancing out the window, but suddenly froze. The withered vines and old trees were gone, the entire world was covered in pure white. The snowflakes drifted silently down, piled up on the roof of the car, the treetops, and the barren land. Only then did he realize that it was snowing. The first snow of the year came so silently, yet so harshly. No wonder I woke up cold several times last night, he murmured, taking out a cigarette from his pocket and silently gazing out the window. As the cigarette burned out, he didn't linger any longer, pushing the door open and walking towards the direction of Xiao and Nua. Today, they still had a task to complete. In the snow, two corpses lay naked by the roadside, their skin already frozen blue and purple, their clothes long stripped away. Zhang Chen only took a casual glance and didn't pay much attention. He passed by a group of gathered survivors and caught sight of the young man he had taught a lesson to yesterday but didn't think much of it. Until he walked far away, the young man with a broken arm spat angrily at his back. "Did you see it?" "He did it," the young man shouted hoarsely, deliberately raising his twisted arm. "I just wanted to borrow some gasoline, and he beat me to near death without saying a word." He spat out blood and his voice grew louder. "He said we kind of trash don't deserve to live, said to take down one if we see one." The crowd gradually circled around, some silent, some whispering to each other. A middle-aged woman quietly retorted, "But last time he shared supplies with us." Another man chimed in, "Yes, without Lord Zhang Chen, we might have died long ago." The young man sneered, interrupting them, "Lord? Bah! Just a petty man. Don't wait until he really sells you out and counts the money for you." He stared fiercely at the direction Zhang Chen walked away, his jaw clenched, the hatred in his eyes like embers that had yet to extinguish. He couldn't beat Zhang Chen, but he could use words as knives, slowly carving away that man's reputation. However, all of this took place unknown to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen stepped through the snow to the car and found Xiao and Nua using a simple small stove to cook something, a faint smell of warmth spreading in the air. Seeing him come, the two women were not surprised, only slightly nodding their heads, their attention mostly still on that pitiful source of warmth. "When do we set off?" Zhang Chen asked briefly, his gaze sweeping over the silent town in the distance. "We wait for Uncle Mo's instructions." Nua didn't raise her head, focusing intently on the tiny bubbles rising from the pot. "Zhang Chen," Xiao suddenly spoke, her voice still carrying a bit of nasal sound from the cold, "quickly call out your doppelganger." Zhang Chen frowned, seeming to want to say something, but seeing Xiao's nose slightly redden from the cold, he swallowed back his words. He concentrated, and after a moment, another doppelganger just like him silently materialized beside him. What Zhang Chen didn't expect was that as soon as the doppelganger solidified, Xiao naturally reached out her hand, firmly grabbing the doppelganger's wrist and promptly pulling it to the open car door. Then, under Zhang Chen's slightly surprised gaze, she skillfully stuffed her own ice-cold little hands, red from the cold, along with her feet wrapped in damp socks, right under the doppelganger's armpits and against its chest, tightly pressed against its skin to absorb that tiny, yet existing constant body temperature. And that doppelganger just sat expressionlessly in the car, gazing blankly ahead without a hint of resistance, as if it were a human-shaped heater, completely accustomed to all of this. Nua watched from the side, unable to help but chuckle softly, shaking her head without saying anything, just continuing to stir the bland mush in the pot. "Wow! Is this how you usually treat my doppelganger?" Zhang Chen stared wide-eyed, watching Xiao almost hang onto the doppelganger for warmth, his face full of disbelief. "What? Do you have an opinion?" Xiao lifted her little head, defiantly staring back at him, her expression saying, "What can you do about it?" Even deliberately rubbed her icy toes against the abdomen of her clone. That clone remained expressionless, like a warm baby with no emotions. Zhang Chen looked at his clone's disenchanted yet helpless expression, his mouth twitched slightly, and finally all protests turned into a long, helpless sigh. "No, no." He raised both hands, making a surrender gesture, "As long as you're happy." "Humph. That's more like it." Xiao responded with satisfaction, readjusting to a more comfortable position, squinting her eyes in contentment, as if leaning on the softest sofa. Finally, the food in the pot began to faintly bubble, emitting a smell barely worthy to be called food. Zhang Chen unreservedly leaned over, ready to continue his food-sneaking endeavor. Just then, the clone, who had been acting as a human heater, got out of the car and silently scooped a bowl of thin white porridge, carefully tucking it beside the bowl, then returned to the car. Zhang Chen was about to mock this clone for being quite self-aware, but when he turned his head, he was met with a sight that instantly caused 3 black lines to appear on his forehead. He saw that clone sitting on the car edge, using a steady hand without a trace of trembling, diligently feeding spoonfuls of porridge into Xiao Xiao's mouth, who was wrapped in a thick blanket with only her head exposed. That posture looked just like a dedicated, meticulous nanny. Zhang Chen nearly dropped the bowl in the snow. He quickly turned to look at Nua beside him, lowering his voice in disbelief. Your sister, is she usually like this? Nua also looked dumbfounded, shaking her head, her expression confused, but as she looked at Xiao Xiao enjoying the service as if it were her due right, her eyes turned a bit complicated. I don't know, usually, she is alone with the clone. After saying that, she lowered her head again, silently drinking the porridge in her bowl. Zhang Chen watched his expressionless clone, engrossed in its nanny duties, and an utterly absurd feeling arose within him. He turned to look at Nua, who was quietly sipping porridge, trying to lower her presence. A sudden thought burst into his mind, almost without passing through his brain, and he lowered his voice, abruptly spouting to Nua. Do you want to? If you want, I can do it too. Nua was startled by his sudden comment, choking and coughing, her cheeks instantly flushed, not sure if it was from choking or something else. She raised her head, eyes wide in shock at Zhang Chen, a hint of barely noticeable panic in her expression. What are you talking about? Her voice was hoarse from coughing, nearly a shriek, and then she quickly lowered her head, wishing she could bury her whole face into the bowl, leaving only her 2 red ears exposed to the cold air, exceptionally obvious. Chapter 53, God of Food. Seeing Nua's demeanor, which seemed to want to drill into the ground, Zhang Chen's mischievous sense of humor grew even stronger. He deliberately elongated his tone, sighed exaggeratedly, his voice filled with a dramatic sense of loss. OEVE grown distant. He leaned a bit closer, lowering his voice. Is there something I did not do well enough? No way. Nua's head drooped even lower, her voice as soft as a mosquito buzz, mumbling indistinctly, not daring to look up at him, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Just as Zhang Chen wanted to tease her a bit more, off in the distance, Wang Tao was leisurely walking through the snow, hand in hand with Xiaoya. Wang Tao wore his characteristic bright smile, waving his hand from afar. Xiao Chen. What are you 2 cats whispering about? Wang Tao's booming voice shattered their delicate atmosphere. Nua jumped at the sudden noise, nearly dropping the bowl she was holding, the redness on her face instantly spreading down to her neck, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Zhang Chen glared at Wang Tao with dissatisfaction. I replied in annoyance, Xiao Tao, why are you running over here when you could be warm in the car? Even so, looking at the 2 of them naturally holding hands, Zhang Chen couldn't help but admire Wang Tao a little. This guy really works fast, he's already confirmed his relationship with Xiaoya. Damn. How can you say that? Wang Tao took a few steps closer, exaggeratingly complaining, I've been looking for you forever. I thought you were buried in the snow, but here you are talking love. He winked mischievously at Zhang Chen. What did you want me for? Zhang Chen, too lazy to engage in banter, asked directly. Nonsense. Of course, it's to show you the charm of your sister Xiaoya. Wang Tao had a proud face, as if this ability belonged to him. Xiaoya, hearing this, smiled gently, let go of Wang Tao's hand, and walked elegantly over to the simple little table. She extended one hand, palm down, and lightly waved above the empty table. In an instant, a weak wave of cereal energy flickered, and a plate of steaming, aromatic grilled meat appeared out of nowhere on the table. That suddenly appeared grilled meat emitted an amazing heat and tempting charred aroma, with fat slightly sputtering, creating an absurd yet mouth-watering contrast against the surrounding cold, dead environment. Wow! Sister Xiaoya, this ability of yours? The previously embarrassed Nua was immediately enchanted by the aroma, unable to help but exclaim, her eyes almost sticking to the plate of meat. Seeing this, Wang Tao was even more triumphant, wrapping his arm around Xiaoya's shoulder. Of course. My Xiaoya is a treasure. Our team's good fortune depends on her from now on. Xiaoya felt a little embarrassed by the compliment, gently pushing him away, and softly said, it's just the lowest level of cereal ability, it can't prepare too much at once. Wang Tao laughed heartily, not responding, his gaze sweeping between Zhang Chen and Nua, then he voiced his curiosity, hey? Where's that girl Xiao Xiao? Zhang Chen gestured lazily with his chin towards the direction of the off-road vehicle. Wang Tao curiously glanced in that direction and saw a head peeking out halfway from the car window glass. Xiao Xiao's big eyes were wide open, staring intently at the fragrant plate of grilled meat, her little nose slightly twitching, as if trying to inhale all the aroma. If it weren't for Wang Tao being there, she would have probably already commanded her clone to fetch the meat. Seeing this, Wang Tao couldn't help but chuckle, deliberately raising his voice, oh. Isn't that Xiao Xiao? Why are you hiding in the car? If you don't come out soon, the meat will be gone. Xiao Xiao in the car suddenly came to her senses,
hurriedly putting on her shoes. Zhang Chen was not polite, and first picked up a piece of sizzling meat and put it into his mouth. The moment his teeth broke through the crispy outer layer, the juicy meat burst in his mouth. Immediately, a clear warmth surged from his stomach, driving away the icy chill that had seeped into his bones, even clearing his mind significantly. He raised an eyebrow, unable to hide his surprise. This is indeed unusual. Not just the taste, this effect seems to drive away the cold as well. Of course. Wang Tao beamed proudly, as if this ability was his own. He even unzipped his heavy down jacket, took it off, flexing his arm to show off his strong biceps and the blue-black tattoo on his shoulder as if he felt no cold at all. See? Bro doesn't feel cold at all. But, he changed his tone, adding, Xiaoya said this effect can last at most an hour. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Xiao in the car could no longer hold back. She flashed past, almost stepping on Wang Tao's tail end and directly pouncing onto the little table. The speed was so fast it brought a chill wind. My! Leave me some. Although Xiao Xiao had not yet arrived, her voice came first, and a hand quickly reached over the crowd, swiftly grabbing the largest piece of meat from the plate. She stuffed it into her mouth and began to wolf it down. By the time the last piece of roasted meat was eaten, a few people smacked their lips in satisfaction, their chill completely driven away, their faces flushed a bit. Seeing they had finished eating, Wang Tao explained the purpose of his visit. By the way, old Mo just instructed that after you finish eating, gather over there with him. Zhang Chen nodded, not surprised, and after a quick tidying up, the group followed Wang Tao towards the tent at the center of the camp. In the middle of the tent was a small stove burning brightly, warding off most of the cold. Old Mo was sitting on a simple wooden chair next to the stove, holding a piece of cloth, calmly wiping his revolver. Inside the tent, Zhang Chen glanced around and found that nearly everyone was present. Everyone's here. Old Mo lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Chen and the others as a form of greeting. He pointed with his chin to a few empty wooden boxes and folding stools around the stove. Everyone sit down. His face looked haggard, and his eyes dim, clearly in a bad mood. The crowd had found places to sit, leaving only the crackling sound of the burning fire. Old Mo's gaze turned to the thick door curtain, his voice low, carrying a roughness weathered by wind and snow. You all saw the snow outside today. He returned his serious eyes to the seated group. When the time comes, we can only leave the vehicle at the edge of the camp and walk into the town. Chapter 54, Preparing to Depart. He paused and continued, my scouts have preliminary reported that the peculiar energy reactions in the town are generally weak. But scouts can only feedback on energy levels. We won't know what strange abilities those things inside have until we come across them. Who cares? If they aren't strong, what are we afraid of? Let's just do it. Wang Tao could not hold back any longer, rubbing his fists, looking as if he was eager to charge in and fight. Hearing this, Old Mo's brows immediately knitted together, and his voice turned stern. Wang Tao, you absolutely cannot have such thoughts. I don't want to come back with the team and find you missing, you headstrong fool. Feeling the weight of Old Mo's words, Wang Tao chuckled awkwardly, toning down his bravado a little, but his tone remained optimistic. Oh, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If we really encounter trouble, we promise to run away. How about that? Upon hearing this, Old Mo finally relaxed a bit, waving his hand. All right, enough chatter. Go prepare and set off as soon as possible. As for the survivors, you choose people yourselves. Everyone nodded and left the tent one after another. Not long after Zhang Chen returned to the vehicle and finished checking equipment, a slightly hunched figure appeared outside the window. He gently knocked on the car window, wearing a deliberately ingratiating smile on his face. Zhang Chen rolled down the window and looked at the middle-aged man, whose face was weathered but whose eyes were shrewd, feeling quite surprised. He quickly searched his memory and confirmed that he had never seen this person before. But he heard the man, slightly bending over, lower his voice to speak, his tone overly warm and self-assured. Zhang Chen, I'm sorry to disturb you. There's a disabled person in the camp with a broken arm who was spreading harmful gossip about you, tarnishing your reputation. As he spoke, he carefully observed Zhang Chen's expression. Such an ungrateful thing is an eyesore. What do you think? Should I privately help you deal with him? I guarantee it will be clean and efficient, and will cause you no trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, amused. He recalled the moment he had softened his heart and spared that guy with the broken arm's life. He never expected that this useless man not only lacked gratitude but also dared to slander him behind his back. Thinking of this, he glanced again at the middle-aged man with appreciation. It was indeed a stroke of luck to have the perfect helper when one was in need. All right, Zhang Chen said in a calm tone, then this matter is up to you to handle. As he spoke, he swiftly turned over and pulled out 3 neatly packaged instant noodles from under the bed, tossing them casually to the middle-aged man. Be efficient, and you won't be disappointed later. Zhang Chen watched as he fumbled to catch the noodles and continued. In a bit, gather with me, and we'll head into the town. Also, bring along a few trustworthy ones. The middle-aged man clutched the 3 precious bags of instant noodles tightly, trembling slightly from excitement and fear, bending lower with gratitude and flattery in his voice.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. You can rest assured, it will be done thoroughly, without leaving a trace.
He had witnessed Zhang Chen's strength firsthand. Amidst a hail of bullets, he had single-handedly eliminated 4 challengers with ease. Following such a decisive and generous warrior greatly increased the chances of survival.
Zhang Chen said no more, merely waved his hand, indicating the man could leave.
The middle-aged man immediately understood, tightly holding the 3 bags of instant noodles, bowing deeply and retreating with endless gratitude. The inside of the vehicle fell silent again. Zhang Chen leaned back against the seat, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on his knee. He didn't care about the life or death of the one-armed man. That was just a trivial episode, not worth his attention. He was more concerned about the town they were about to enter. Old Mo's sentinel detection might be accurate, but the bazaar was always sinister, and the strength of energy was never the only measure of danger. Before long, a burst of brief commotion and shouts rose outside the camp, but it quickly fell silent again.
After a while, the middle-aged man's figure reappeared outside the window, followed by 3 fearful yet hopeful men, each slender yet with eyes that sparkled with a fierce determination to survive.
My lord, the middle-aged man lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of pride after completing the task. It's all sorted out, absolutely clean. These 3 brothers are quick and brave, you can trust them.
Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. It had only been a few minutes? The matter was settled so swiftly?
The middle-aged man's efficiency exceeded his expectations. But he still kept his face neutral, merely nodding slightly, as if all this were expected. Go, find those 2 sisters, and listen to their instructions.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for the opportunity, my lord. The several men felt as if they had received a great pardon, responding eagerly and carefully bowing as they retreated. They naturally knew who the 2 sisters Zhang Chen mentioned were. There was no one else in the group except for Xiao Xiao and Nuanua. He had no intention of personally venturing into the town. With his clone around, why risk getting involved in the bizarre and troublesome matters? He only needed to lie on the bed and wait for the harvest. He thought for a moment, twisted the key, started the car, and turned on the air conditioning. Warm air gently flowed out, dispelling the chill inside the vehicle and creating a cozy little space that contrasted sharply with the icy, snowy apocalyptic world outside. After fighting all my life, shouldn't I enjoy myself a bit? He muttered softly. After all, the team was about to head out to search for supplies, so it wouldn't hurt to indulge a little. He comfortably closed his eyes, directing his consciousness to his clone's side. At that moment, the few survivors who had just spoken to Zhang Chen had arrived. They saw Zhang Chen stepping out from the car of the 2 sisters, their faces unable to hide the surprise and confusion that arose. I secretly darted between Zhang Chen and the car.
But after exchanging a few glances, they all understood and tightened their lips, no one daring to speak up.
The gathered group had grown a bit larger than before.
In addition to the few new additions, 2 young women in their early 20s stood nearby, huddled close together, their faces betraying an overwhelming fear and anxiety, nervously twisting the edges of their clothes. There was also a seemingly young boy, about 16 or 17 years old, thin and dressed in an obviously oversized, old jacket. There were actually many survivors who wanted to join midway, but they were all rejected by Zhang Chen. After all, having that many people wouldn't help. If he were to fail, they would certainly not survive, and all the collected supplies would go to waste.
Chapter 55 Exploration. Finally, the voice of old Mo saying let's go resonated in everyone's hearts, leaving Zhang Chen's side.
The group of more than 50 quietly set off, stepping into the vast snowfield. The new snow reached many people's ankles, several centimeters deep, with each step accompanied by the dull crunching sound of compressed snow. The journey became extraordinarily difficult, the icy snow seeping in everywhere, quickly filling many people's shoes and pant legs. The biting chill instantly bit into their skin, freezing toes as if they were being pricked by needles. Thankfully, most were wearing boots, although that provided little comfort. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far, and the group arrived at their destination after only a little more than 10 minutes of walking. Old Mo signaled, and the group stopped at a relatively open area at the town's entrance, which seemed to have been a small square before. He scanned the few dark, bottomless street entrances ahead with sharp eyes, lowering his voice.
Act according to the previous grouping. Keep your eyes sharp. If anything seems off, signal immediately, don't act recklessly.
His gaze lingered for a moment on Wang Tao, who rarely looked serious and nodded earnestly. Zhang Chen stood expressionless next to Xiao Xiao and Nuanua, his presence causing the few new survivors to unconsciously draw closer to him, as if being near him brought them a bit more safety. The middle-aged man followed closely, his eyes reflecting both awe and a trace of unhidden excitement.
We'll go this way.
Zhang Chen casually pointed to a path that once looked like the main street, his tone flat and undisturbed.
Xiao Xiao and Nuanua exchanged a glance, instinctively moving slightly ahead, one to the left and one to the right. 7 survivors followed behind them.
The buildings on either side of the street were in ruins, most of the windows broken, their blackened openings staring like blind eyes, silently watching the unwelcome guests. In the snow, apart from their footprints, there were faint traces of strange beasts as well.
Suddenly,
A young girl in the group let out a short, sharp scream, jumping back a step and nearly falling in the snow. Everyone immediately tensed up, raising their crude weapons and anxiously looking around.
What happened?
Zhang Chen's deep voice came immediately. The young girl turned pale, pointing at the dark window of a nearby two-story building, her voice trembling. There, something just moved inside.
It was white, and it flashed by. All eyes instantly focused there.
Behind the window, there was only deep darkness and a pile of snow, silent and still.
Zhang Chen's brow instantly furrowed, his sharp gaze sweeping over the young woman, his voice low but icy. Watch your mouth. If you shout again, I will throw you out.
In this strangely ominous place, any unnecessary sound could be a deadly trigger. No one knew what might come, and Zhang Chen needed to ensure he could collect enough supplies for future survival. Her sister grabbed her arm quickly. The voice was urgent, but she kept it very low.
She was both advising the young woman and pleading with Zhang Chen. Mang. Don't shout. Please don't shout. If something really comes, the adults will handle it. But if you shout like this and truly summon something, we'll all suffer. She was very scared, afraid that Zhang Chen would abandon Mang with a single word, and even more afraid that she would have to face this terrifying situation alone afterwards. Mang also fully reacted, covering her mouth tightly with both hands, leaving only her flushed eyes and frightened expression, desperately nodding to show she understood. Zhang Chen no longer paid attention to the girl, his gaze returning to the dark window, and then he slowly walked forward. The others nervously followed behind, not daring to breathe. After advancing about 50 meters, a convenience store appeared on the right side of the street, its facade relatively intact, but locked tight. Zhang Chen stopped, looking at Nua beside him. He still remembered Nua's ability to open safes not long ago. It should be even easier to open a lock. Sure enough, she slowly walked up, and with an utterance from her red lips, a single word came out.
Click.
With a soft sound, the lock seemed to be broken from within by an invisible force and easily opened.
Zhang Chen was the first to push the door open, gesturing for the others to stay in place, while he stepped in first to check for danger. Chung Yuan, this time we really followed the right person. Someone lowered their voice, unable to hide their excitement. Maybe all of us can go back safely this trip.
Yeah. I think so too.
The middle-aged man named Chung Yuan's eyes flashed with a glimmer, recalling how respectful he had been in front of Zhang Chen before. He now felt this investment couldn't be better. He nodded solemnly, saying nothing, his gaze always tracking Zhang Chen's every move. Before long, Zhang Chen emerged from the store, waving to them. Only Nua and Xiao remained outside on guard. Don't rush, Zhang Chen's voice was not loud but carried an undeniable authority. The supplies will be evenly distributed.
Everyone nodded in understanding. Soon, instant noodles, bread, and other supplies were orderly packed into backpacks.
Seeing everything was running smoothly, Zhang Chen stopped paying attention and took a pack of cigarettes from the shelf, skillfully pulling one out and lighting it. Even though this body was just a clone and couldn't feel the pleasure from nicotine, the craving in his mind was undiminished. Chung Yuan caught a glimpse of Zhang Chen's action of picking up a cigarette and turned around without hesitation, sweeping all the cigarettes from the counter into his backpack.
Nua, Xiao, do you need to take anything? I'll go say hello to them.
Zhang Chen said to the two girls guarding the door as he stepped out of the convenience store. As sequence holders, they naturally didn't need to gather supplies themselves. The rules of the convoy stated that survivors had to turn in 30% of the supplies they collected to the sequence holders. Moreover, if they truly encountered something strange, carrying bags would only distract them from fighting. Nua's cheeks turned slightly red as if she suddenly thought of something, hurriedly shaking her head. We've arranged everything, you don't need to worry. Xiao raised her eyebrow and responded with a knowing smirk, as if saying you get it. Seeing this, Zhang Chen asked no more and simply nodded lightly.
Just as everyone was almost finished gathering,
an extremely discordant sound of oud mixed with the sound of crunching snow diffused from afar. The sound was faint, yet it caused Zhang Chen and the others to freeze. The momentary relaxation shattered in an instant. Zhang Chen's reaction was astonishingly quick, urgently lowering his voice to the survivors still gathering supplies.
Something's coming. Everyone hide.
The terrified gazes of the people turned toward the convenience store window. Amidst the vast snow curtain, several twisted, staggering shadows slowly emerged. Their outlines looked as if they had been forcibly stitched together, their limbs appearing non-human. An illogical, twisted angle drags marks across the snow. They did not roar, only silently moved toward the crowd. Their approaching deadly silence was even more chilling.
Strange beast. Someone squeezed out a sound of extreme fear between their teeth, their legs trembling.
Chung Yuan's face turned pale instantly, his hand instinctively tightening around the backpack filled with supplies and cigarettes, quickly retreating into the shadow of the shelves.
Chapter 56, Chase.
Zhang Chen felt a sense of relief in his heart. As long as they weren't true mysteries, just these strange beasts, it would be much easier to handle.
Xiao Xiao is guarding the door, protect those survivors well. As he spoke, he exchanged a look with Nua Nua, and without needing more words, they simultaneously launched their attack. The weapon in Zhang Chen's hand was not the strange device given by old Zhao, just an ordinary large machete, but it was already enough for hunting these strange beasts. His figure swiftly moved through the swirling snow, like a ghost, meeting a strange beast that pounced at him, the knife raised. That thick machete cut through the air with a sharp sound, accurately and fiercely cleaving the strange beast's head, black blood splattering and instantly staining the surrounding snow. Nua Nua did not hesitate. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and with a low shout, she activated her sequence, Dawn. A pure and blazing light burst forth from her hand, shooting like an arrow at another strange beast trying to flank them. As the light struck it, the strange beast let out a tragic shriek as if it were being burned, black smoke swirling around it, and then it fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Chen would not miss such a good opportunity to grab the head of the strange beast. He flicked his wrist, and the machete flew out, the blade perfectly striking the face of the still twitching strange beast, blood splattering everywhere. That monster was completely silent. In the snowstorm, the last two strange beasts growled threateningly from left and right, then pounced. Zhang Chen did not retreat but charged forward, dodging the left beast's claw attack, the back of his knife deflecting it while his foot pushed off the ground. Using that force to spin himself around, the machete carved out a full arc, slashing powerfully into the chest of the right strange beast. Slay Ash. It nearly cut it in half. Without pausing, leveraging the force of his strike, he withdrew the machete just in time to meet the final strange beast charging again. That monster's open, stinking mouth was almost right in front of him. Zhang Chen could even see the darkness writhing deep in its throat. His eyes fierce, his movements lightning fast. His left hand shot out like an iron claw, gripping the rough fur of the strange beast's jaw with deadly precision. The massive impact force knocked his arm down sharply, and the snow underfoot exploded with a boom, revealing the black frozen ground. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Zhang Chen's waist and abdomen instantly exerted force, using the strange beast's forward momentum to wrench it up with his left hand. A clean and fierce shoulder throw filled with the aesthetics of brutality. This strength, of course, was the effect brought by Zhang Chen's unique abilities. While it seemed insignificant against the powerful strange beast, it was more than enough to handle these lower-level strange beasts acting purely on instinct. Oh God! Someone hiding in the convenience store gasped, instinctively exclaiming. The strange beast carved a heavy arc in the air, hitting the hard snow with a short whimper. The weighty impact made the ground tremble. How much strength does this take? Another young team member watched in awe, their voice trembling. This throw not only completely interrupted its charge but also exposed its soft belly and neck, its deadly weak points, completely. Without any pause, Zhang Chen swung the machete in his right hand. The blade flashed, directly slicing into that completely unprotected weak spot. The dull sound of flesh being cut by a sharp blade echoed, and the strange beast fell without having the chance to scream. The snow-covered ground was silent, with only the sound of wind swirling the snowflakes. After a brief silence of death, whispers of excitement and awe from the survivors could hardly be contained. It was worth it, really worth it. With him, we can surely survive. Even at the door, the usually lively Xiao Xiao had a remarkable expression at this moment. Zhang Chen shook the sticky blood off his machete. Although he felt joy in his heart, he showed no hesitation. Don't dawdle. The noise here will probably attract other things soon, we need to leave quickly. His words broke the silence and awakened the others hiding in the convenience store. Cheng Yuan was the first to react, urging the people next to him, hurry. Hurry. Pack up your things and follow. A few people rushed out of the convenience store in a flurry, the cold air instantly wrapping around them. Led by Zhang Chen, the group plunged into the vast storm, moving slowly in a different direction than they had come. However, just after they left, a fiery hot figure abruptly appeared in the snow outside the convenience store. It was surrounded by an invisible heat wave. The moment it appeared, the snow beneath its feet instantly crackled as it melted and collapsed, revealing scorched earth. The snowflakes falling from the sky hadn't even touched its body yet, but they evaporated into wisps of white vapor, disappearing without a trace. This figure slowly turned, facing the direction Zhang Chen's team had gone, and, from its throat, squeezed out dry and distorted sounds, human, human. Its speed was suffocatingly slow, yet it accurately moved towards the direction where Zhang Chen's team had left. This figure was, in fact, a rare and dangerous humanoid monstrosity. But Zhang Chen's group knew nothing of the danger behind them. They had walked for more than half an hour, finding nothing but the howling wind and the dead silence of ruins. The several small convenience stores and grocery shops they passed by had their doors violently smashed in, leaving behind chaos. Shelves were overturned, the insides were barren, only some unusable packaging scraps and hard, frozen filth scattered on the ground. Again, it's empty, a young team member gasped, his voice tinged with unmistakable disappointment and exhaustion as he leaned against the doorframe and peered inside, reluctantly pulling his head back. Zhang Chen, this won't work, Nua Nua panted, leaning closer to Zhang Chen, her voice slightly scattered by the wind. We haven't found supplies, but our strength is quickly wearing out. Her concern echoed the thoughts of everyone in the group. Zhang Chen knew deep down that even they had become exhausted, let alone the ordinary people like Chung Yuan. He stopped, scanning the rundown buildings around him, finally fixating on a small lonely inn not far ahead. He immediately made a decision. There's an inn up ahead, let's go there and rest for 20 minutes. The other survivors, upon hearing this, nearly collapsed to the ground, their faces finally showing a glimmer of relief but not daring to fully relax, tightly following Zhang Chen and the others. The group quickly surged into the inn's doorway, temporarily disappearing into this white, snowy world. However, that strange figure radiating heat continued to leisurely follow their trail, step by step, leaving melted, charred footprints, steadily approaching the inn. The countdown of 20 minutes began. Chapter 57, Fiery Strange. The group of 10 squeezed into a small guest room, with the door tightly shut, blocking most of the raging wind and snow. Chung Yuan and the others quickly and skillfully tore apart old newspapers, books, and even a rotting wooden chair they found in the room, piling them in the center to make space. Flames slowly rose, driving away the biting cold. The temperature rose as the cold air was gradually replaced by warmth, and the stiff limbs of the group finally began to relax. A hint of color returned to their faces. They eagerly dug out the food they had just acquired from their backpacks, the survivors bowing their heads to wolf it down, the room filled only with the sounds of hurried chewing for a moment. For a short while, the warmth and the food became their most luxurious enjoyment at that moment. But the tranquility did not last long. Xiao Xiao, closest to the hallway entrance, suddenly felt an unusual wave of heat seeping in from under the door, a strange warmth that piqued her curiosity. "Do you feel the heat?" Xiao Xiao curiously asked, subconsciously wanting to get up and take a look. Heat? Nua was startled. Although there was a fire in the room, it couldn't be described as hot. As Xiao Xiao took half a step to investigate, she suddenly felt a tightening at the back of her head. Zhang Chen swiftly grabbed her little braid, yanking her back without hesitation. "Hey!" Xiao Xiao, caught off guard, stumbled back into the crowd behind her, regaining her balance and glaring fiercely at Zhang Chen. "What are you doing?" Zhang Chen didn't even look at her, just pressed a finger hard on his lips, his eyes cold as ice. Without the need for words, the extreme warning in his gaze instantly extinguished all of Xiao Xiao's dissatisfaction and doubts, sending a chill through her body. In the next moment, Zhang Chen moved silently to the door, making no sound at all. He swiftly drew out a large machete from behind him, without any hesitation, his body bursting with power as he thrust the blade sharply into the door. Bang crack! The heavy wooden door could not withstand this powerful blow, instantly splintering from the middle, wood chips flying everywhere. A gaping hole appeared in the door. Almost at the same time the door broke, an unimaginable wave of heat surged in like a tangible shockwave from outside the hole. The temperature in the once cold little room shot up suddenly, as if they had jumped from an ice cellar to the side of a furnace. Through the broken door, the crowd watched in terror as a bizarre figure, surrounded by twisted, scorching air, seemed to be made of molten lava and human outlines, standing almost face to face outside the door. It had no facial features, only a blazing red face, gazing inside the door. "Step back!" Zhang Chen shouted loudly, twisting his wrist violently as he forced the machete horizontally in the door, splitting the already shattered wood to create a larger opening. The survivors quickly reacted, several rushing into the bathroom. Wood chips scattered, leaving the molten-looking figure exposed before everyone's eyes. That arm, seemingly made of cooled lava, lifted up, directly reaching for the nearest Zhang Chen. As the arm passed, the air twisted and boiled from the high temperature. Zhang Chen's eyes sharpened, and he sidestepped to avoid the scorching arm, simultaneously bringing the bloodied machete down fiercely toward the strange wrist. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing erupted, even sending out a few sparks. The machete struck the heated iron, failing to cut through its arm, and the area of contact instantly turned bright red and hot, even starting to show signs of slight melting. A wave of heat surged back up the handle violently. Zhang Chen grunted, decisively pulling back his knife, glancing at the nearly ruined machete, his expression extremely grave. "Don't get close to it," he warned sharply, quickly retreating to increase the distance from the scorching entity. That lava-like arm missed its mark but did not pause. The bizarre human-shaped figure seemed to have locked onto Zhang Chen, or rather, onto all the people in front of it, stepping heavily and slowly into the room. With each step, the old wooden floor instantly blackened and carbonized, emitting a chilling sizzling sound, even leaving small burning footprints. The terrifying high temperature spread outwards, replacing the room with a suffocating heat wave. The cheap wallpaper on the wall began to curl and turn yellow, and a burnt smell spread in the air. Ah! The survivors hiding at the bathroom door let out terrified screams, the scorching air making it hard for them to breathe, as if their lungs were about to ignite. "Sir!" Chung Yuan shouted desperately, but he was powerless. At that moment, Nua struggled to bring her hands together. "Dawn!" She gritted her teeth, gathering all the energy she could into her palms, and a concentrated beam of blazing white light shot out, striking the bizarre, fiery face. In an instant, the silent bazaar let out a sharp, twisted screech, like steam escaping. Its advancing steps halted, and the raised arm froze in midair. The faceless visage twisted violently, clearly injured by Nua's power. Effective. Though far from causing a fatal wound, Nua's attack had indeed worked. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled with determination, without a hint of hesitation. Just as the Bazaar's movement froze, he suddenly stepped forward. Extreme heat instantly engulfed his left arm, the sleeve carbonized and burned the moment it touched. A painful hiss sounded from his skin, as if flesh was being seared by a branding iron. But Zhang Chen's expression did not waver. His left hand, like a steel claw, clamped down fiercely around the Bazaar's neck, solidified like molten rock. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped his throat as his left arm muscles bulged to the limit, veins popping out. With explosive power from his forward charge and the twist of his entire body, he lifted the heavy and terrifying monster and slammed it violently against the wall on the other side of the room. Boom! The Bazaar body crashed against the wall with a loud bang, shaking the entire wall violently, causing the plaster to peel off and instantly char under high temperature. The monster seemed momentarily dazed from the impact, its surrounding heat wavering briefly. Run! Taking the chance, Zhang Chen shouted at the crowd. His left arm was mangled and charred, but he still stood firmly between the Bazaar and the others. Nua's face turned pale as she looked at Zhang Chen's brutal left arm, her steps paused, hesitation flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Xiao suddenly grabbed her wrist, her tone urgent yet clear, go. Chen Yuan also reacted, red-eyed as he shouted at the others, hurry. Don't let down our sir. Only then did the survivors seem to wake from a dream and scrambled towards the door. Almost at the same time the others began to flee, the Bazaar, having crashed into the wall, suddenly struggled. The wall shattered, and it let out an angry roar. However, it did not immediately pursue the fleeing crowd, its blazing gaze was instead locked onto Zhang Chen. More precisely, it was locking onto the faint glow of energy flowing from Zhang Chen, that pure energy aura radiated an irresistible deadly allure to it. Chapter 58, Scorching Heat. Zhang Chen's gaze flickered, the initial caution now overshadowed by a burning desire. The heat emanating from this Bazaar, in this bone-chilling world, was like an oasis in a desert. If he could get his clone to absorb this trait, it would be like a fish in water for Zhang Chen. But wanting to fight this Bazaar in such a cramped space negated his speed advantage. Realizing this, Zhang Chen suppressed the agitation in his heart and immediately leaped from the window. Seeing its prey escape, the scorching Bazaar refused to give up. It let out a deep, low growl, unsteady on its feet as it followed to the window, shakily leaping down as well, but its body was far less agile than Zhang Chen's, and its heavy form crashed to the ground with a thud. Suddenly, a thick cloud of white smoke rose up. Zhang Chen glanced back and almost chuckled. The strange and fierce creature struggled to rise from the snow pit, hot steam billowing from its body, melting large areas of surrounding ice and snow. Though it took steps toward Zhang Chen, its pace was slow, like an elderly man on the brink of death. Seeing this, Zhang Chen felt relieved. As long as its speed couldn't keep up, he could gradually wear it down and eventually exhaust it. He scanned around and locked onto a nearby streetlight. With a sudden surge of strength, his right arm bulged with muscle, and he violently tore a nearly 10-meter-long metal lamppost from its base. He used his waist and abdomen to pivot, swinging the heavy lamppost like a giant club, bringing it down hard with a piercing sound against the strange creature. Boom! With a dull thud, the immense force caused the creature to stumble, fall to the ground, and the snow around it hissed and steamed from the intense heat, filling the air with thick white smoke. At that moment, the section of the lamppost that made contact with it began to turn red and soften. TSK, what a troublesome trait, Zhang Chen spat, discarding the half-melted piece of scrap metal from his hand. Seeing the strange creature getting up again, he didn't hesitate and tore off another streetlight. But this time, instead of swinging it, he gripped the end of the lamppost with both hands and used it like a giant spear. He aimed for the exact moment the creature just steadied itself, and with a powerful thrust of his waist and legs, he lunged forward. The lamppost, propelled with astonishing force, accurately pierced the creature's chest. The tremendous impact forced it to stumble back and finally thud against a scorched black wall. Roar! The creature let out a howl of pain and anger, its molten hands clutching the lamppost in its chest, trying to pull it out. The high temperature rapidly spread, and the lamppost visibly began to glow red, soften, and deform from the insertion point. Just as Zhang Chen frowned, preparing to act again. Zhang Chen! We're here to help you. A clear voice rang out from not far away. He saw Xiao and Nua rushing out from around the street corner. They hadn't gone far, seeing Zhang Chen locked in a standstill with the creature, they promptly joined the battle. Xiao struck first, her hands shimmering with green light as she activated, sequence, everything comes to life. In an instant, the space above the creature warped, and a shadow of a sturdy, dead tree trunk appeared out of thin air, quickly solidifying and crashing down with immense force. Bang! The heavy trunk slammed solidly into the strange creature, and the massive force, combined with the nearly molten lamppost, completely knocked it off the wall and heavily crushed it into the snow. Almost at the same time, Nua's sequence, Dawn, was activated. Another pure and blazing white light struck down precisely onto the fallen fiery creature.
The creature was momentarily stunned by the successive blows, its struggles growing wilder, yet it was momentarily unable to escape from the duel. His fists turned black, charred, and shattered at an eye-visible speed. The strange entity struggled madly under his heavy blows and the suppression of the two sisters, but couldn't break free at all. Finally, after the dozens of heavy punches fell, the bright red light in the chest of the strange entity completely faded, like burnt-out charcoal, and the struggling power quickly dissipated. The terrifying heat surrounding it receded like a tide, its body quickly cooling, stiffening, and finally turning into a pile of dull, cracked, black and rock-like material, no longer making any sound. The wind and snow continued, but the suffocating pressure and heat had completely vanished. It's over. Zhang Chen gasped for breath, his arms below the wrists had completely vanished, leaving only two sections burned black, devoid of flesh. He slumped in the snow, and even though his hands were gone, a smile he couldn't suppress appeared on his face. Nua and Xiao Xiao stumbled over from a distance, helping Zhang Chen up, but their eyes couldn't leave the empty sleeves. Although rationality clearly told them that this was just a clone, he would still be perfectly fine after the snow and wind settled. Nua's hand trembled fiercely, she carefully brushed over the non-existent stumps, slightly raised her head, her voice carrying a suppressed sob, barely audible in the wind and snow. Does it hurt? Zhang Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, trying to make a relaxed expression, but the real pain coming from where his arms used to be made him seem somewhat stiff. He shook his head and gently stroked the stray hair on Nua's forehead with his numb remaining arm, the action awkward yet filled with an indescribable tenderness. It doesn't hurt. Xiao Xiao wanted to use the sequence to help Zhang Chen, but she took this affectionate action into her sight. Her outstretched hand paused almost imperceptibly in midair, then quietly retracted, tightly grasping her own clothing. A strange sourness quietly crept into her heart. Instinctively, she averted her gaze, looking at the bizarre remnants still emitting wisps of white smoke, feeling that the wind and snow seemed even colder, stinging her eyes slightly. Chapter 59 Reunion. At this moment, a somewhat unsteady sound of footsteps came from the other end of the street, breaking the remaining subtle atmosphere. Sir! Several adults. Are you all right? Chang Yuan and a few survivors rushed over breathlessly, their faces filled with relief and urgency of having survived the disaster. However, when they got closer and their gaze fell upon Zhang Chen's arms, which were scorched black and burned to the wrists, all sounds got stuck in their throats, turning into a silence of shock and confusion. Nua seemed to be scalded by the sudden gaze, instantly bouncing away from Zhang Chen, quickly retreating to the side, lowering her head subconsciously, as if that moment of concern and closeness was just an illusion. Zhang Chen smiled at Nua's actions and naturally waved the hideous blackened remnants of his limbs, his movements somewhat carefree. I'm fine. His voice was steady with no emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter unrelated to him. The strange entity has been dealt with. Let's go over there to clean up the strange materials, we need to hurry up and leave. Chang Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly nodded in agreement. He suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly walked to the pile of black rocks, hesitating for a moment before cautiously turning over the fragments. Underneath the charred fragments lay a dark red stone about the size of a fist, its surface seemed to have lava flowing slowly inside, emitting an astonishing heat. Strangely, the intense energy didn't burn his palm, but transformed into a gentle and mighty warmth, instantly dispelling the penetrating coldness, making his numb body feel as if it were soaking in a hot spring. He held the stone, momentarily stunned, lost in this rare warmth, almost forgetting to move. But in the end, he restrained the yearning for the source of this warmth and handed it to the nearby Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao absent-mindedly took the stone, the warmth on its surface dispelling the cold in her heart, bringing her back to her senses. Just as she opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something to Zhang Chen, a faint yet unique humming sound came from the sky, interrupting her thoughts. Everyone looked up and saw a scout sentinel, about half a person tall, with obvious signs of wear and tear, rushing from the horizon, hovering steadily not far from them. It's old Mo's sentinel. Zhang Chen and the others were not surprised by this. Before departure, old Mo had specifically assigned several sentinels to each team using a sequence. This thing was not only skilled at reconnaissance but also excelled at searching for specific resources with its powerful sensors and database. The sensor on the sentinel robot's head quickly scanned over Zhang Chen, especially pausing for a moment at his severed arm, emitting a few very faint beep-beep sounds. It seemed to be recording damage, perhaps it could transmit the records to the other sentinels, letting old Mo and the others know what was happening here. But it did not make any further indication, just quietly flew a circle around Zhang Chen, then turned direction, facing a certain point, hovering motionless, the engine maintaining a low hum. The meaning was clear, follow it. Zhang Chen glanced at the direction indicated by the sentinel, not hesitating at all. Let's go, he said succinctly, taking the lead with his first step. Chang Yuan and the other survivors, seeing Zhang Chen step forward, did not hesitate either, quickly following him. Having experienced the initial fear, the survivors' eyes now held more relief from having survived and an undisguised trust in Zhang Chen and the others. Xiao Xiao carefully tucked the still warm stone away, warmth seeping through her clothing.
She exchanged a glance with Nunu, quickly understanding, and both sped up their pace, one on the left and one on the right, following closely behind Zhang Chen, forming a simple protective formation. Seeing them follow, the sentinel immediately lowered its altitude, leading them slowly ahead. Its sensors continuously scanned the surroundings, occasionally adjusting direction, skillfully avoiding collapsed obstacles and deep snow areas, choosing the optimal path. The wind and snow seemed to have intensified a bit more. Visibility was very low. The sentinel slowed in front of a half-collapsed shopping mall ruin, circling around a twisted rebar concrete pillar at the entrance twice, locking onto a damaged entrance leading underground, partially buried in snow and rubble. It hovered above the entrance, emitting a regular flashing red light, signaling that the target was just below. Underground? Nunu frowned, instinctively glancing at Zhang Chen. In such an environment, a closed underground space often meant potentially greater danger. But Zhang Chen squatted at the entrance, casually using the cross-section of his severed arm to brush away some of the snow, carefully observing for a moment. Yet, he found nothing significant. Just as Zhang Chen was deep in thought, an unusual noise penetrated through the howling wind and snow. The sound came from a street corner not far away, but due to the heavy snow, they could only see a few blurry, swaying black shadows in the white expanse, unable to distinguish what they were. The surviving crowd instantly tensed up, the fear that had just faded from their faces returning. Some instinctively stepped back, almost wanting to shrink into the shadows of the ruins. Zhang Chen's expression sharpened, but his gaze quickly swept over to the sentinel hovering at the entrance. It remained calm as ever, its sensors steadily flashing green lights, showing no signs of alarm. Not strange. A barely perceptible relaxation eased his tensed shoulders. The breath slowly eased. In this environment, something that could keep old Mo's sentinel silent. Not an enemy, he said in a low voice to the tense crowd behind him, his words cutting clearly through the wind and snow. It's probably old Mo and his team coming. As if to confirm his judgment. Several vague black figures swiftly approached, their outlines gradually becoming clear. Leading the way was a sentry identical to the one in front of them. And behind it, a tall and strong figure slowly walked out. It was Wang Tao. Behind him were Xiaoya and Li Yunlin, followed by several other team members, all looking worn and bearing the marks of having fought. Before Wang Tao even got close, his rough voice had already boomed over the snow and wind. So it's you, Xiao Chen. What happened to you? He took a few steps forward, his tall and sturdy figure bringing a sense of reliability, but when he saw Zhang Chen's arms, severed at the wrists and charred, his copper bell-like eyes widened in shock, and he gasped, the second half of his sentence choking in his throat. Damn. After struggling for a while, he finally spat out these two words, his facial muscles twitching a few times. What on earth could do this to you? Immediately following him, Xiaoya turned pale, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. Even Li Yunlin's gaze grew wary. He clearly knew Zhang Chen's strength and vaguely remembered how his three brothers were beaten senseless by Zhang Chen. It's just a clone. Zhang Chen didn't wait for their shock to continue and simply explained, his tone calm, even carrying a hint of reassurance. I dealt with it and got some good stuff. He gestured with his gaze at the stone Xiao Xiao was holding. Chapter 60, The Mall. Wang Tao, however, didn't take the strange material seriously. Knowing that the Zhang Chen in front of him was just a clone made him sigh in relief. He heavily patted his chest, still shaken, saying, damn. You scared the hell out of me. Even if it's a clone, take it easy. This looks too real. Zhang Chen just smiled at this, his gaze sweeping over the exhausted but clearly unharmed survivors behind Wang Tao, asking, so, did you guys not encounter any anomalies on the way? Damn it, don't even mention it. Wang Tao waved his hand, his tone filled with frustration and disbelief. Forget anomalies, we didn't see a single hair. What the hell is going on? As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted to the bulging backpacks of Cheng Yuan and the others, and his eyes instantly lit up with unabashed envy and eagerness. He clicked his tongue, damn, no wonder you lost your hand, look at these rewards, it's worth it. Too bad we made this trip for nothing. The few survivors behind Wang Tao heard this and their hopeful expressions quickly dimmed, replaced by a near-desperate despondency. They silently lowered their heads, staring at their nearly empty bags, fists clenched in frustration, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Someone let out a barely audible sigh, quickly swallowed by the wind and snow. They had risked their lives not only for themselves but for their families in the camp, who anxiously awaited the life-saving supplies they would bring back. If they returned empty-handed, the outcome for those frail relatives could very well be a frozen, starving demise. But what could they do? They had nearly searched the entire street they came from, scoured every possible hiding spot for supplies, yet not found a single useful item. That deep sense of powerlessness felt even colder than the biting wind. Wang Tao clearly noticed the dead silence and low spirits among his teammates, a flicker of unnoticeable annoyance and restlessness crossing his rugged face. He scratched his head, seemingly wanting to say something encouraging, but as he opened his mouth, it turned into a coarse curse. Damn it. Zhang Chen watched Wang Tao's reaction and the disappointment of his teammates behind him, not saying much, only pointing casually with his charred broken arm at the deep underground entrance nearby. Don't worry, it's still early. Old Mo's sentinels led us here, maybe there's something good down there. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's eyes brightened again, slapping his thigh, right. Damn, it must be like that. He immediately turned and shouted at his downcast teammates, did you hear that? Stop being so glum. There might be something big waiting for us ahead. Get your spirits up. His shout acted like a shot of adrenaline, rekindling a faint glimmer of hope in the survivors' eyes. Just then, a denser buzzing sound approached from afar. Everyone looked up and saw two sentinels swiftly flying through the wind and snow, guarding a group of people behind them. At the forefront was old Mo, but his brow was furrowed, his face dark, lips pressed tight, completely lacking his usual calm demeanor. Next to him were Qin Fan and Xiao Feng, presumably those they encountered on the way. The survivors behind them also bore obvious scars, and more importantly, their number had clearly decreased. Several survivors who should have been with them had vanished. Evidently, their journey had not been smooth, and they had paid a price. Wang Tao's excitement instantly faded as he asked gruffly, Old Mo, Old Zhao? What's going on with you? Why do you look so bad? Old Mo lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Chen's horrifying broken arm, a trace of deep concern flashing in his eyes before turning into lingering fear. We encountered something strange on the way. If it wasn't for Old Zhao's disposable strange device, you probably wouldn't see me now. He quickly recounted his experience, then turned his attention back to Zhang Chen. Let's not talk about me. Zhang Chen, what's wrong with your hand? Clone. Zhang Chen explained again. Old Mo sighed in relief upon learning it was a clone and didn't press further, looking instead at the half-collapsed shopping mall ruins. This town has probably been looted, the only place with supplies is likely here. As he spoke, Old Mo couldn't help feeling disappointed. After expending so much effort and losing a strange device, if they got nothing, it would truly be a huge loss. At that moment, Xiao Feng stepped forward, his tone laced with barely concealed pride, starkly contrasting the tension in the air. Our team is rather lucky. We not only scavenged plenty of supplies but also found a gas station on the way. He paused, enjoying the focus of everyone's attention, before slowly adding, but I was in a rush to come here and didn't have time to collect. His words were naturally a benefit to Qin Fan. The two stepped aside deliberately, revealing behind them the bulging backpacks of the survivors and their undeniable smiles. Wang Tao's heart sank at the sight, and upon hearing the words gas station, he felt a mix of anxiety and jealousy, fearing Xiao Feng would further provoke his own team's spirits. He rushed forward, positioning himself between the two, and slapped Xiao Feng heavily on the shoulder. The force was so great that it nearly knocked Xiao Feng off balance, successfully blocking those dazzling smiles and backpacks with his sturdy frame. Gas station? Damn. You kid is really lucky. Xiao Feng winced from the slap, his shoulder throbbing with pain, looking confused and wronged, not understanding Wang Tao's sudden madness. Wang Tao's reaction was truly not excessive. His team had fought tooth and nail and had come up empty, with teammates on the brink of despair. If Xiao Feng's lucky group showed off right in front of them, his team's mentality must have collapsed. Then, in his order of light in this apocalypse, both face and reputation would be lost. Uncle Tao. Be gentle. Xiao Feng cried out with a grimace, his shoulder aching from the slap. Wang Tao glared with wide eyes, raising his other hand to strike again. No respect. Call me Brother Tao. I'm in my prime, why call me Uncle? Xiaoya couldn't stand it anymore, stepping forward to precisely grab Wang Tao's ear and twist it hard. Ouch. Wang Tao immediately let out an exaggerated scream, his tall body tipping to one side. You're so big and yet you bully Xiao Feng, aren't you ashamed? Xiaoya frowned, applying more force. Ouch. That hurts. Xiaoya, let go, let go. I was just having fun with him. Truly, it's just a joke. Chapter 61, Feature, Fiery. This sudden little episode instantly eased the originally oppressive and tense atmosphere. Even the downcast survivors in Wang Tao's team couldn't help but secretly smile. Zhang Chen watched the farce, shook his head, yet a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Alright, if you wanna mess around, save it for later. Old Mo's voice rang out, but he was smiling. Let's not rush the gas station, our main priority now is to clear this place. Hearing Old Mo's words, the two immediately stopped. Wang Tao rubbed his red ear, while Xiaoya awkwardly tidied her clothes. Everyone's gaze fell back onto the massive, half-collapsed shopping mall ruins and the deep entrance that was buried. This was their hope for survival. Wang Tao's smile vanished completely, replaced by absolute seriousness. He spat. Damn it, brothers, grab your weapons. Let's open this damn hole. Those with strength, come with me. Clear the main path first. Watch your heads, don't get buried. Wang Tao shouted as he swung his long knife, striking fiercely at a twisted exposed rebar. The long knife in his hand was, of course, that special tool painstakingly crafted by Old Zhao with precious materials. SSS. Old Zhao inhaled sharply. This strike felt as if it wasn't cutting the rebar but directly stabbing at Old Zhao's heart,
causing his honest face to tremble slightly in pain, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Every harsh scraping sound from the knife hitting the hard rebar made his eyelids jump. Yet he took a deep breath and swallowed back his urge to shout. He was not a fool. In their current situation, opening this hole was vital for everyone's survival. Any tool that could enhance efficiency had to be used, no matter how much it hurt. Wang Tao. Old Zhao finally couldn't hold back and shouted, his voice trembling, "You, be gentle." Wang Tao was in the middle of his fervent chopping, paused at the sound, and turned to see old Zhao's almost heart attack expression. However, his actions did not slow down at all. Instead, perhaps to cover his embarrassment, he swung the knife harder. "Old Zhao, you need to clarify some things simply can't be reasoned with." Wang Tao's bewildering response left old Zhao stunned for a moment. "Old Zhao, what reasoning? What cannot be reasoned?" Thus, old Zhao pondered Wang Tao's response, momentarily forgetting how Wang Tao was handling his precious tool. Half an hour passed, and finally, the hole was opened by the united effort of everyone. "How is it? Can you sense any strange energy?" Zhang Chen asked old Mo beside him. Old Mo frowned, shook his head, his tone somewhat uncertain. "No, but some special anomalies can evade my senses, even a sentinel wouldn't help." Zhang Chen nodded, not surprised by this answer. "In that case, I'll go in and take a look." "Wait until it's safe for you to come in. Be careful." Old Mo couldn't help but remind, his brow tightly knitted. A sentry robot, which was originally hovering in the air, immediately lowered its height and nimbly flew to Zhang Chen's side. "Let it follow you. If it's safe, shape it directly." "I can sense it too." Zhang Chen nodded, saying nothing more. He crouched down and swiftly slipped into the dark entrance, the sentry close behind, casting a cold and limited beam. After moving forward in the darkness for a distance, completely away from the faint light and sounds of his companions, Zhang Chen turned back to ensure he had descended into the underground. He stopped, his mind stirring, trying to activate the fiery characteristic he had just absorbed. Buzz. A warm current erupted from the core of his chest and rapidly spread to his limbs. In the next moment, hot flames surged from his body, instantly driving away the surrounding thick darkness, illuminating the rough tunnel walls with a crimson glow, shadows violently swaying behind him. Surprisingly, this extreme heat, hot enough to melt gold and iron, did not harm him in the slightest, not even damaging his clothes. The heat was perfectly contained outside his body, forming a bright and warm halo. Zhang Chen carefully sensed this power, a glimmer of clarity and excitement flashing in his eyes. He discovered that he could precisely control the range, intensity, and target of the heat emitted. With another thought, the flames around him suddenly retracted, condensing into a stable and bright orange-red sphere in the palm of his right hand, like a highly efficient flashlight, focusing the light forward. "So that's how it is," he murmured softly, feeling the warm yet terrifyingly powerful sphere in his palm. "This characteristic is more useful than I expected." He even had a premonition that if he pushed himself to the limit, unleashing this condensed heat in an instant, its might would probably be very similar to that of the previous fiery anomaly. With a controllable light source in hand, Zhang Chen's heart felt slightly more at ease. He dispersed the light sphere from his palm and evenly distributed the heat across his body, maintaining a moderate brightness that provided illumination without excessive consumption or making him an obvious target. Zhang Chen radiated a hot warmth as he cautiously stepped into the underground space of the mall. The expected strangeness was absent. But the scene that met his gaze was heavier than any peculiarity. Where the light reached was not a mountain of treasure, but rather bodies sprawled in disorder, each with their unique postures. Most were huddled in corners or lying beside decaying shelves, covered in thick dust. Their clothes were already tattered. The air was heavy with dust and the scent of death, yet strangely, there was no strong stench as anticipated. Still, Zhang Chen wrinkled his nose slightly, seemingly unwilling to inhale this air accompanied by death. Zhang Chen crouched down and carefully turned over a body lying face down with the only remaining arm. The body was surprisingly light, as if it were nothing but bones wrapped in a shriveled skin, like dried twigs. He closely examined key areas like the neck and chest and found no signs of knife wounds, bite marks, or apparent fractures. Could it be starvation? This thought just crossed his mind before he dismissed it. No, even if starved, it shouldn't be in such a weightless state. And this is a mall, no matter how robbed, there should be some remnants of packaged food. He stood up, the fiery glow shifting with his movements, casting large swaying shadows in the empty underground space. His gaze swept over those bodies, peacefully yet strangely lifeless, flooding his mind with suspicion. If the mall's supplies had long been cleared, why were these people still gathered here? Why did they die in such a drained manner, as a group? He suppressed the doubts in his heart, staying on high alert, and continued deep into the mall. Fortunately, those unsettling corpses were mainly concentrated near the entrance area, seemingly the last refuge. The further he walked inside, the fewer the corpses became, until they disappeared entirely. Chapter 62, Characteristic, Broken Mirror. In their place was an even more chaotic and messy scene, collapsed shelves, rotting product shells scattered on the floor, and However, amidst the wreckage, a few storefronts still miraculously remained relatively intact. One of them was a snack shop, which, although not filling, offered a large quantity that could at least fill the stomach. Further inside, there was a branded clothing store. The glass of the display window had long been shattered, and the mannequin had fallen to the ground, but most of the clothes in the store were still hanging on the racks. However, these clothes were mostly thin autumn wear, which in this icy, bone-chilling apocalypse seemed utterly useless. Zhang Chen glanced at them, feeling a bit disappointed. His gaze eventually landed at the very end of the mall. There, the escalator that originally led to the next floor had already stopped, and the entire stairwell, including the walls and ceiling, was tangled in countless thick, dark vines. Zhang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. How can there be so many vines inside the mall, he murmured to himself, alarm bells ringing in his mind, this definitely isn't right. Without light, without soil, ordinary plants could never grow to this extent in such an environment. Unless, these vines themselves were not ordinary plants. They might be sinister. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and immediately decided to go down and check the depth. If he encountered something sinister, he could test his ability fiery. Zhang Chen thought as he kept walking towards the escalator. The fiery light around him became even more intense as he stepped into the mall's deep underground space. The expected eerie scene didn't materialize, but a suffocating silence, more chilling than any eeriness, enveloped him. Where the light reached, it wasn't the warehouse or abandoned shops he had imagined, but an incredibly vast atrium. In the center of this space stood a tree. Its trunk wasn't made of wood, but of pitch-black crystal, smooth to the touch. Countless thick, dark vines, the same as the ones blocking the stairwell, were growing out from the base and cracks of the crystal trunk. They looked like living blood vessels or nerves, covering the surrounding walls and pillars, even partially covering the ceiling, weaving into a huge and strange net. But these vines didn't grow wildly. Zhang Chen was stunned to see that the ends of each vine weren't embedded into the walls or the void but gently coiled around human bodies. These bodies were identical to the mummified corpses at the entrance. Their skin was shriveled, and their faces gray with death. There were men, women, the old and the young, all maintaining the last posture of their lives, stretching endlessly, as though they were the fruits carefully collected by this strange giant tree. What was even more chilling was that all the people wrapped by the vines had a faint dark green, slow-pulsing glow emanating from the point where their chest connected to the vines. A faint but steady life force was being slowly drained from these sleeping bodies, traveling through the vines and converging towards the central pitch-black crystalline trunk. This tree was feeding on the lives of the survivors in the entire mall. Zhang Chen instantly understood the origin of the mummified corpses at the entrance. They were perhaps both lucky and unlucky. Just then, the crystalline trunk seemed to sense Zhang Chen's presence, this uninvited guest and foreign energy source. A dark red crack suddenly opened on the surface of the trunk. It wasn't an eye, but it was more terrifying than any eye. Inside the crack was pure, condensed life energy and strange matter, forming a slowly swirling vortex. A breath of death surged out like a tide, instantly locking onto Zhang Chen. It was no longer satisfied with the nutrients that had fallen into slumber, it craved fresher and purer energy. Hiss! Several vines closest to Zhang Chen suddenly tensed up, like venomous snakes sensing blood, their tips splitting open to reveal suction cup-like mouths, striking towards him with incredible speed. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted, but facing the onslaught of the vine frenzy like a storm, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, instead, a blazing fighting spirit ignited within. Come on! Just right for me to test this burning heat. He growled low, no longer holding back. The fiery energy within his chest operated at an unprecedented power. Boom! An even more violent flame erupted from his body. No longer a gentle halo, but transforming into a golden-red fire tornado, soaring into the sky around him. The terrifying high temperature instantly engulfed the entire underground space, even warping the air. Dozens of vines at the forefront instantly carbonized and shattered into scattered black ash before even making contact with Zhang Chen's body in this realm of absolute heat. However, the number of vines was simply too great. One after another, they charged forward, not caring about the losses. They fearlessly slammed into the flame tornado, with new vines constantly breaking through the high-temperature realm, their charred, smoking tips stabbing towards the center, Zhang Chen. Put! A heart-stopping tearing sound rang out. A particularly thick vine, braving the intense heat, accurately pierced through Zhang Chen's right arm. At the moment of piercing, that vine seemed to taste supreme delicacy, its entire body quivering with excitement. The suction mouth wriggled wildly, a brutal sucking force emanating, greedily drawing out Zhang Chen's pure, burning energy. Zhang Chen groaned, clearly feeling his strength being fiercely plundered through his right arm. The flames engulfing his body dimmed at a visible speed. Zhang Chen wanted to retreat and pull out the vine, but that vine seemed to grow infinitely. No matter how he retreated, it continued to grow madly, siphoning his energy. Life and death hung by a thread. Without the slightest hesitation. A fierce light flickered in Zhang Chen's eyes as he made the most decisive choice. He pointed his left arm like a knife,
and the intense heat instantly concentrated at his fingertips, forming a blazing flame blade. Hiss! With a swift motion, he did not cut the vine. Instead, he directly severed the right arm that was pierced and continuously losing energy from the shoulder. The severed right arm fell to the ground, not dissipating as expected. It dropped and began to convulse violently and swell as if it had a life of its own. Under Zhang Chen's astonished gaze, the severed arm's cross-section erupted, intertwining, sketching, and condensing almost in the blink of an eye. That arm actually reformed into a complete human shape before him. As the flames dissipated, a figure identical to Zhang Chen, even emitting the same weak burning fluctuations, suddenly appeared in place. But interestingly, this figure had no severed limbs at all. Damn! At this moment, even the usually calm Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse, staring in shock at this unbelievable scene before him. Chapter 63, Split. Zhang Chen froze for a moment, then quickly realized this was clearly the ability of the mirror monster he had killed in the village earlier. Didn't expect that after absorbing its traits, it would trigger at such a critical moment in this unexpected way. Go and kill it. Zhang Chen suppressed the surprise in his heart and immediately instructed the newly born mirror image, while signaling at the frenzied crystalline giant tree with his eyes. The mirror image unexpectedly did not act immediately, but turned its head instead, looking up and down at Zhang Chen's incomplete state with an extremely indifferent, even somewhat disdainful gaze, as if sneering. Why don't you go? It retorted, its voice identical to Zhang Chen's, yet cold and emotionless. Zhang Chen? He looked at this mirror image, which had his own face but was entirely rebellious, and for a moment was left speechless in surprise. Is this thing really a part of me? Big brother. Look at me now, how can I go? Zhang Chen almost laughed in anger, suddenly raising his jagged right arm stump and shaking his remaining left arm. Am I supposed to go deliver food? The mirror image glanced indifferently at Zhang Chen's miserable condition, a faint glimmer of agreement flickered in its eyes. Fine. It seemed to reluctantly accept this explanation, its tone still annoyingly flat. If that's the case, then leave it to me. Before Zhang Chen could say anything more, it turned and rushed towards the giant crystal tree. Zhang Chen watched that suddenly appearing mirror image, identical to him, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Perhaps this unexpected clone could create a miracle. However, the scene that met his eyes in the next second instantly froze that spark of hope and transformed it into shock. The mirror image's movements were nowhere near the swift and fierce he had imagined. Instead, it was surprisingly slow and awkward. It ran like an ordinary person who rarely exercised, stumbling with no rhythm at all. Several vines, like sharks sensing blood, easily wrapped around its limbs and torso. It struggled futilely a few times before being tightly bound in place, unable to move. The fierce flames surrounding the mirror image failed to burn the vines, unable even to singe their surfaces, as if it were merely an illusion with no substance. What? Zhang Chen's pupils constricted, unable to believe his eyes. This mirror image had his appearance, yet it seemed like just an empty shell. How dare it? A sense of absurdity and disbelief instantly filled Zhang Chen's heart. Clearly weak and fragile, clearly on the verge of collapse, why did it have the audacity to display such disdain towards him and even charge at that bizarre entity? Where did it find its confidence? For a moment, Zhang Chen didn't know whether to laugh at this mirror image's foolish bravery, like a moth to a flame, or to admire its near-blind confidence in its own abilities. The cracks on the crystalline trunk seemed to sense the imitation's energy was nowhere near Zhang Chen's. Or rather, it had not even the slightest hint of energy, and the will it projected carried a hint of mocked frustration. More vines surged forward, aiming to completely crush and absorb this useless impostor. The mirror image was twisted by the constricting vines. It turned its head with difficulty, looking towards Zhang Chen's original form. On that face identical to Zhang Chen's, there was no fear or pain, but rather an extremely strange, almost mocking pale smile. Its lips moved, producing a voice that was intermittent. It seems I'm not its opponent. Before the words finished, the vines tightening around it suddenly jerked. With a splatter, the mirror image's body shattered like a burst illusion, instantly disintegrating into pieces. The entire process was so light that it felt as if a trivial speck of dust had been wiped away. Zhang Chen barely had time to feel any emotion about the disappearing mirror image as the intense light gathered in his remaining left arm, forming a rapidly stabilizing yet still searing fireball. He was just about to hurl this last counterattack at the overwhelming tide of vines, when he suddenly froze in place, his pupils violently constricting with disbelief. He saw where the mirror image had been torn apart and dissipated. Countless tiny, dim fragments have not completely disappeared. Instead, they have quickly gathered and reorganized as if drawn by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, a figure unexpectedly stood up again. No. Not one. There are 5. 5 figures that look exactly like Zhang Chen, even perfectly copying the state of his broken limb, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. But these 5 newly born reflections are completely different from that cold, rebellious guy before. Though they bear Zhang Chen's face, they each show different expressions, even acting shy. One of them twirled non-existent hair with their finger and stomped their foot in annoyance. Oh no, you hurt me.
Their voice was soft and pretentious, completely different from Zhang Chen's original tone. Another one covered their non-existent chest, frowning like a delicate lady, so rude you don't understand how to cherish a lady. The third one winked at the crystalline trunk, big tree brother you look so strong. The fourth one began to fix their shabby appearance, my hair is a mess, so annoying. The fifth one even pinched a cheek next to them, this complexion is so bad, I need to put on some makeup. The five reflections babbled and posed in front of the terrifying crystalline giant tree, completely ignoring the deadly vines and the tense battle situation around them, as if this was not a life-or-death battleground at all.
Zhang Chen.
He felt as if his brain had been run over by 10,000 dump trucks, completely crashing down.
What the hell is going on here? The characteristics of the shattered mirror have this kind of opening method? It split into 5 crazy reflections?
The cracks on the crystalline trunk also clearly came to a halt, the wildly dancing vines froze in midair. It's simple, greedy will could obviously not handle this bizarre scene beyond understanding. At this moment, old Imo and Wang Tao rushed over as well. Zhang Chen had already heard their footsteps and retracted the surrounding blazing flames into his body before they arrived. When the few of them saw this scene, they all stood dumbfounded, staring at the 5 Zhang Chens posing. Wang Tao almost tightened his grip on his weapon. His mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg, muttering,
What the hell? Xiao Chen, when did you get this ability?
Lin Wei and the others also looked confused, the entire underground space had completely gone off course at this moment, turning incredibly absurd. Zhang Chen watched helplessly as those 5 uniquely styled selves showcased their abilities on the battlefield.
The outrageous phrases like, big tree brother, let's talk, do you like S&M, and tired? Let's destroy everything echoed in his ears.
Feeling the mixed gaze of shock, confusion, and a hint of suppressed laughter from Lin Wei, Xiaoya, and the others behind him. He only felt a flush in his cheeks, wishing he could dig out an underground level in the mall right on the spot.
So embarrassing. This was even worse than being thrown away by vines. Ahem.
Zhang Chen suddenly coughed twice, forcibly suppressing the flush on his face and the collapse within, trying to salvage his precarious image. He turned his head and said to the few who were still in a daze behind him.
Don't mind this side.
This weirdness I will handle.
He wished he could personally kill these crazy reflections himself. Quickly. Take this chance. Clear out everything that can be moved from the snack shop upstairs. And that clothing store.